Why that don't feel like it look like it's not as much like it normally be? Uh, uh, uh. I said cool wop 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 wop. But who's that doo wop doo wop? AZ gang, AZ gang. AZ gang. Just in my cool, not made up. Uh-huh. Check. Give me a few seconds. Let me get these mics right, and I'm ready to rock and roll tonight. Mm-hmm. On this jump. You really can't see because that little glare on the jump. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm ready to come off the rip and just tell y'all how Drake probably got the absolute worst fan base of all times. I'm not gonna hold you. As somebody who is a huge Drake fan, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm disappointed in a way a lot of other Drake fans really give it up because, bro, of course, so he put out, I guess, not he didn't put out, but it was leaked, and it wasn't. I guess it was on floating on YouTube for a second. It was a freestyle. I believe the freestyle was called "Fighting Irish," and of course, most people took added their own twist to what they thought or they thought he was talking about in that freestyle. Everybody felt like he was talking about LeBron James, and basically, just my whole thing of it is, even if you are Drake and you feel like you want to throw jabs at LeBron, my thing was I sit here and said, what's the difference between Drake, LeBron supporting Kendrick Lamar, liking his music, and Drake showing endless love? Like, one of Drake's biggest bars of his career was "I'm Chef Curry with the pot boy." Like, that was his biggest bar of his entire career. So for him to sit here and be able to have a huge Steph Curry bar how can you celebrate Steph Curry and you and Kevin Durant be super cool? These are the people who realistically slow down LeBron James' legacy. Like, yeah, LeBron is still LeBron, but let's keep it a buck. Like, LeBron's legacy didn't reach its full potential because LeBron is always compared to Jordan. So if I'm comparing LeBron to Jordan and he never got to reach those 6 rings because of Steph Curry and because of Kevin Durant, there's no way you can sit here and be like, LeBron ain't never supposed to be able to go to a Kendrick Lamar show. And I seen people saying, but LeBron, Steph Curry ain't even one of them never call each other a pedo. Bro, nobody in real life actually believed that about Drake. The song is just fire. People just like the Not Like Us song. Nobody believes that Drake is actually out here on this Diddy stuff, fondling kids. Like, nobody don't believe that. So I think realistically, and that just showed me was like, that some of y'all are just real live, really that much of a stand on some fanboy stuff. Like, oh, I'm just gonna rap. Like, you can't. I live in America. There's no rapper that you can sit here and tell me is more important than probably a top 5 athlete of all times. I ain't even just sitting here saying in his sport. I'm talking about of all times. LeBron James is arguably the best basketball player of all times. But you talking about you can argue that he's a top 5 athlete of all time. So you think that we're just going to sit here? If you had to pick a side, I'm going to pick the side of a rapper over an athlete. Like, y'all serious? Like, LeBron James literally for 22 years now have literally sold out arenas 82 games a year. Like, I think certain things people don't put in perspective. So it's just like, even if you are a super diehard Drake fan, don't show people that you that corny that you think that other people will sit here and choose Drake over LeBron. Like, are you serious? Like, Drake has a LeBron James tattoo. Like, do you think about how corny that is? And that's why I say that is nobody. Of course, he didn't make the diss seem like it's only a LeBron thing. He made it seem. He said my brothers bought tickets, and it was multiple NBA players. He could have been talking about DeMar DeRozan. He could have been talking about Russell Westbrook. He could have been talking about James Harden. He could have been talking about everybody who came to that pop-up show. But of course, most people feel like his biggest hurt, I guess, or the biggest person who will really get people talking is if he sent those bars to LeBron James. And like I said, me personally, if I gotta pick a side, I'm going to always go LeBron over Drake. Like, that's not even up for debate. And for people who think that I seen people sit here and say, oh, well, Steph and LeBron is cool in real life, so what? But when they're on the court, when people are arguing in the barbershop, Jordan or LeBron, Steph Curry stands in the way 4 rings. He on one, so three out of his 4 he won against LeBron James. So if LeBron James had 3 more rings, he got 7. He beats Jordan. What are you talking about? There's no LeBron James fan that's okay. Like, the biggest Steph Curry haters, 9 times out of 10, 90.9% of the time are LeBron James fans. So do you think that it's okay for Drake to be able to, his whole entire career, to be able to, like, I'm friends with LeBron and Steph? Like, of course, music-wise, that's supposed to be a flex, but if we talking sports-wise, that's not a real thing. Nobody in real life is a LeBron James and a Steph Curry fan. You cannot do that. That does not work like that. Like, that's not, like, you can't be a Peyton Manning fan and a Tom Brady fan. You're either one or the other. There's no in between with that. Like, there's some athletes that, yeah, you can dibble and dabble with, but some of them, you got to just draw the line, dog. Is you either on this side or you on that side? So for people to act like LeBron James couldn't support, like, your whole entire career, as I am Drake, you have thrown endless. I don't even know a Drake LeBron bar. But I know for a fact that everybody and their mother know I'm Chef Curry with the pop, boy. Like, that is one of Drake's biggest lines of his whole entire career. So you can't have that line to my biggest sports rivalry. That's just like you sit here saying, like, everybody, when people sit here, you're never going to hear. Guess what? I'm going to tell you what you're never going to hear. I can jump into the future right now. You're never going to hear a black female rapper have a Caitlyn Clark bar. You know why? Because they're Angel Reese real friends. Like, that makes sense. That's not going to happen. So you can't sit here and say, oh, yeah, well, it's okay for Drake to do it. No, it's not. Get off that man. Put some knee pads on and get off your knees, dog. Like, that's to me what I was like, dang, y'all make me, Drake fans make you not like Drake. And I can sometimes when you hear other people talk about it, you kind of like, maybe until you actually get a taste of it yourself, pause, no Diddy, you don't ever understand that. But that was like, I was like, oh, I was looking at my thread show and I'm like, you idiot. What do you mean it's not? Like, bro, you must have never been in a barbershop and heard people argue sports. Because if you ever hear somebody defending LeBron James and somebody bring up Steph Curry, it's the same way as if somebody bring up Michael Jordan and we debating LeBron James. Like, you're going to get that same animosity. You're going to get that same aggressive anger. So, but you don't never hear, like, even the comparison of, like, we talking about rap beef, people don't get in the fight. I'm not talking about the crews, but people don't get in the fights over rap beef. Like, you never seen somebody like, oh, square with me because you like Beanie Siegel and not Jadakiss. Like, what? Like, that never happened, dog. Like, you never seen somebody get in a fist fight because, and I'm talking about people who are not affiliated with the actual rappers. You ain't seen nobody fight over Ja Rule and 50 Cent. What are you talking about? Like, people get beat up at sporting events all the time. Like we have sit here and talk about it on this joint, like how it's amazing when the Knicks fans went down to Philly, like damn, Philly just went like cake and ice cream. Like that's a thing. That doesn't happen with rappers. So you sit here making it like LeBron James committed some sin by going to the pop-out concert or knowing the words to the Drake joint, like I mean to the Kendrick Lamar album is crazy to me, dog. Like that to me is like that was some of the weirdest behavior ever. And that's why when people be like Drake sexuals and all that, I kind of like agree with it now. Like, and I was one of them people who was kind of like, nah, Drake cool. Like his fans ain't that OD. Nah, they that OD though. That's
but even with the whole LeBron situation, I also you got to think about it. Like you took shots at Serena too. And I feel like LeBron and Serena, like that whole, you know what I'm saying? Like they have a friendship and a bond.
For sure.
So that's why like when people say that, I'm just like, So do you think that really that ball was directly to LeBron or just to everybody?
No, I think the internet the internet kind of just put it a LeBron thing, but I think realistically it could be an anybody thing. It was endless people at that show.
That's what I felt like. It was just it was directed to everybody.
Yeah, it was everybody who's at the show because he said my brothers. He ain't say my brother like A1. He said it like plural, like brothers. Like all my brothers bought tickets to this gimmick. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not mad at him for saying it, but you can't be mad at me for sitting here saying. Like you can't, if one person you can't be mad at, you can't be mad at LeBron. Because I'm just saying, like if I'm a LeBron fan, his biggest op is Steph Curry, dog. Like the biggest rivalry in the last 10 years has been Steph Curry versus LeBron James, Warriors versus Cavs. And then when he went to the Lakers, it was the Lakers versus like even Christmas Day. It's always a Steph and LeBron thing. When he was at Cleveland, it was a LeBron. It was the Cavs versus the Warriors. When he went to the Lakers, it was the Warriors versus the Lakers. Like that's a thing. Like you can't not. But again, like I said, sometimes maybe certain Drake fans just don't watch sports, and that's why that was my first like response to people in the comment section. I'm like, so you don't watch sports at all, or you don't understand how sports work? Like, I don't care about the pedo line. Like, nobody thinks that Drake's a pedo in real life. The song is just fire, and that part, why is he around certified lover boy, certified pedophile? Wow. Like, that shit's just hard, dog. I don't think that Drake is really a pedo, but that little going into that part is hard, dog. You can't deny it. If you deny it, you just a super Drake stan. And that to me is kind of corny. Like I said, again, get off your knees. But this is America. There's no place in no world on God's green earth that people are going to pick. Maybe outside, maybe New York. Like New York people probably would pick Jay-Z over 90% of the athletes that ever came that played for any New York team. But if we sit here saying anywhere else, that's not happening, dog. Like if you sit here and ask somebody from LA, Kobe Bryant or Kendrick Lamar, I'm 100% positive they're gonna go Kobe Bryant. If you ask anybody from Cleveland, Doughboy or LeBron James, I'm 100% positive they're gonna say LeBron James. Like, you gonna see it say MGK or whoever else. You can pick whoever from anywhere. You could pick anybody. You can even go Barry Sanders, Eminem. Maybe it depends on who you ask. If you ask a black person, they might say Barry Sanders. But if you ask a white person, I'm 100%.
I don't even know if they would say because Barry's so out of.
But I'm just saying it depends on who you ask. Like if you ask somebody in your third, they may not say Eminem. I'm just saying it depends. I think that one may get tricky.
I don't think nobody would say Barry Sanders. To be honest with you.
I mean, you might be right. I'm not, like I said, I wouldn't argue, but that's just my point. I'm just sitting here saying there's not.
Like I think like you might maybe Megatron, but I was like Barry Sanders. I feel like you don't even.
Nah, Barry Sanders probably brought more joy than Megatron.
No, but you're saying when you say Barry Sanders, that's an older crowd. But if you say Megatron more, now if you say like Megatron and maybe Eminem, like I said, even with Megatron, it's still kind of like I said, I feel like Eminem.
Maybe. I mean, and why we just having kind of just random banter. I do just real quick. I do want to shout outs to YG Tech. YG Tech is a artist from out of Baltimore. And the reason why I want to shout him out, because I was just Baltimore, the Ravens played at Baltimore. So I'm just in and out and bouncing around through the whole entire Baltimore city, just the whole area on Saturday, and I was like, damn, this nigga's store is real live in the middle of the hood. So I gotta give somebody just for one, because it's just like the fact that he got a store in the middle of the hood. I was like, oh yeah, whatever he be rapping about, he can't be lying, because you're not going to like, if you were a rapper trying to just like fake betray an image, you wouldn't pick your actual location that you're going to pay taxes on to be in the heart of the hood. Like his business is real live, really in the middle of the trenches. Like that ain't even no fabrication. So for you to sit here and say, I'm going to be a tax-paying citizen on my business and keep my business in the hood, I said, oh yeah, I respect him on a whole different level. Like I don't even care how you make personally, because he do got one of them voices where it's kind of like it's hit or miss. Like certain songs, like let's be clear, he be talking that talk, like he be really talking crazy on them songs, but he got one of them voices where it's like like you got to really be into that type of voice, or you kind of really you're not gonna be a fan of it, or you may pick and choose like the same way with like Shy Glizzy or Eazy-E or 42 Doug. Like people, some rappers do have one of those type of voices where it's kind of like you either gonna be super a fan of it or you gonna pick and choose what songs you may like from them. But again, like I said, shout out to YG Tech, because I'm not gonna lie, I was surprised to see exactly where that store was at. When I seen where that joint, like I'm talking in the middle of, like literally, I was like, oh yeah, he different though. Like that took my respect level for him up to a total different level, because like you got a business in the middle of the hood. Like you could have easily went inside of a mall. You could have went out to the county. You could have went closer to like, what's the school out there that's like the John Hopkins joint. Like he could have took that somewhere way in a better area. He'd have took it anywhere like closer to Towson or anything. Like he kept it in the trenches. I respect that a whole lot. So again, shout outs to him. And we basically can get into just the other regular stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I think I know for a fact I got it on Instagram and I also got it on Twitter as a bookmark. But one of the stories that kind of jumped out to me off the rip that I was like super. This one with this girl and her boyfriend for 11 months.
My boyfriend on New Year's Eve, and I have not spoken to him since.
So real quick, I'm going to play this clip of this young lady, and she basically was dating a gentleman for, I believe she said, for 11 months, and she got into a financial bind. So I'm going to play this clip because when she got into her financial bind, her boyfriend kind of real life played with her. So I do want to play this clip because I'm not gonna lie to you. If you've been listening to this show long enough, you know my dating history is more like the way they say lesbian women move. Like I'm quick to get that key. So I felt for her. Like I felt like, damn, like this was the perfect, like I wouldn't have needed this perfect opportunity. Like this would have been like too much of a layup for me.
Before I get into this, I just want to say that me and my boyfriend, we have been together for a year.
Oh,
well,
a year,
almost a year, 11 months. A year on February 2nd, we will have been together. Okay. My boyfriend is also 34, grown man. He also is a homeowner, has a pretty good job, and also has a business that he's starting. So let's start there, right? So recently, I obviously, like you all have known, I have become unemployed. And I have not been able to find a job. I have put in like 30 applications a day. I've got nothing, like barely even an interview. I've gone on 2 interviews. So I've been literally struggling, and I no longer have the funds to afford these bills. Okay. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna keep it together for this. I'm not gonna get stressed out. I no longer have the funds to afford these bills. It's something so crazy about having hundreds of thousands of dollars one day and then the next day having nothing. But that's what's going on right now. And so I am vulnerable with my man, and I go, hey, I'm gonna need to like stay with you for a little while I get myself together. Like I don't have anything on the rent. And so I'm going to need to move with you while I get myself together. Mind you, I said he has his own house, his own 3-bedroom apartment in a nice neighborhood. He also has a best friend. His best friend lives with him, mind you, and has been living with him for however many years that he's like lived there, almost the whole time he's lived there. And so I'm like, if his best friend can live with him, why not his girlfriend, you know? So I'm like, hey, I need a place to stay. Which honestly, in hindsight, I should have even have to ask for that. He knew I was struggling. He should have said, hey, let me take something off of your plate. Like, come stay with me so that you can breathe and get this. If he really cared about me, he would have said that, but he didn't. He sat there and he watched me struggle and then watched me get to the point where I was like, hey, I just need a break. Like, I'm literally so depressed. I'm losing my mind. I can't find anything. Can you please help me? And he said, no. He said, no. He said, no, you cannot live with me. Mind you, living with him is free. Doesn't cost him anything. He said, no. I can't live with him. At first, he goes, oh, I like that we have our own places to retreat to when we get into our arguments. And wrong answer. Number one, when we get into arguments, we never leave. Like, we stay in the same room and we continue to talk it out until we work it through, which I think is a really good habit that we have and a really good green flag that we have in our relationship. Yes, do we get into arguments? So does everyone. Yes, do I lose my cool? I'm a woman, but I rein it back in and we figure it out and nobody goes home. So that's a weird thing to say. We've never even done that. Second of all, that sounds like a problem to me, not a solution. When we get into arguments, we should not be leaving, because what happens when we get married? There is no way to go. We both live in the same house. So maybe that's not a good habit to start. Being that we have not started yet, maybe let's not start that now. On our very first day, I told him that I wanted to be engaged within a year. I said, after a year, I want to be engaged. He said that's plenty of enough time for someone to know whether or not they want to get married or not. This is what he said. We have talked about it, I shit you not, probably 10 times throughout this year. And never once did he say, I don't think this is going well enough for that to be a realistic goal anymore. Never once did he say, hey, like, let's pump the brakes. I don't think that we're doing that well.
All right, I feel like we don't. I don't need another 4 minutes or whatever she about to get into. I feel like that's realistically the gist of the conversation. And I guess off the rip, before I could just sit here and say he just obviously don't like you like that. Because if I know, I'm just as a man, especially if you are a straight man, there's no way in the world I'm gonna be. Not sitting here saying you about to kick your homeboy out, cool. Because that's whatever. If that's your man for real and he needs somewhere to cool. But it's no way that I'm going to allow my man to stay with me, and I'm not going to allow my girl to stay with me unless you really just don't like her. Like that's to me is
not necessarily don't like her, but do you want her up under you that much? Like he said, are we able to go our separate ways after the argument?
No, you don't have a place to stay.
Who don't have a place to stay?
She was going to be homeless.
Yeah, I mean you don't like her, dog. Like that's it. It's no if, ands, or but. You can't. There's no way in the world you can tell me you actually like somebody. No, you can't even listen to what I'm saying. It's not even about did you even like her. That means you don't even like the sex. Because if you actually like the sex, you wouldn't let her stay just off of the strength of that. Oh, I got some crazy box. She be going crazy. I can get this every night now. If she listens to what I'm saying, even if I didn't like her as a girlfriend, if she had some torch in the bed and she knew how to cook, bro, that is here go the key, dog. What else you need?
But if they saying they already going through arguments or whatever the case may be.
No, she said every couple has arguments.
No, but they already been through the arguments.
So what?
What does that mean?
But what's to say that I don't want to be like I know how you live. I don't want to be up under you.
And that means you don't like her,
right? I mean that's cool, but I get that part. That's what I'm saying. Like it can be that, right?
No, that's what it is. You don't like her. It's not nothing else about it. It's no ifs, ands, or buts. So maybe I need to breathing room. You go to work. You can go wherever else you need to go. You're not sitting here saying she's saying you got a 3-bedroom apartment. Cool. I'm not. You can still have a spare room if it's that much of a break. Like I'm going here to play the game. You ain't sitting here saying you about to move her in and she about to take the other bedroom. No, she about to sleep with you every night. Like, man, that's crazy. There's no way in the world you can tell me you like this girl or you like her sex. Or she may just don't cook. And else could be some of her problems with her, maybe her red flags. But that to me just seems crazy. You've been with somebody for a year and you're going through a hard time. And then it was like, nah, I'm cool. I hope for her, that's a learning lesson. And for anybody who listening or hearing that story, like, don't turn your nose up at it because just like she said, it's crazy. I had a good job. You know what I'm saying? I had a couple. She might have been gassing it a little bit, saying she had hundreds of thousands in her bank account, and now you lose your job, and now you kind of like scrimmaging about to be depressed. That math ain't mathing. But still, with all that being said, that should just let you know that sometimes the materialistic stuff ain't important because you can absolutely lose it. And that was just her getting a taste of when people be like, life be life, and life just life to her. But she just you got to see firsthand it. This dude ain't really for you. He don't really bang with you at all. He don't even bang with your sex. I'm telling you, ladies, listen to what I'm telling you. If the box was at least torch and you could really throw down in the kitchen, that to me should have almost been a damn like, here, bro, I was waiting for you to ask for a key. Like, that's to me is just crazy because I'm with her. Like, that logic makes sense to me. Like, I'm thinking like she thinking like, damn, your homeboy live here. He ain't letting you clap his cheeks or unless y'all doing something that I don't know about. But he can stay here for free and I can't like make that make sense.
Marcus, you shaking your head?
I mean,
Bro, there's no way in the world me and another man can share a space, and I cannot share a space with somebody I've been in.
Like you can share a space with a person, but like you said, if you don't like her or I don't fuck with her like that to be in my space all the time, that's what I'm saying. Just because she got good sex, I don't mean guarantee that I want you to be there all the time.
I feel like when we sit here saying all the time, I feel like that means you wouldn't have he got a job. You got to go to work.
Yeah, but I still got it. But that's still all the time. You're there all the time. Like I've been at work. I come home. I want to get on the game. Like, no, baby, can we cut and watch Netflix? I don't want to see you.
Yeah, but I feel like all of that should have been already established beforehand. Like you didn't establish
right.
That.
But if
like,
we were living in two different places,
no, it's not because even if y'all lived in two different places, you would have still bumped heads with the video game and the Netflix thing, even if y'all didn't live together. Because it could just be like one day when you just in that bug and you got that mood, like when you really locking on the game or you mid like in a hot streak of your season and you got a good game coming up. Like anybody who play video games, you can get locked in. And I'm sure that you're going to be locked in and what you telling me your girl can't even come over because you locked in on the game. So y'all should have had that argument or that conversation already before it even got to her not having a space. Like that to me should have been something you probably should have bumped into realistic. Again, if we sit here saying the box is good, because though sometimes even off the late night, I'm sure even if she had her own space and she spent the night one night. What you see here saying? So every night that she spent the night when y'all both had your own separate spaces to go, you never played the video game before, so y'all never had that conversation. So yeah, of course, if I'm living like that, if I can't touch my video game because my girl is over there, yeah, I get why somebody wouldn't want. But to me, if you talking about y'all adults and you kind of unless you hide and you want to play video games, because I know some women get turned off by dudes who play video games. But if that's the case, you should have already had this argument and y'all should have already been over this topic. That should have been 2 months into the relationship.
11 months in. How you don't like me at 11 months? Why are we still together then? Especially if we had the conversation that I wanted to be married in a year.
And he answered the conversation as,
He told her no. He told her no.
He was looking for it. So you kept pursuing it, or
no.
So now that he's saying that he don't want you to live there,
he didn't say he didn't want to marry her. He just said she couldn't live with him.
Yeah, no. After you say you don't want her to live it, that marriage thing is dead. I thought
he did say. I thought he did say like. I thought that like maybe I've been right before he cut it off. I thought that's what like he wasn't really paying no mind. So he was
to get to that. So I'm thinking we're doing well. We're on schedule. After a year or a year and a half, we'll probably get engaged. Then he goes, I don't think I want to live with someone again until I'm married to them, which is some new boundary that he literally just made up because he's never said that the whole time we've been together. And I go, maybe it's not a good idea that you live with someone after you already got married to them, because what if you guys are not compatible to live together and you don't know that until after you're already married? Then what? That's really dumb, actually. And so I'm like, okay, that's a completely new thing. But granted, it's been a year. We set our goal for a year. Are we going to get married? And he goes, no, that was your goal.
Thank you.
Since when was this my goal? It was my goal, but like, I thought we were in agreement because you never said that we weren't in agreement.
Y'all be in your head.
Clearly, I made all this up in my head. And this was never a goal. I just thought it was a goal because I continuously talked about it. And he never said that it was unrealistic. As a matter of fact, he said the quite opposite, that it was a realistic goal to have. And never once, as we neared to the end of that year, did he ever say, hey, I don't think we're close to being married. So imagine my surprise when he says, I don't think we're close to being married. We still have things to figure out, because a couple of nights ago, I got super irritated at him and yelled at him and told him to leave my house. And apparently that's enough of a reason for him to be like, whoa, I don't want to marry her. All right. So yeah. And so I said, hey, I'm actually scared that I'm going to be homeless because.
Oh, you homeless.
I said, I'm actually thinking I'm going to be homeless because I don't have a job and these bills keep coming and I can't do it no more. I'm tapped out of resources. And I think I'm going to end up, if you don't let me live with you, I'm going to end up in my car, living in my car, something like being actually homeless. And
where your family
he goes, well, plenty of millionaires have lived in their car before.
You said that.
That's crazy, though.
What the fuck? So basically he said, yeah, no, I'm not going to help you. I'm sorry that you're dealing with this. I know it's hard, but basically he told me that you never really do have anybody to depend on and you come alone in this world and you are your own person and you should be your number one priority because nobody else is going to be dependable,
bro, that was basically like a huge, like, dog, that's basically what he's like, bro, that is crazy. Like, what are we talking, like, nah, she better than me because that like that her maturity level, I respect her. I mean, of course, again, that's why, again, shout out to TikTok. That is to me why TikTok is absolutely the greatest app, because for a video like this, I'm sure even just, I don't know, I ain't go out of, because I seen this on Twitter, so I don't know how many followers she got, but if I'm just going off of just her aesthetics or whatever the case may be, I'm sure she probably don't got hundreds of thousands or millions of followers. So for this video, it's like, she's better than me because I would have crashed out. Like, that's one of them Jones where I wouldn't be mad if a girl she going 20 black stories on the Instagram calling you all types of little D's and all of this. Like, I would get it, because that's what would be so heartbreaking, that you've been with somebody for a year and you sit here telling me you hit a real live, like, this ain't just like, oh, I need to get an oil change or I got a flat tire, can you let me use your, no, it's not. This is a real life, almost like you on to the point where you about to be homeless, and for you to be that vulnerable with somebody, because most of us don't want to be that honest with somebody when you telling them like, dog, I'm tapped and I really ain't got nothing, I don't have no other resource, I don't have no other help, and this is somebody I'm sure if you talking about a year in, that mean this is somebody you've been hunching with raw. You didn't let this bag crack raw and he told you, nah, dog, I can't do it for you. Man, she better than me. Like I wouldn't be like, I ain't gonna say this because I don't want to put that type of energy out, but that would have been one of them jokes. I would have made it, wouldn't he be mad if she would have seen it through a wild story out against him just off the strength of this, because she's taking it very mature, because I don't necessarily know if I'm this level of mature. Because that's crazy, though. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. That I felt for her when I first seen this, John. I was like, nah, no, that's crazy. And I seen it and seen a girl kind of dragging her, and I'm like,
because I mean,
huh?
but because you living in your own head. Like, if you said he said all this to you for, and you still trying to...
So listen, what I'm saying. I get what you're talking about. You're talking about the marriage part. Screw that part, dog.
But not even necessarily the marriage
for a year.
But not necessarily even the marriage part. It's just like, dog, you seen the writing on the wall. You didn't want to believe it.
How? What was the writing on the wall?
Obviously, they said they didn't have conversations for a while, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't just a conversation just that day. You had the conversations beforehand.
No, but you're talking about the marriage part. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about just allowing somebody to just live in your space. Even if you know in the back of your head that you really don't bang with this girl and you don't want to marry her.
But my thing is, they had arguments before. They didn't just have this argument just now. They had arguments before. That's what she said. We never left. We just talked about it. So you had disagreements before. Like I said, sometimes females get in that where, all right, yeah, we are a couple. This is what I want. You living in that fairy tale and not being reality.
Well, then bring them to reality and
but I shouldn't have. But okay, but you said,
because I just had a conversation with my friend that I hate wasted time. If you're not trying to do what I'm doing, then let me know. Stop wasting my time.
But okay, but
that's crazy to me. I mean, like
so okay, but if you put this whole, well, I wanted to be this. I didn't say I wanted to be this.
Then say no.
Yeah, I do. I heard when she said that part, like I said, I mean, I get it, because I do think to be even wanting to get married in a year is kind of like, that's extremely
crazy.
Fast. Yeah, I get that part is crazy, but I'm just talking about just off the, hey, I'm going through a hard time. Screw the marriage part. Take the marriage part out. I don't care about that part, because I'm with you on that one. That's extremely too fast to sit here and be moving. I sit here was literally just had an argument with a girl, like not even a real one, but just an argument. She was just like, well, how long? She sent me like a clip or something saying like, should you, like, if you and your partner, should y'all have each other's John? I'm like, yeah, maybe if y'all each other password to the phone. I'm like, yeah, maybe after like a year. She's like, yeah, that's too long. I'm like, bro, who's giving you their password to their phone before a year? You know how much stuff people got in their phone right now? Like, your phone is damn near almost like everything. Your social security card, your bank card, screw the social media part, screw the text message part. My personal stuff that is attached to your phone or attached to emails or whatever in your phone, there's no way in hell I'm just willy-nilly giving to any person that I've been dealing with for less than a year my password to my phone. You know how crazy that sounds? Like, that don't even make sense to me. Like, when you like real, like, well, I seen what she say? I seen a dating coach or somebody say that what it's supposed to be, you supposed to be able to be comfortable to give somebody your password in a couple of months. Yeah, I said, yeah, that's cool for them. I would never take parts of that. I'm not even going to sit here and string you along and be like, oh yeah, well, how many months you think should be, like, what? Anything but past the year, you're not touching my phone. I will give you a key to where I live at before I give you my phone code. Like, bro, be serious. Like, stop what you're doing. Like, that's crazy to me. And that to me, and that could, some people may hear me say that and be like, that's kind of irresponsible. Why would you give somebody a key? Because I can deal with whatever you try to do in real life via what you can do to somebody on the phone. Like, I feel like you can do way more dangerous stuff with somebody's password, or you get somebody's social security number, or you can get their credit card information off their phone than what you can do if you just living in my house and I ain't got nothing in here real besides a TV and a bed and some clothes. Like, I'm cool. All right, take you, whatever can happen with that. I don't care about that stuff. But what you can get is somebody credit card, you got to go get a whole new card, you got to get a whole new social security. That's something completely different. So like I said, I mean, I'm not mad at that girl. I feel for her that dude that she was dealing with, he just like dragged her. While we're talking about dating stuff, Megan Thee Stallion's new boyfriend, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not mad at him for kind of panicking. Two things I'm not mad at him for, because I do follow that same girl, and I'm like, oh, I follow this girl. But I'm not gonna lie to you, and I understand he probably didn't understand it. I don't know how long him and Meg been dealing with each other. So, and if he's still been texting this girl or DMing this girl after he got Meg, that to me is crazy, because that's a joke that I wouldn't even be texting or DM. I never DM'd her before, and I follow her, but she's one of them jonks, like she's a BBL jonk that's faking like it's like a workout jonk. Like, you, maybe because I follow enough workout girls, I know for a fact when somebody's faking like they work out and girls who actually work out. Like, it's a different, like, you could put on gym clothes, because gym clothes are so tight and so sexual now. Like, I get it. Like, I ain't sitting here trying to like shade her, but like, we comparing, like, and I'm not mad at her. I mean, I am mad at her because it's corny that you trying to do the fake crash out and blast him now because he got Meg. But it's like, you should got to be able to be real with yourself. Like, bruh, look, it's Megan. Look at you. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that's just and I'm mad at him for kind of like, Like I said, I'm only mad if he's still DMing her. Like if you still DMing her and you out with Meg Thee Stallion, like Meg is posting you on her page, that is super slow. Like that's a hard, like you just out of pocket. Like that's just like you being like you putting the male species down 100 points to still even be entertaining or DMing this girl if you got Meg already. Now, like I said, if this was all previous to Meg, and therefore even for that girl, like she screenshot him sending her $100. Bro, this is an NBA player. He sent you $100 is not a flex. You shouldn't. That's like somebody like you asking somebody for like a homeless person asking for $1. Like, bro, that's not like that. It, to me was like I seen that and I'm glad. Like when I seen the $100 part, I said, let me go to the comment section real quick because I don't want to be the dickhead to be like $100 and he playing the NBA. Like, what are we doing? But I love to see went under the comment section. I seen like 1,000 women. The first thing everybody said is, bro, you got $100 from an NBA player. Like this ain't 1990s NBA player. This is 2024 where they are pissing hundreds of $1 million contracts like a bum on an NBA team now. Damn, they're making $20 million a year. Like, so what are we doing, dog? And let's be clear, this dude, if we talking about NBA wise, basketball wise, even we just talking about on his team, ain't even a top 10, top 20 player. It ain't even 20 players on the Chicago team. I've never seen this man play a day in my life.
Well, shout outs to the bench riders because they got a nice roster. You saw Royce O'Neal got Shorty from Powell?
Yes, that one I ain't gonna lie. That one I don't even know which one hurt a little bit more. Pause, no homo. Like if I'm just okay, and just let me say some gay stuff. If I'm gonna put my gay radar on real quick, if we just going off of looks, I kind of get the Torrey Craig. He's a nice looking nigga. Royce O'Neal was an old looking man. Like, bro, he looked old, and people were saying, and that was people were saying to her, like, damn, why you dating this old man? Because in the face, Royce O'Neal look old as shit. And in real life, she's older than Royce O'Neal. So shout out to Royce O'Neal. I respect the nigga gay because for you to be able to get paid, and for people who know who, if you watch Power and Power Page played Lauren, that was Tyreek girl. You get it. You got 2 eyes. You can see it. I'm not mad at that. Like shout out to Royce O'Neal. You may be the best Orlando Magic just off the strength of that. Because for Dwight Howard to be Dwight Howard don't even got him. Steve Francis ain't never had one of them. Gilbert Arenas ain't got one of them. So Royce O'Neal, I salute to you, dog. Like you really him. You say who?
He played in Orlando.
Who?
Royce O'Neal.
Yeah, he played for the Magic right now.
No, he played for Phoenix.
Royce O'Neal?
Yeah.
No, well, he played for Orlando. I know for a fact he played for the Magics. He played for the Magics for a brick. I want to say him and it was. Damn, I thought he still played for Orlando.
Oh, he's in Phoenix.
Who am I thinking about then? Am I thinking about Ross?
Terry Ross?
I Googled it. I want to say Royce O'Neal played for the Magic for a minute. I could be wrong and I could be mistaking him for somebody else, but that nigga would go look at that picture of him and her floating around. He look old as shit. He got an old man face. Like that old man beard, he looked like an old man. So I'm not like, again, at least, and Royce O'Neal does have a more, like we talking about respectable basketball name compared to the Torrey and like we wouldn't even know who he was if he wasn't dating Meg. Like, I'm not gonna hold you. And that's why you can't fumble one of them balls. Like, and I'm not mad at him for literally trying to delete all the DMs before. And again, like I said, this girl ain't a bad looking girl. Like, I get it for regular dudes. Like,
yeah, he's in Phoenix.
But I'm saying, did he ever play for the Magics? I know he played for Phoenix now, but that's like recently. He just recently got there.
He never played for the Magic.
Never?
Yeah, no, he was in Brooklyn and Utah.
Oh, I don't know who I'm confusing him with. And I'm thinking of Ross. What's the other nigga name? I'm thinking of somebody else for the Magic. I thought he played for the Magic. Well, that's even better. If you play for Utah and you play for Brooklyn, I ain't mad at you. Shout outs to you for. Oh, that kind of made me sense. They might have been talking for a minute because she did used to go to a bunch of Brooklyn games. But again, like shout outs to him though. He is winning, supremely winning, even to be able to get them crazy Christmas pictures off. And she posted them. Like he don't, again, some basketball players ain't lit on social media. So it's like she brought that to the stage. Like she is more famous than him. Like that's why sometimes I get people play in the NBA or the NFL, but sometimes they are just professional athletes. That's just their job. They're not actual celebrities. Like the Torrey, like this is the most.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
What about what?
I feel like I don't think I would know. I wouldn't spot her. I'd be like, oh, that's you from Power. If I seen him.
She played in a way more a lot of
stuff. Yeah, right. She got a movie about to come out. But I'm just saying, like, I would if I seen her walking down the street, I would be like, oh, can I get your autograph? But if I seen him.
You would not ask for his autograph. You're a fucking liar.
I mean, because he's an athlete. He's
you would never in your life ask him. If you see him, where
no,
would you
I'm
see
saying,
him at? You ask him for you.
I'm saying if you, I know you saying me as but I'm just saying like
even if you was a kid, you wouldn't know.
I think the kids probably would before they ask her.
Would know who he was. You think your kids would know who this nigga is?
they wouldn't know who she is. So that's what I'm saying.
But cool, but just still,
but just somebody.
Okay, so people in their
that's
20s. So people in their 20s. Let's take us out. Let's take your kids out. Let's put somebody 21 years old. You think that they would know who Royce O'Neal is before they would know who Paige is?
I don't think they would know who neither one is. That's what I'm saying. I don't think neither one of them are bigger than each other. I feel like both of them are like a Z-list celebrity. And I can't say one bigger than the other.
I'm going with Paige. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying. Like I feel like it could be a good argument, but I think especially for people who listen to this podcast or listen to podcasts in general, I'm even 100% people who lived in Brooklyn probably don't know what he looked like compared to her. Like we asking black people, we ain't just saying random, like go ask little white Tommy. If we just sitting there saying we have asking black people from the age of, let's say 21 to 41. I think that more people know who Paige is than know who Royce O'Neal is.
She played on Everybody Hates Chris.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But I don't think nobody paid attention to that. Like nobody
you think more people watch. You think more people watch the Brooklyn Nets play or the Utah Jazz play than they watch the Power?
What I'm telling you, I feel like the both of them are not celebrities. Like like if you seen both of them walking down the street, you wouldn't be like, "Hey, can I get you?" Nobody would stop them.
I'm gonna disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. Because even if we just go, and I hate being a numbers person, but even if we just go off of the numbers that the NBA putting out what people watch right now, compared to the numbers we've been seeing people watch Power at his peak and she on there with Tyreek, niggas way more. It's not even close. And he don't play on none of them games. Like he don't play beside LeBron and Steph Curry. Like you talking about, he literally just got the Kevin Durant. He just got the Phoenix this year or the end of last year. He ain't been with Kevin Durant his whole entire career.
Yeah, right. But when you're an athlete, I feel like just being a basketball player, you have fans already in there. You have fans.
No,
those are fans. Those fans on the arena.
No. Yes. So you're telling me so whole time
they don't stand out there. No, when them fans be out there, they know the players. They know the players. Well, hold on, wait. Oh, can I get your autograph? They not just everybody just run up for Kevin Durant.
So listen. We can even bring this. We could bring this even.
They not lining out outside of her trailer.
Let's bring it even. Let's bring it close. Let's bring it even local. So you think that more people knew who? Some random, I don't even want to be too disrespectful. You think they knew who the 8th player was? Like girls in the club in the DMV area knew who the number 8 player was when John Wall was in Washington, D.C.? No, dog.
Andre Bloch.
And he had to spend money. People don't know.
But they knew who. But Andre Bloch.
No, listen to this. Perfect example. Me and Andre Bloch are probably Eskimo brothers. At least 10 women strong. I don't even know what this man looked like.
He's Eskimo brother with me too, but that's what I'm just saying, dog. What the fuck are we talking about? But he's still. But that's what I'm saying. But
I wouldn't know who he. You have to introduce him to me.
But I'm telling you, but he's still is a local. Like when he was in the club, you people knew who he was.
Yeah, because the nigga's 7 feet tall.
Right, but that's an athlete. That's what I'm saying. For her, I feel like, dog, if you seen both of them in the club, you're gonna be like, oh, that's the shorty from Power. I don't think nobody's gonna say that. Oh, that's the girl from Hey, Everybody Hates Chris. But you would look at him like, damn, is that a basketball player?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you another perfect example of why I disagree with you. So do you think? Okay, so do you think more people know? You think more people know who he is or Tyreek?
Who is?
Who Royce O'Neal is or Tyreek?
Tyreek.
So do you think more people know who Royce O'Neal is or Effie?
Royce O'Neal.
Nigga, Effie get booked for shows every fucking week. Right, she don't even rap. And that's just my point.
No, but you're saying booked for shows like, but who is going to those shows? Like who's seen her in those shows? Like you saying get booked for? Yeah, everybody gets
people when she go to Rose Bar and when she come to the DMV and she hosts Rose Bar. Niggas be in there taking pictures with her.
No, I like I said,
Royce O'Neal
I feel like
never
both
getting booked for the coming. Oh yeah, Royce O'Neal hosting the club the night after the Phoenix Suns play tonight. Like what are we talking about? Like if perfect example, if the Phoenix Suns came and played played the Wizards tomorrow and they had an after party, he ain't gonna be dog. He's going to be on the last. They will. I promise you, he will be the last nigga that they'll be sitting here and say, "Oh, we about to book Royce O'Neal to come and host the jump."
Both of them. I feel like both of them on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's debatable. Again, just going back into it, and we can close this one out. I'm not mad at, like I said, I'm not mad at Torrey and Craig if he was shooting his shot at this girl, because I get it. Like she fat as all outdoors. She got some big titties. She got a big butt. But after you get Meg, you got to kind of just like, you should have been deleted that. Like this shouldn't even be because him and Meg posted like a little picture in the bed or did one of them little TikTok videos in the bed together. Man, I feel like almost like 2 or 3 months ago. So you should have kind of deleted. Like, I don't know how. Like, I mean, I don't know Meg behavior. I don't know her dating thing, because if we just going off of what you hear on the internet, Meg do kind of play like a big dog. So it may be a little bit different. I don't know. I don't know how Meg make you personally feel. Why you still maybe shooting your shot? But that, to me, if I'm just going off an eye test, that's not somebody I'm messing up my relationship with Megan Thee Stallion over, like, at all. Like, no, let's be clear. It's some workout girls, it's some Instagram girls. Like, I would respect you more to be like, all right, damn, even if you had Meg and you got caught in her DM, I wouldn't be mad. But I'm not getting, like, bro, this girl is like extremely just like a regular BBL joint. Like, she's like a OnlyFans joint. Like, if her OnlyFans was for $10, I'd cop. I wouldn't spend $25 on it. And she got enough followers that she may be trying to charge dudes $25, but I wouldn't pay $25 for it. Like, I would wait until she like, hey, I'm doing the bundle deal for the next 30 days is free subscription.
But my
or
whole
something
thing
like
is,
that.
what's the point of even putting it out there?
Because you want the clout. Because that's what you got. Because guess what? Nobody, listen to what I'm telling you. She's a girl that I'm telling you, I follow her. That's not one of them girls I leave comments under. And she posts every day.
Yeah,
So you kind of want the clout. So you want people to, you want the exposure, your page get lit. You want people to come to your page, view your page, even if it's hateful comments. Like, people gonna post it. Like, you just want that attention. Like, we live in a day and age where that's just what people want.
But wouldn't that be like a turn off to the next person that try to deal with you because you doing shit like that?
It'll be, listen to what I'm saying. It'll be a turn off for maybe the next athlete, but it wouldn't be a turn off for the next street dude, because he gonna look at it like, nobody don't care about me. But if NBA niggas want you, like, you got to think, but that's just how street dudes, like, street dudes brag about stuff like that. Like, that's just a bragging point for a street dude. Like, damn, I hit the same girls that this basketball player hit. So yeah, or promoter, he wouldn't matter. Like, damn, yeah, Torrey Craig was on her line. He, whatever, I'm cool. But for another basketball, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look, but again, I'm being realistic on basketball status. He ain't nobody that everybody checking for neither. Like, nobody would have, we're not talking about Torrey and Craig if it wasn't for Megan Thee Stallion. Like, let's just be honest. Like, niggas, like, it just wouldn't happen. Like, look,
but see, that's why I be, because like, even when you say that, like, dog, they did have a college career. Like, a lot of them had a college career, so they do have a name, and that's why I'm saying, like,
yeah,
I get it.
No,
huh?
Hey, bro, if that, I hear what you're saying, but if that's the case, dog, niggas wouldn't be like, nah, dog. It's a lot of niggas who be on, like, even look at Nick Young. Like, dog, Nick Young got a nickname and some more shit, but like, Nick Young is known for like the biggest. Do you know Nick Young played for? He played for the Lakers when Kobe Bryant was there. The two biggest things that Nick Young got going on in his career, his entire life, is the situation between him and D-Lo from dating Iggy Azalea, when D-Lo snitched on him and leaked the pictures or whatever, show Iggy Azalea, whatever text messages. That is right there. That's the bar for Nick Young. That is the top. If you Google Nick Young, I'm 100% positive that's what's going to come up first. And then the next thing is podcasting with Gilbert Arenas. And you sit here saying, okay, so perfect example. So you know the strong nigga who be on Gilbert Arenas, John? I don't know who he is. Never seen him play basketball a day in my life.
I seen him, but he was big in college in North Carolina. Yeah, he was. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so people do have
but guess what though?
But they do have.
But Marcus, I hear you. I'm not, and I ain't disagreeing with you. But guess what? Every day, if you go on go just pick a random YouTube video, go on the Gills and everybody in the comment section was like, who ever seen this nigga play before?
No, but that's my thing. That's why I just feel like that's why when you look at, like, when it comes to athletes, like shit like that, like, damn, you were somebody in college, but then in the pros, you just an average Joe Blow. Just like even with Gilbert. Yes, Gilbert put up those numbers, but then it's just like, all right, the numbers you put up, like, all right, nigga, you really wasn't him. You had 2 years where you were him.
But that's what I'm saying though. But the difference is Gilbert Arenas had moments where he was actually him,
right?
On the court.
But you had actual moments that you were him. But then afterwards, it's like, all right, nigga, you wasn't, like, you was just jacking. Like, you wasn't that guy. You wasn't the best of the best. Because I forgot who somebody said, like, damn, Gilbert keep talking about these what's name, like, all right, yeah, I think it was Kobe or something. He was like, yeah, all right, Kobe dropped 58 on you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he still, like I said, everybody had their moments, but it's just like, all right, yeah, you're not, because I think he was shitting on Nick the other day when he was talking about championship experience. Yeah, Nick Young was on the championship team with Golden State, but he don't really have no experience compared to somebody else who's actually putting up points.
But when Gilbert said that was a true statement though. Like, yeah, you played on it, but he even said, like, bro, this don't even sound right. Like, yeah, you shot in a championship game, but you still wasn't that. You ain't nobody to care about. Nobody. People don't even remember you was on that team.
Right, but I feel like that's just like even with JaVale McGee. Like how JaVale McGee was more popular for all the shit. Him and Nick Young was both popular on the Wizards for the stupid shit they used to be on Shaq and the Fool. But JaVale McGee, if he wasn't in Golden State, they might not have won a lot of them last couple of championships.
So that's why I'm saying you can't compare JaVale McGee to them then. Because listen, kid, I'm with you. Listen to what I'm saying. Leading up before you're absolutely right. Before going to Golden State, JaVale McGee was only known for Shaq the Fool and his mother coming to his defense, going on Shaq. Like that was a thing. Leading up before he went to go play for the Warriors, that was the peak. That was the pinnacle for JaVale McGee's career was Shaq the Fool. But after he got to Golden State, I don't know what happened, how he turned it on. But guess what? He's a 4-time champion now. Right, he won 3 in Golden State and then went to the Lakers.
But would you know him? But when people say, would you know him for his Golden State career, or would you just know him for what he was doing with the Wizards?
If somebody say just for the Wizards, that means you don't watch basketball. Because let's be clear, even screw the Warriors thing. One, he was a huge factor in those Warriors championship. But the bubble jump, that job that JaVale McGee and Dwight Howard did on Jokic. We're the same. Anthony Davis can't not do it by himself. So you got to give a lot of that credit to what the Lakers did in that bubble to JaVale McGee and Dwight Howard. Let's be clear. So that's my point. Somebody sit here and told me if you're trying to put JaVale McGee in the same box as Nick Young, I would argue you don't watch enough basketball because I don't think that those two people should ever be. I'm saying before when they was in Washington, cool, but after leaving Washington, them two niggas should never be in the same conversation again because I feel like JaVale McGee has elevated his game to the point where it's like perfect example. He's still in the league and Nick Young is doing a podcast with fucking Gilbert Arenas.
That's why I say I just sometimes when people I feel like they are somebody. They just like okay, you might not be.
It's a difference between somebody like if the casual fan don't know you, that means you just got a job, dog. That's the difference. Like I know the difference between how when your kids get excited when they just see when they fucking see Justin Jefferson, dog, your kids get so excited. I know that they don't watch football every Sunday, but when they see a highlight of Jefferson, like that's the difference between, or they see a highlight of John Morant, like that's the difference. Like it just be certain players that just kind of like it's the difference between like that's why superstars are superstars. That's why certain players get all-star votings and some people just don't never get them. Like we can't sit here and make it seem like because you play in the NBA or you play in the NFL, that shit all mean the same thing because it don't. Like I even seen Cam Newton getting cooked because people was mad because he said in 20 years the WNBA will probably be bigger than Major League Baseball. If we talking about paycheck wise, it sound crazy. But if we just being honest off of just raw popularity, you're not about to sit here and I'm not sitting here saying to you ask somebody who actually like baseball, but if we talking about just random people, if we walk on the street, I sit here and say, and you can go into whatever city somebody living. Like if somebody asks me right now, name you 5 WNBA players or name you 5 players to play for the Orioles and the Nets, I couldn't even name you one.
Yeah, but I mean, if you say name baseball players, they can name you baseball players. They might not be able to name you for the local team, but they can name you baseball players.
Like who? Who you think they can name? The Chinese nigga?
No, I'm just saying. I'm sure if you.
But if I asked you right now to name me 5 baseball players, could you name them?
No.
So that's my point. So what he's saying, it sounds crazy because the people.
Because I watch basketball. No, but that's what I'm saying. But for somebody like me who watch basketball, but you just about random people, I feel like random. You might be surprised. Like I said, I watch basketball. I don't watch baseball. Don't know shit about baseball.
But that's my point, though. But I think realistically, I think what people.
But it's more random people out here who.
But listen, because let's be clear. I think a lot. Listen, and we all know, and because we live here, you know for a fact, a lot of people. We talk about this on here a million times. A lot of people go to baseball games because the company they work for giving you free tickets during the summertime. Like, hey, we got Nats tickets. Here you go. Here we got Orioles tickets. Go to the game, whatever the case may be. They buy. Like, people not paying. And if you do, people are okay. The cheapest date you can go to during the summertime is a baseball game, bro. You can go to a baseball game for $10, and nobody's going to care. Like nobody ain't going to think twice about it. Like niggas is not running just because the stadiums hold more people. Yeah, the tickets is way cheaper too. Like how many people got in here for free and didn't actually pay for no tickets? So I don't think that when he said it sound crazy because most people don't want to have that honest conversation. But if you sit here telling me to the average person, even if it's just regular people on social media who may be following Bleacher Report, I'm 100% positive more people know who Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark is than they know any baseball player outside of the Chinese nigga. And you only know who the Chinese nigga is because he's getting these crazy ass contracts that they keep showing up. So you would just know, oh yeah, that's the Chinese nigga who they got 700 million. I don't even know his name. I listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the Chinese nigga who got a bunch of money, but I don't know what his name is. I ain't even trying to live his name. So that would be my only thing for that one with the baseball joint. Like, I ain't mad at Cam Newton for that one. I feel like it sounds like a crazy hot take, but I honestly don't think that take is too crazy. I guess we could kind of move on to a video that was going kind of viral, and it is one of those things where I take my hat off to any, and this can kind of lead up to the Elliott Wilson and Cameron jump in a second as well. But shout outs to like, again, that's why I kind of always give credit to like No Jumper and Vlad, because it'd be some of these niggas I would never want to interview. I don't have I'm talking about not one bone in my body that makes me think, especially a local rapper, I never want to sit beside and do no interviews. So I take my hat off and salute to any YouTuber, any podcaster who is infatuated with interviewing rappers. Because the perfect example of this clip I'm about to play is one of the top reasons why, because rappers don't know how to just use their like common sense, bro.
Come on. Not and choices we got in life, those were your choices. Who shot who? Come on, Lord. Somebody got shot? Lord, you good, Lord? I hope. Y'all good?
Damn, Brody. Like, listen to how
not
came in. We got
and choices we got in life, those were your choices.
Like, what the fuck?
Who shot who? Somebody got shot? Lord, you good, Lord? I hope. Y'all good?
And you have to think about how crazy this is. An old man doing this interview. Like, this old man interviewing him is like 50, maybe 60 years. Like, he sound old, he look old. I don't even know why you at that old age is even wanting to talk to a rapper, dog. But that would be the perfect example why I would never want to be in the same room with a local rapper. And the reason why I put parentheses on local rappers, because local rappers act like local rappers. And this is only something stupid that a local rapper would do, because you're trying to, maybe because you don't, like, you going into the interview and you trying to be cool, or maybe you realistically really got smoke in the street, so you trying to like protect your safety. It's kind of like, it's weird, dog. Like, that to me, just like you getting interviewed by an old man, it's clear as day on camera. I can see he old. I can hear him, and he sound old as hell. Like, who shot you? You okay? Who got shot? Like, he's saying who got, that's how you know how old this nigga is. He's saying who got shot, and the nigga directly across from him just shot himself. You can see the fire come out his pants in the leg, bro. That's why I promise you, ain't no way in the hell. Like, shout outs to Adam from the No Jumper. And again, and real quick, while we just talking about that, it's a video, and I can play the clip of WHAM 100. I think I saved that to my phone. I did.
How dare you send me that text, Adam?
Real quick, before I play the John, let me just at least tell people what I'm about to play. I'm about to play this clip of WHAM 100 because there is a video that was floating around. I don't think it really didn't make it to Instagram, but it was going crazy on Twitter. It was a video of some young dudes who must have, I'm sure WHAM has his entourage or his, I don't want to say security, I want to say entourage, because none of them dudes look like security guards. Like, most of the dudes in this video, WHAM 100 looked like he was bigger than everybody in that video. And he just narrating through these dudes beating up. Like, two dudes getting crushed. They like in the back of, I guess, the parking lot or the alley of No Jumper where they record at. And I don't know what happened, because I haven't seen, or I really ain't do no research to try to look to see what happened. But I'm watching the crew like, dude, two dudes got stripped. One dude got stripped butt ball naked. I'm talking about butterball, like he was butt ass. Like, they took his shoes off, took all, I'm talking about not even, they ain't leave no underwear on him. And that's all you see. And that's, again, that's sometimes with it's the internet. I'm like, bro, the internet is just such a weird place. Listen to me clear. I'm not about to sit here and make it like I understand the logic on why strip somebody butt naked, but I understand as a man how it would humiliate me if somebody stripped me butterball naked. Like, as a man, that literally strips everything out of your soul. And that's just sometimes, like, when I'm on social media, I like to read comments, because I just like to understand why you kind of got to catch yourself and don't go back and forth with people on social media, because there are so many people on social media who just have never been in real life situations. Because as a man, I'm watching this like, damn, I feel bad for them, because I'm watching the video like, this is all the way in California and I'm in the DMV, and I'm watching this like, damn, like, it's no coming back from this. Like, the only comeback from this happening to you is a pure 100% 911 crash out. Like, you cannot do nothing. You can't never pop off. You can't say nothing, because everybody who know that this is you getting beat down. So you can't even go to the barbershop. And one of the dudes who was getting stripped had a fresh baldy. Boy, you're gonna be in the house cutting that hair off for the rest of your life, because you can't go nowhere and get aggressive with nobody ever again in life after getting stripped butterball naked. So watching that video, I'm not mad at Adam, because it's probably put you in a crazy place, because I don't know who the people was. I don't know the backstory, but that got crazy. Like, it was two dudes who got beat down, like bad. So I'm going to play this clip of WHAM 100 addressing Adam.
Yeah. I got your little text, Adam. You and your little scheduler, Laura. Why you couldn't call me on the phone and tell me that, Adam? Why you couldn't be a man, you know what I'm saying, the man you say you are, the 22ster, why you couldn't call me on the phone, Adam, and have that conversation with me? Why then you gonna go on the Adam and Laura whack text blast, and then you gonna say what you said? I got you. Check it out, Adam. It don't work that way. I don't go away that easy, homie. Yeah. I'm an exposer. I got your message. I got your little instructions. But that don't mean I gotta agree to it or hear it. See, Adam, we got a contract. You understand what I'm telling you? And once a week, we supposed to meet at a certain set time, Adam. A time that you set. But now all of a sudden, because all this going on with bro, you want to get on there with the scheduler and send me these text messages, but you couldn't call and tell me, Adam. Come on, bro.
All right, real quick.
What
You said what happened? I'm gonna just shoot. To me, I'm just reading between the lines. What I will kind of do, shoot Adam a little bit of bail is. I can only imagine what type of heat he got coming to work because he got to still. Him and Wack only do a show once a week. You still got to record No Jumper. Let's just sit here and say 5 or 6 days out of the week. He still got to keep pulling up to that studio. So I'm sure the dudes who got beat, I'm sure they got some communication with Adam or Baby who have some type of reach to get in contact with him. So I'm sure realistically, yeah, they produce probably may not want to be able to retaliate with Wack, but I'm sure he probably trying to like save face with whoever bro, them niggas got beat bad. So I can only imagine how frustrated and how outrageous they may feel. And I'm sure Wack, you ain't about to come up there every day and protect Adam. So I can imagine Adam probably shot him a text and be like, man, can we just, lay low from recording for a couple, weeks or so, let this cool down a little bit or throw people off and let's switch up the day that we usually record, because I'm sure if y'all record or the show come out every Wednesday, I'm sure most people common sense and y'all talking about new up-to-date topics, you got to record between Monday and Tuesday. So you kind of just wanted to cool down a little bit. So I can imagine, I know for a fact if you listen to enough Adam 22 interviews, he ain't really like that. So I can imagine that's a lot for him. Like, bro, I'm telling you, I only can, like I said, if you watch that video, get on social media and you just get on Twitter and Google that. Put that video in, people getting beat up behind No Jumper Studio. I'm telling you, the only response for that is a stream crazy crash out there because you can't even ask for the fair one after somebody strip you butterball naked. Like, no, that ain't no fair one after that because obviously you got knocked out and beat so bad that they took your clothes off. Like, let's be clear, the dudes was getting jumped, but it was most of the knocking and getting you to the ground was a one-on-one fair jump, and then niggas was just following up after they got you on the ground. So it's just like, I ain't mad at Adam. I can kind of understand where he will be with, like, man, can we just chill? Can we take a break for a little bit? Like, I understand where he coming from. Like, yeah, let's just take a break for a little bit. Like, that's just a lot. You asking for somebody to do a lot, and you asking for somebody to do a lot when we talking about non-street people as well. But like I said, tying that into Elliott Wilson. Elliott Wilson went on to Rory and Maul's podcast. And can I just say one real quick? And we'll get into, and I guess just to try to have the conversation flow. We'll get to Joe Budden right after that. One thing I do want to say that was kind of corny because I was listening to Joe podcast on Saturday. I thought it was corny to judges. You could have sit here and said Elliott Wilson went on Rory and Maul. I'm like, that's corny to me. Like, bro,
they did
what when they talked about it? No, they didn't say it. But
no, I thought they was on what's the name of them?
What
on Need to Know joint?
Who, Elliott?
Yeah,
no, he was on Rory and Maul when he said that.
Oh, I didn't know he.
So
was
that's
on...
my point. But
I didn't even know.
That's my point. Even when they brought up the topic,
see, I didn't know none of them came back. I saw Elliott because, like I said, I saw the Elliott post a picture with So what's his name?
Oh yeah, no. The clip that went viral. I mean, it was from Rory and Maul Jones. That's just my whole point.
Yeah,
just
see, I didn't
all that being said, it's just corny to me. Like, if you're gonna bring up the topic, like, bro, just get like if y'all holding on to that type of bitterness, like, bro, that was years ago. Like, that Rory and Maul they gonna be whoever they gonna be now. Like, just sitting here saying, even if you played the clip of their John, like, bro, that's not gonna kill y'all. Like, I just felt like it was corny. Like that, bro. Just see and say at least where the topic came from.
But I think it's kind of legal situations.
So cool. Even if you don't play the clip, just say what it was at. Like, Ed went on Rory and Maul Jones and he said this about Cam and Mace. Like, that's it, cool. Even if you don't play the clip, you can still say where you got it from, like, because everybody else, like, everybody who's listening to your show know where the clip came from. So for you to sit here and censor yourself, bro, that's corny to me. That's all I'm saying.
I
into the journalist.
But Young Miami is good at what she does for the purpose of it. There is still a side, and those people that could do great interviewers are now becoming the media.
Yes. Everybody's media. Summer Walker's media. Cameron's running like he's Stephen A. Smith. It's what we're dealing with.
Why are you saying like he's Stephen A? Why he not running around like Cameron?
Cameron to be that.
That's what people be mad at you about when you say shit like that.
Which I think he should lean into. Be the old villain.
OD, that was hate.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I think people be mad at you.
Oh, it's hate.
Cam is running around like he's Stephen A. Smith. No,
why is this for a journalist? Because he has an opinion. Why?
But
him and Mace have proved to have a good opinion that
He
people
got
care
mixed
about.
having a job and really like check because the bag is
He was a
there.
pastor.
But Elliot, you don't think that we all come from the culture of we all sit around in our neighborhoods in front of our buildings?
But
in the
Mark don't
barbershop?
make you a journalist.
But I'm just saying, we all sit around in our groups with our friends
Exactly.
and talk about
Our
sports,
opinions, yes.
music. That's
Absolutely.
all. That's all these guys are doing right now.
But that's not fair. Is Shannon Sharp a journalist?
No, but that's the
Or does he
easier
have
bridge.
experience from it?
That's where the athlete becomes the media. That's the easier Charles Barkley. That's easier transition.
So why is it easier for the athlete but not the artist?
It's not easier, but I don't like it because like you imagine like this is the shit I do well, and not everybody want to do it, and they get the
So you
celebrity off that
don't
shit.
like it because you feel like they're not coming to the journalists to have these
I'm
conversations,
real with that.
which affects your
The best
bottom
I
line.
ever do is me with that. So then you want to be that off celebrity of what? So I can talk about that. I don't like that shit, and not be a hater.
Yeah.
It's reality.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You don't like it because you don't think they're good at it?
I know I'm better at it.
Okay.
It's me. It's my life.
Okay.
But Elliot, what
Imagine
would
it.
make you better at it? Because in this day and age, it's just not about getting the information right. It's about who's more entertaining. So who are you to say I'm better at this than them when what
I'll
you're
prove
looking
it to you.
for
I'm better than
is
you.
completely
Like I'm the best. I'm more informed.
Are you better at telling a story? Are you better
100%.
at getting accurate?
They're not better.
information?
Like that shit cringeworthy. I watch that shit. It's not good.
Yo,
All right, so just real quick. So I guess, for a backstory, if you didn't know what you was listening to, again, that was Elliot Wilson on Rory and Maul's podcast. And he basically was shooting shots at Cam. He was shooting shots at Cam and Mace. Excuse me. He was shooting shots at Cam and Mace and was sitting here basically saying he feel like he's better, or Cam and Mace is taking interviews from him. Realistically, Cam and Mace don't really interview rappers, so that's Elliot Wilson bag. I don't like you. You barely see other rappers come up on Cam and Mace. Like just recently, they had 50 Cent on it, but that's not like a every week thing. Like they're like normal the time. Most of the time when they bring guests, it was athletes. They was bringing up OJ for a minute, so it's just like certain things. And I think even him saying that is just like, bro, we live in a day and age, people click and watch what they like. Like this, it's not like y'all sit here like they took a job and you was both trying to be journalists at Hot 97, or y'all both was trying to go up for the job to be the new person of the Breakfast Club. No, that's not what happened. What happened was people like Cam and Mace for their sports take because it's not. And for you to say they're trying to be like Stephen A, they ain't trying to be like Stephen A because they're not coming super informative. They're like, oh, I watched this game. I'm giving my spin on it. I'm Cameron and I'm Mace. I'm putting my swag and my essence on talking about sports. And that's why it's different. Like, let's be like that to me was just like, it was hate. And it was just like, Elliot, I think, and when I heard every other and like YouTube people or people that I listen to on YouTube or I listen to, like people like talked about this, like like they was pity patting because Elliot Wilson is Elliot Wilson. Like he's put in a lot of work writing wise, but bro, the people who 9 times out of 10 take in content in today's day in 2025 ain't nobody who's reading The Source and XXL back in the days. So I'm not trying to hear Elliot. But bro, one thing, let's be clear. And y'all know I'm one of those people that who's super hard on how people present on camera, bro. Elliot Wilson, like when I just sit here and said about that old man, Elliot Wilson looks old. If you're listening to this clip, he sound drunk. So you sitting here mad at Cam and Mace, but you coming on Rory and Maul podcast, which have a bigger platform than Elliot Wilson, and you sound drunk. You're having a drunk take. Like it's a difference. Like you sitting here, and again, that's why I don't like, especially with hip hop media, because let's be clear, the fans are just as lazy as the consumers are. The consumers are just as lazy as the journalists, because it's somebody like Elliot Wilson, he tweeting about Drake night. That's why nobody don't want to listen to you, because if I'm a super Drake fan, I don't want to hear a nigga just hating on Drake all the time for me to sit here and want to go listen to. You don't talk about Lil Baby, you don't talk about Lil Durk, you don't talk about ESTG or YBT Fat, you ain't talking about the Lil Viking dude. So it's just be certain things where it's like, bro, you talk about the same 2 or 3 rappers. Like that's why every hip hop analyst, Doshi, and that's why for most people who kind of be like, all right, this seems like y'all niggas got paid to say this, because all of y'all like Doshi, all of y'all like Freddie Gibbs. There's no originality to none of these niggas' opinions. So why, if I'm going to like, at least Cam and Mace seem like they're not in the Matrix.
Well, okay, so when you say that though, but who else could you like? Who do you think else out there who gives like, I guess, our original opinion? Or even just I think it's a lot of people who have original opinions, but I think the worst thing for most content creators, not even content creators, I don't want to say content creators, I want to say podcasters. Most podcasters who want to talk about rap music, they're too influenced by Joe Budden. So they do a bad version of Joe Budden. Like, let's just say most podcasters who listen to Joe Budden, you'll like just because I listen to a bunch of random podcasts or I watch a bunch of random stuff on YouTube, I'll watch like you are, and I think that's what people got to understand. You don't have the blessing to start off a podcast
10 or 15, 20 minutes in talking about nothing. Joe Budden can do that because he's Joe Budden. You as just random Joe Blow from around somebody's neighborhood, you don't got 20 minutes to waste. You got to get right to it. And most people, like, if you can tell, like, I'm not saying I couldn't tell you whose opinion will be different because a lot of them do have the same opinion. But I feel like if I'm somebody who's studying the game, and that's what, like Elliot Wilson, you have the platform. That's how you know you're not bad. That's why you're bad. Because it's a difference. Like somebody like me or just a random dude on YouTube, you can sit here and say, oh, you feel like you better than Cam and Mace, and the algorithm just not in your favor. But if you got the reach that you can go get up on, you can get up. Elliot Wilson has been on the Breakfast Club before. You can go get a Rory and Maul interview. You've been on Joe Budden Joan a couple times. And I feel like every time you went on Joe, you did a horrible performance. So that's never going to translate for new people to go listen to you. Because I've heard you on the biggest hip hop platform and you fucking sound just like another nigga right there. Like you didn't stand out to me. So yeah, cool. You wrote on the source and I don't fucking read, nigga. We not reading. We trying to listen. You're not entertaining. No, you're not catching people to jump like, damn. And you're not giving me a take. I can already get my opinions of Drake and Kendrick Lamar. What else do you get?
But that's why I kind of get his side of it when it comes to the journalism. Is just like, damn, y'all coming in here with popularity, and like I've been doing this for years.
For sure.
I've been doing this for years, been putting in the work, and it's like, all right, you coming in because you're popular, and now you get all of these interviews.
But guess what though? But guess what would have happened though? When you were popular and you were the person that you had the ball to pass to other people, the thing will get again to my thing is then who did you pass the ball to? Because now if you feel like nobody,
I think he did in that era. I'm pretty sure he did that.
And who did? Because if that's the case, then people will feel like they owe you the interviews.
But that's what I'm saying. But I feel like, but I think that's more so, like I said, with the generation and how things is going about. It's just like, all right, we're not going to sit down and do, blase blah. Because like I've seen a lot of people praise Elliot for his work or whatever.
Yeah, because those are all older people who grew up reading XXL or the Source magazine and this, that, and the third, or you grew up in New York, so you may actually know him. You listening to people who were trying to be rappers or they were rappers, so they needed that interview from him. But if you just talking about random niggas who just like, listen to somebody like me, I've been outside my 90% of my life. I bought Source magazines, but you think I actually read to see who wrote this? No. And you think I actually read the whole magazine? No, I bought it off of whoever, if my favorite rapper was on the cover or my favorite rapper name was highlighted in the bold letters, whatever other rapper was the main cover. So like, bro, niggas wasn't reading that shit. So what do that mean? Because you can write, so fucking what? An English teacher can write. It's an English teacher in every fucking city right now teaching somebody how to write. What the fuck do that mean? Because you can write, I'm supposed to care about your opinion on hip hop? Fuck no. Like, it don't work like that, though. Nobody. But then that's what I'm saying. But who are you ushering in Newton? What's the new music? What's the new music that Elliot Wilson told you to go listen to? Because I always say that. Like, give me something new. If you're gonna I tell this the niggas all the time. If you're gonna tell me Lil Baby album is bad, then tell me what you listening to. If you don't have a replacement for Lil Baby, then I don't want to hear your opinion because your opinion don't count because you ain't really doing no real research. You just going on whatever everybody's talking about on social media. If everybody on social media is saying Lil Baby album is bad, and you got a podcast and you telling me Lil Baby album is bad, then okay, cool. Tell me why it's bad. Okay, you don't have no real reason why it's bad. You should just sit here. First thing you gonna tell me it don't sound like the old Lil Baby. Nigga, I can say that about every rapper. The old Jay-Z, the new Jay-Z don't sound like old Jay-Z, old Jeezy, old Wayne, old Gucci. Everybody in them, nobody's gonna sound like them first projects when they came out. Nobody. Of course they not. But cool, tell me what's the new nigga to listen to then. If you can't usher in the new person, because basically, I talked about this a million times, you're going to kill the whole entire hip hop thing. So for somebody like Elliot Wilson, who people do respect his opinion, respect his voice, then guess what you should have been interviewing? All the newer, younger dudes who ain't never had a big interview. This would have been, damn, Elliot Wilson interviewed me? Yeah, I'm Drake. I don't want to sit down with you. I'm Nicki Minaj. I don't want to be, I'm past that, nigga. We already had our interview. But why you ain't reach out to ESTG? Why you ain't try to get you a Yoga Hattie interview or somebody else, anybody? It's a bunch of newer people you can get interviews with, but those interviews don't stick because guess what? Or even on social media, them clips ain't even gonna hit because you just look old. But that's why you should have been the GM when you were ushering in the newer, younger dudes. You should have sit here and said you could still be the journalist. You could, perfect example, like what's my girl that's on the Breakfast Club right now? Lauren LaRosa. She's a journalist, but guess what? She still has to have some entertaining factor. So cool, she can be a journalist, but I'm still going to put her in between Charlamagne and Envy for the entertainment purposes. And she know how to take a joke with Elliot Wilson. It's just like you're just hanging your hat on. Yes, I was a journalist. Guess what? Guess who podcast you would never fucking go listen to? You'll never want to sit here and go listen to a podcast of Wojnarowski. Woj, nigga, he done broke so many stories of this person got traded on this deadline, but that don't mean I'm running to go listen to Woj. Great journalist. Give you all the inside NBA information earlier. What's the little Arabian nigga now who work at ESPN who's replacing Woj? I will never in my life go listen to his podcast. Don't care. I ain't going to follow him on Instagram or Twitter or nothing. I'll wait until Bleacher
But then
Report
that's what
pick
I'm
up
saying.
that
But I think that's why I feel like that's what Elliot is making his argument. That's like you said with Woj, but you'll go listen to Gilbert. So I think that's what he's saying. Like you're bringing your, but that's me. But that's me, huh?
So that takes more work. You can't. So just with my point of what it is, it's not about just having information. You got to be entertaining, and guess what? You also got to be. You have to be attractive on camera as well.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I get the argument. So that's the argument where somebody who's older, I've been in this game long, I put in these years, but then somebody who's popular and a fresh face, you just come in there now. It's like, oh, I'm going to Shannon Sharp, or I'm going to Gilbert Arenas. Like, but you've been putting in this work. That's like Will Bond and them. You don't talk about Will Bond and them show, but that been on for God knows how long. But those are journalists.
But guess what though? But this is the difference between them and him is, and that's probably why he's mad, because those people are solidified. Guess what? Because guess what? My dad will always tell y'all all, he'll take Michael Wilbon over anybody, but my dad is 71 years old, about to be 72. So guess what? That's his audience. He ain't trying to get me. He ain't trying to get nobody younger than me. Elliot Wilson is still trying to get younger people to like him. Nigga, you're old. You supposed to sit here and solidify yourself a job. That's your fault for not taking a stable job in the hip hop space earlier like Sway did. Sway don't care. Big Boy and Sway, they guess what? They still put out their clips. And unless just God forbid, God willing, because both of them are just great at their jobs. Both of them, especially Big Boy, still have more interviews to go viral. He still have clips because you know why? Big Boy got old, but he understands. He know how to ask a question that would get him some traction, to get him on the Shade Room, or get him on.
But is it kind of cheap because they on the radio? Because that's I mean,
Elliot Wilson could have took a job at the radio somewhere. What the fuck do that mean? Like he was Elliot Wilson. I'm sure he was turning his nose up.
But I think what you like you even said, how he sounds drunk, or he, you know what I'm saying, like then he might not be the type that's, oh, I could be on the radio all the time.
But you can't have it both ways, Marcus. You cannot sit here and complain because you're not working as an independent and you somebody who realistically needs to be in a system. So you need a job. I say that all the time. Some people just got cool jobs. Like that's the difference. Like, let's be clear, Stephen. You think Stephen A? We've all seen Stephen A. try to get his Shannon Sharp moment. Are we seeing endless people, especially Stephen A? Like, if you really pay attention to Stephen A, you watch Stephen A. try to chase that Cat Williams moment that Shannon Sharp had. But he just could never get it. Like, he's tried, but he just still never got that moment where Shannon Sharp got that momentum, and he still, it's different, dog. Like, it's certain things that you just got to understand. You have to know how to work social media. You got to know how to build. You got to still kind of be pleasing to people's eyes when they watching you. And that's just the Elliot Wilson, just not that. And he talk about all the same. You cannot talk. Listen to what I'm saying. If anybody watching right now, you thinking about starting a podcast in 2025, you cannot try to mimic Joe Budden or only have the same exact water there, because he's going to do what he do at an elite level. And you cannot come behind him with the same, even if you don't believe in your take. You better make your take different from his if you want other people to listen to, because they're going to go to him first. Especially if it's some Drake, Kendrick Lamar shit, they're going to go to him first. So your take going to have to be extremely different. Or your take gonna have to be uniquely different from his if it's not gonna be extremely different. And that shit is not with Elliot. You never get that from Elliot Wilson.
So who would you go? If you saying don't,
Shit, a perfect example.
Who would you go?
So even perfect example. So even when he used Cam and Mace, when Drake was going back and forth, when everybody was Team Kendrick, guess what? Cam still was standing firm on like, nah, I'm riding with Drake. Drake got this. Cam and Mace was still holding Drake down when everybody else was going super Kendrick. So that's my point. Sometimes even if you don't believe it, that's perfect example. Look at Skip Bayless. We'll talk about Skip in a minute too. But Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Skip Bayless understood. Everybody else gonna love LeBron James, but I'm gonna make my bread and butter by hating LeBron James.
Right. And so no, I get that part when you do that. When you say, like, when you bring up the Skip Bayless, but when you say don't try to mimic Joe, well, then who's the next podcast that you can mimic? Because you can't do Joe Rogan.
You can't. No, listen to what I'm saying. You may not be able to mimic nobody. You just got to figure out something that you may like. Perfect example. If I know for a fact that Joe Budden ain't going to talk about ESTG, I'm going to talk about ESTG. Even if you feel like he's not going to get as much clicks as I would get if I'm talking about Drake, so what? Build you an audience talking about ESTG, because I'm telling you, niggas who is looking for them Drake and Kendrick takes, they already know where they're going for it. Not saying that you can't get some motion and you can't get you some traction on social media. You may have an outstanding take. I think even for the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef, one of the greatest things, especially for Kendrick people who really into lyrics and breaking lyrics down, is the people who sit on YouTube and break bars down bar by bar, song by song. That is a lane for people where they sit here and take and listen like, hey, he used this double entendre and this, that, because some people want to hear that shit or want to know what was the meaning behind this song. But that's not, you're not getting none of that from Elliot Wilson, because this niggas on YouTube that I follow who do those. Like shit, Rob Markman do it. And I seen somebody going back and forth because I think Rob Markman said something about I believe because Drake was on doing Aiden Ross Jones, and we skipped that last week. I didn't talk about it because I just like I want to be a Drake fan, and he do so much corny shit off of outside of the music. He kind of make it hard to continuously be a fan from. So that whole little shit with him and Aiden Ross was pure fucking corny as hell. And I believe Mark what's it again? Mark Lamar, well, not Mark Lamar here. What's the other nigga? I'm fucking his name up right now. Whatever the light skinned nigga that used to work at Genius. And I didn't even know he was mixed, so he's not even a nigga. He's like mixed with white and some other shit. But anyway, that dude who used to do the Genius thing, I'm screwing up his name right now because I'm drawing a blank right now. But anyway, he had something take, and people was like, well, what's the difference between him and Aiden Ross? But I can tell you the difference between somebody who's seen Aiden clips, and I watched this dude from Genius Jones. He break down the actual lyrics word for word, telling you, hey, this is what this song was saying, this is what this person was, this is a double entendre. Or guess what? He was somebody when Joey Badass just put out that little diss joint. I went to watch him on YouTube because guess what? I know for a fact I'm not going to do. I ain't going to listen to Joey Badass. Ain't nobody who ever seen a clip of me think you about to come here and get a Joey Badass take. I ain't got one for you, dog. He went crazy, but I don't have a take for you though. That's my point. But that's what I'm saying. So some people have to understand their lane and what they got going on. But like I said, I spent enough time on Elliott Wilson. I guess we can go into some. I feel like I got a dating joint right here. Yeah, I do.
So bad to the point where I can't help but to ask myself, am I ugly?
And pause, please. If you are homophobic, you about to listen to this clip, please forgive me because this shit was funny though. Because I do feel like you can if you can take your ears and actually listen to what this dude's saying. I feel him because I feel like if you use social media to your, I'm not saying a dating app. I've never been on a dating app, but sometimes I do feel this way on social media where it's kind of like, damn, it's only like 5s to go crazy in a DM. Like I ain't caught a 7 or 8 in a brick. It make you feel some type of way. So I'm gonna play this clip. I felt what he was saying.
I must be fucking ugly because the standards on this fucking app and on Sniffies, I don't even know which one is worse, but they give two different vibes. But at this point, the way both of them are working in my life, in my situation, is making me question, like, I'm ugly. Like I had to ask this boy who rejected me, even though we were both bottoms. And at this point, I was just going there. I'm like, you know what? Let's just do something. But I had to ask him, and he was just like, you're absolutely not ugly, but you're just not my type. And I'm like, I totally understand that. Like, I get it if I'm not your type physically, but this shit is making me question, like, because I think I'm a pretty fine man. I think I'm pretty good looking. I've seen a lot worse, no offense, but like, it's just like, what the fuck is going on here? And why is it so toxic over there?
All right, just pause real quick. Again, pause, no homo, no diddy. Let me just say whatever, all the stuff I got to say before I say something gay. One, this man is not an attractive man. I'm going to be honest with y'all. And I kind of want to show it on fucking Joe. Like, bro, you might be like, let's pause again, no homo. You may be like a 5 at best, my brother. And again, pause, no homo, but I just got to be honest. Like, you ain't the best looking nigga and you ain't in shape. Like, you got a regular man body. Like, you got not like a man body. Like, you look like you made like 130. Like, so I don't know what you think the real draw gonna be, and you on here complaining, and you ain't got a haircut on, and you don't got no hat on. So it's kind of just like you looking for niggas to kind of be on your body. Again, pause, no homo, and it ain't nothing there for them to kind of geek over. So I mean, and that again, when you listen to it and you look through the man in the mirror, sometimes you got to be honest with yourself. Like, hey, can you hit that fan for me? It's just sometimes you got to kind of ask yourself, like, all right, it may be you a little bit, and you got to be real with yourself. I think a lot of people are not okay with looking in the mirror and being honest with yourself.
Like, what are you looking for? What has porn done to you people? Porn has fucked me up too, but not that fucking bad. I be having to lower my standards sometimes too, but shit. Hello?
Bro, he is fucking blatant.
It makes me so fucking sad. But I can't allow.
For the people who just listening and you're not watching it on YouTube, so you didn't see the clip, bro, I'm gonna give you a perfect example of who this man is. He is like one of the niggas on a Tyler Perry movie that's just like the dude in this movie. Like, he ain't get no cheeks. None of the women is flirting with him. He's just the dude that meet up with everybody at the bar. Like, that's what his face look like. He is one of them type of niggas that literally be in a Tyler Perry movie and he's just there. Like, he ain't get no cheek, no women flirting with him. Nobody's paying him no attention. He's just somebody in every scene, and you kind of just like, all right, he just in the movie.
That shit to like make me feel ugly because I'm not ugly. Are you seeing this? I don't even have a haircut. But yeah, it's just really sad, and I'm tired of being single, and I'm super and like doing it to yourself just isn't the same.
All right, pause. I can't go no further than that. Y'all got it. You get the gist of him complaining and what he got going on. I'm not gonna hold you. Ain't too much more I can do with that one. Like, he was about to drag it, and I ain't about to do it like that. I feel like we kind of eventually we're gonna have to get into some more serious topics because I'm not gonna lie, 2025 came in crazy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. People kept complaining about for the social media and the celebrity part. Cat Williams opened the portal, but you talking about real life shit. 2025 came in literally with the chopper off the rip, just going extremely crazy. Like, to the way 2020, what day? How many days we even in this month so far? What we 5 or 6 days in now? By the time, listen to what I'm telling you. That shit make the way that first fucking 5 days that came in on 2025, bro. That shit should make you scared. Get your prayer life together and figure out. Try to make being in the house a little bit more cooler than whatever you feel like it's not. Who I want to go? I want to go TV real quick because I do like this young lady. I believe she is from the DMV area too, because I just listened to the way she talking. I feel like she be having some DMV references. But she did make me go watch this show called Missing You. It is on Netflix. It's a short series. I believe it's like 5 episodes, and I believe each episode maybe like 40, 45 minutes. It wasn't too long, but she got me into it. And I do, after I play this clip, I do want to ask y'all a question because the basis of this movie was a couple who were dating and the dude went ghost for her, and they haven't seen each other in 11 years. So I'm gonna play this clip, and then I want to ask y'all: do you think you can rekindle something from somebody ghosting you after 11 years?
Coleman he doesn't miss. He does not miss at all. And I love that he gives us his shows at the end or beginning of the year to set us up right, because they never disappoint. And it's always like a jaw-dropping moment someplace in there, just perfectly placed. But Missing You is the new kid on the Harlan Coben block, released yesterday on Netflix. Kat's fiance disappeared 11 years ago, but they reconnect on the dating app. And baby, I hit play on this as soon as I got up yesterday, and I did not stop watching until I was done. 5 episodes, 45 minutes each, and literally keep you on the edge of your seat the whole time. Because don't let the description fool you. There's so much more to the storyline, so definitely hit play on it. And some of my other faves that I will actually rewatch these too, but Fool Me Once. Ooh, don't get me started on that one. Stay close.
Again, like I said, the main thing was for the Missing You joint on Netflix. And like I said, I watched it. But my question would be, do y'all think you could rekindle something where somebody went ghost on you 11 years ago?
Yeah.
Even if they went ghost?
Yeah.
There gotta be a reason why. Tell me why.
If you watch the series, the reason why it was on point. Like, it kind of like it was super on point. Like, I don't want to spoil it for people in case people want to watch it, but the reason why was like crazy.
Yeah, I would have to know why. Or how were we before you ghosted me? And then why?
Oh no, they was on point. Like, they was to the point where they wanted to marry each other.
But the ghosting wasn't no like disrespect. Was just like,
no, it was just like literally like her dad died and he just disappeared.
Yeah.
Y'all saying yeah, but I'll be honest. I do know one thing with some people.
We know your ass can't.
No. What I'm saying is, even when it comes to death, because that was for her. That was the big thing. Like, nigga, you left me at one of my most vulnerable moments. Like, my dad just died and you diddy bopped on me.
Yeah, but everybody can't handle that.
Some people don't know how.
I can't handle your trauma on top of whatever I'm going through.
Some people don't know how to deal with grief.
Like I said, because I don't want to do no spoilers, so they did just come out over the weekend. But like I said, watch the jump. And I promise you, his reason for leaving was perfect. Like, his reason for leaving was cool. And that's why I can guess the one spoiler at the end, they do kind of rekindle whatever they got going on. But yeah, that one was like,
but if I didn't, but that's my thing. Why you can't rekindle? If I didn't do nothing disrespectful to you, I just gave you your space.
No, let's be clear though. When you watch, I'm telling you, when you even watch the movie, everybody in her close circle, they was like, "Why are you fucking with him again? He left you at the like." It was a lot. But that's the whole movie. Most of the people felt the way I feel. Like, you can't go and roll out on me on 11 years, and then it's just like, nigga, what?
He left for 11 years.
No, he was gone for 11 years, and after he left, he went and got engaged. And no, I'm fact that he got married, and his wife ended up dying.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't see, because like I said, if we didn't leave on bad terms,
that's 11 years. So you left me because I had a death in the family for 11 years.
No. I left you at the time. I'm not expecting you. So let's just say, all right, whatever the situation is, how you was dealing with it, I couldn't handle it, right? So I stepped away, right?
No, that's
if I stepped away,
reason to step away, though.
But,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
But if you cannot handle it, if I can't sit here and be the person you want me to be for you, that's not wrong. You just told me don't waste your time, right? Early in the episode, we just said
That's
don't waste
11 years though.
But you said no. But what I'm saying,
that's not time wasted.
no. Of course, you moved on. I can't come back even if I stepped away for 6 months. I can't. Do you want to accept me back in 6 months? Do you still be okay with that too?
It's called communication.
6 months is better than 11 years, dog.
You can't ghost me for 11 years because I had a death in the family and you didn't know how to handle it.
I didn't ghost you for 11 years. You lived your life. I lived mine.
You left. You left me no choice but to go live my own life.
Right. So I can't just come back. And like I said, I see you happy and all that. I'm not just gonna come back. And,
Nah, you can't. I'm cool on that one. If you leave, especially for that reason, like it's a difference. Maybe if it was a death of a friend, maybe a cousin, but you talking about immediate, like your mom or your dad or somebody, you especially like this lady was super close with her dad, like no, ain't no way in hell. I'm like, nah, dog.
What's it called?
It's called missing you.
But I can't replace that feeling, right?
What you mean?
Like the what you miss? No, you not asking me to. But at the end of the day, if I can't sit here and compete with it, or I can't
it's not a competition. And you have
it's not a competition. But I still, how can I fill that void if I'm not?
You don't have to fill the void. Like I said, like we talked about it before. Sometimes your presence, just being there, you don't have to say nothing. You don't have to.
So how was she bad? Like down bad? Like she just said, "Hey, my father passed away," and he just.
No, let's be clear. This lady is a police officer, so she still moved on with her life, and her life was still she was still living a full life. But let's be clear though, leaving when somebody lose their parent and a parent that they close to is some of the most foulest stuff you could possibly do.
But I'm saying, but how was the conversation like how was they before? You know what I'm saying? Like
they was really. I told you they was about to get married.
No, they still said it. So I'm saying when the conversation came about, like, hey, my.
No, I was spoiled too much in the movie. That's why I'm just sitting here saying, like, you kind of just got to really watch the movie to kind of just get, like I said, we could talk about it again next week. I mean, but give people a chance to actually watch it, and then we can kind of divulge a little bit more into the conversation.
If you live with your girl, you got a curfew, and ain't no grown woman in here gonna tell you what time that is. It's just a time where it's too late for you to be coming the fuck in here without a good goddamn story. Not a story. A lot of get caught because your story ain't straight. The story is still 17 years old. I fell asleep over my man crib. I forgot to charge my phone. Fuck out of here. My stories are the greatest. I realized one night my fucking excuse wasn't gonna matter. I realized my curfew was blown. The sun was up. What I do? I went on and checked myself into the emergency room. You know what I'm saying? Get you that triage. What? A triage place to buy your lease in about 72 hours. Oh, hell yeah. I played it all the way out. Came home with the pajamas on and shit. Brought the IV to the door.
I got nothing to say. You know what's so crazy, though? Today we're recording on a Sunday. I absolutely forgot that New Year's was literally this week. Like that's sometimes the middle of the holidays, and that's again when we talking about the difference between Christmas and New Year's. Because like last Sunday, and when we recorded after Christmas, I still felt like, all right, I felt like the holiday thing. Like New Year's almost felt just like this was a super long week. I seen everybody kind of even talk about that on social media, where they felt like, because most people probably had to go back to work on Thursday, and it felt like, and everybody kept just tweeting and posting like on threads and stuff, was like, damn, this Thursday feel like a Monday. Like even though that you may have been off on the weekend, some people may have had to work through the weekend, but for some people who may just had to work Thursday and Friday, that Thursday real live really just felt like, damn, the week just started. It was just a weird breaking place. And again, while we're just talking about kind of just New Year's or whatever case may be, and we will get into like the tragic stuff that happened during New Year's, maybe just a little bit later in the episode. But I do want to sit here and even say, man, shout out to Steph. For people, of course, if you listen to last week's episode, I told y'all on New Year's Eve I was going to see my friend preach at Zion. And I'm not going to, let me tell you something, just real quick, for the niggas who don't want to go to church, even if you just going for, listen to what I'm telling you right now, for a certified sniper, you can do your Googles. You ain't even got to do too hard to find out how my shit hit. When I say there's Zion in that fucking church, I was like, Jesus Christ, I may have to make this my home church, because nigga, they was in there, dog. But I'm a shy person, so I didn't know how to really, but I'm just looking like, damn, they in here, dog. Like they was in there. Like when you think about New Year's, because listen, I go to church every New Year's, but my church is a bigger church. And it's a lot more older people, so you don't see them. Like, nigga, when I say they was in that jump, they was in there. I'm even watching, like, when they was like, you know, getting into like the praise and worship. I'm watching how some of the girls dancing, and they can't help but to get that little ace and give you the little sexy red Glorilla arch in the back type of getting into their praise. I was like, no, they in here, dog. I'm not. I listen to it. I'm just being honest, nigga. They was in there. They was in that goddamn church. I swear to God, my only complaint was like, I don't like the way to jump because they got the overflow. That's the only thing I can sit here and say. I think that my church and First Baptist of Glen Arden just got, because they just have it. It's just open. It's completely open. Like, yeah, Zion can hold a bunch of people, but it's broken down into like rooms. I'm glad. Shout out to Steph for just holding me a seat, because realistically, when he kept saying it, I'm like, because I'm used to my church, because I'm like, all right, cool. Even if I was late and it was super packed, I can still sit somewhere, because I mean the church hold fucking 10,000 people, so it's a difference. But this joint, like, it's just, even that first room, I feel like it only could hold a couple hundred people. So before Pastor Battles to be especially as popular he is on YouTube, I felt like, dog, the church should just kind of be just that, especially even that main room, that it should just be open more. Like, at least that, to me, that room should be able to hold like 3,000. Like the way, because they in the old Kmart in Greenbelt, I was just kind of like the way it was like spaced off. Like, I felt for people, and shout out to people who came in that joint and was literally like in the fourth overflow. And it was some people who was just hanging in the hallway. Like, just for me personally, even when I'm listening to pastors on YouTube, that's one of the things where I always be like, I couldn't, because you're really in there for the word if you go into the overflow. But if I'm in the overflow and I'm not actually in front of the pastors, like, bro, I could just watch this shit on YouTube, to be honest, because that's what you're basically looking at this point. You just looking at the screen. It's like, what you like, this is the same thing from, I could just stay home and watch it on YouTube. I mean, of course you're around other people, but still it's not that experience. Like, you literally right there in the, like, right in the facility where you can make eyes on the pastor and not have to watch it on a TV screen. But shout out to Steph, he did an amazing job. And of course, and I'll just give like a little bit like behind the scene baseball. I am super hard on him on like, though, you have to get on social media, because even from just managing him in the band, he's one of those people who just he's a little too humble. Like, he's even humble. Like, and I'd be explaining to him, like, bro, this is a gift from God that you got. And this is a real gift from God, because you're even using it, preaching the word. You can't be but so humble and kind of just, you be like, you kind of scared to really walk in the way you going. Because even Pastor Battles told him, like, towards the end of the joint, after the ball hit 12 or whatever the case may be, but you can, like, if you paying attention, you can see that Steph was kind of like, it's getting close to 12 o'clock. He was ready to pass the mic back, and he like, nah, nigga, you cooking. And even when he eventually did take the mic, he was like, bro, for everybody who paying attention, y'all seen he was trying to bend hand me this mic probably like 30 minutes ago. Dog, I'm like, he said, I'm smush powder right now. You like Kobe going for 50. Nigga, cook. Like, don't screw me. Like, do your thing. But I think, and I tell him this all the time, like, bro, you have to be comfortable with just taking clips, posting your own stuff on YouTube, because you can't wait. Going kind of almost back into the Elliott Wilson thing, you can't really wait for you can't have a job and kind of want the big blessing too. Like, you got to kind of, you can keep the job, but you got to find ways to step in your own purpose and kind of solidify yourself and stop waiting for somebody to pass the ball, because you just had like, I'm like, bro, just send me if I can't make it to your joint and I can't record it, send me the whole YouTube joint and I'll come up with clips and send them to you so you can post them on your page. Because sometimes you do need that friend that's going to push you to kind of be like, bro, you got to really walk into your glory. You can't just wait for somebody else to pass you the ball, because let's be clear, shout out to Pastor Battle, because he a real one for that, because most pastors ain't passing the ball off to somebody. Like, on New Year's, you may pass the ball off to somebody who may be bigger than you, but you ain't passing the ball off to somebody who really still extremely new to preaching, and he smoked it. Like, I'm talking about, like, I ain't even saying that just because he my man. I'm talking about, like, he on a scale of, when I'm talking about YouTube pastors, like, he smoked it. And what I was looking for to bring in the new year, like, if you in church on New Year's Eve, you want that feeling. I got the feeling that I was looking for, and I had about like damn near almost 2 miles to walk to the joint. So like, I was like, damn, I really didn't expect for this joint to be this crazy packed. And again, that kind of go just to that whole parking lot was jam packed. Like, literally, I'm just like, bro, and it was foggy and everything. I'm like, no people, but that again, sometimes how people be dedicated to go, like, you would have walked to the club 2 miles if you was trying to go to the club. So shout out to everybody who did walk in, and shout out to all the women that was in Zion. I'm not gonna lie, I was sleeping on Zion. I did not know they had him in there like that. So again, I'm just giving free game to all the single men. If you listening and you looking for you a woman, yeah, I would find a way to kind of put your best good fit on and make you a way in there, like, to probably like their whatever their midday joint is on, as I don't know their time frame that they be preaching or they have services, but I will figure it out. If they got a services like 12 or 11 o'clock, you should probably find your way up in there.
You feel me? Go. Some bitches is so corny, they will claim you and they only talk to you twice on the phone. I used to talk to him. So you be trying to talk to the bitch, you like, you used to talk to my friend. You know, you only talk to the bitch on the phone twice. Or you picked her up, took her to the movies, you ain't even watched the whole movie, you dropped her off because her phone rings, she had to get back to her son. A bitches, I used to talk to him and throw salt in the game. Niggas do it too, though. A nigga will bring up a name of another nigga to a bitch. She just throw it out there. For me, as soon as you talk about another nigga, your chances is off. I can't do it. It's just too girly for me.
It's a difference between something falling in your lap and then you pursuing.
You feel me?
Can I say one thing that I hate the dudes do too, low key? And I'm not gonna put none of my men on blast who do this, but I'm gonna tell y'all I hate when y'all do this. Don't like my post. Don't like my comment. If you see me in a free game post, don't fucking like my junk like you know me, nigga. No, I don't like that. Like, or don't comment under my shit and this is under a random girl junk. Like, don't do that. Like, that's some hating shit. Because now you're gonna make the broad like when she see my comment and then she see you like the junk, she gonna wonder like, damn, I wonder do they know each other or why he like his junk out of everybody junk. Like, that shit is weird to me. Like, I don't want her to know that I know you. Like, come on, dog. Like, stop being like that. To me is gay. Like, I'm not a fan of that, dog. Like, that's some whole shit. Like, that's just like, why are you doing that? Like, and niggas be doing that. Like, you'll see me under a girl post and I'm not even saying nothing. I'm just putting an emoji or I'm putting like one of the little gifts jumps under there. And then you like my junk. It's like, this don't deserve no like from you, nigga. Like, let her like it and that's it. Like, get the fuck on somewhere. Like, that should be blowing me. And shout out to Notes on Instagram. I'm not gonna lie to you. That may be the new.
No, what? I don't, what the fuck? Why? What is it? What are you doing?
Just people just talking.
No, so what is it? Because I only see yours. Like every time I'm listening, I just keep seeing yours on the
so
picture.
you saying like on a random post, right? Like if this is a shade,
like on every like when I always see yours.
So yeah,
so
what is
it?
So it's just instead of leaving a comment now, you can kind of just leave a note, and people who follow you can see it. So as you know, sometimes like if I leave a comment on the shade room already got 20,000 people. You may not never see my comment, but if I just leave a note on the jump,
I still see your comment like. On mine, it shows.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like I get way more interaction on leaving a note on the jumps now instead of actually leaving a comment. Like I really like.
So who sees the notes? Just the person who follows you?
Just people who follow you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering. I'm like, oh, why the fuck?
Just people. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the notes that's up on the top of the jump, like on top of the DM now, like these jumps.
Yeah, but those been up there.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, well, listen.
Are you talking about the one where you could ask questions? I think that's the new thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I ain't asking no questions, but I'm just talking about just the last couple of like I feel like this shit.
No, it's been up for a minute.
Oh well, like, mine ain't been up there for longer than like 2 months. But I'm just thinking, like
been up for
it play in people's favor the right way if you know what you're doing on social.
Because remember, I thought you said like you tired of females.
I did, but that was only a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That thing been up there for a while.
Not longer than 2 months. Maybe not on mine. I haven't had it longer than 2 months. I haven't had it on mine for longer than 2 months. That's all.
I thought you talking about the note, the little thing in the like when people pictures and you see.
I mean, to me,
the little bubble at the bottom.
All of those things are new. I guess while we was talking about passes, I could have came in with this clip instead of that.
I can't touch your mind. Look at your neighbor really quickly and touch their mind. Look at your neighbor quickly and touch their mind. Everything okay? Pear, is everything okay there? Is everything okay? Sorry? Coming to speak to you for a second. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll be right back, church. I'm sorry. No worries, no worries. You guys just pray.
Just real quick, I'm not gonna lie to you. One thing for sure for me, with my biggest pet peeve, why I would have never even followed this dude as a pastor or nothing like that, or even listened to him, is because his voice is just annoying. Maybe he was an African preacher, I don't know, because he sounded like he kind of had like an African accent, but it just would have been a dub for me off the. I don't know where he preached at, but his name is E.J. Newton, and the police came into his service on it. And I'm not gonna lie to you. This would probably, as if I was there and this was actually happening to my pastor. Well, again, like I said, it wouldn't be me because I just personally couldn't be in nobody's congregation. He sounded like that. But if I was there and my pastor's here, I'm never coming back. Though when he's getting escorted by the police, I'm telling you what I'm doing right now. The police would say that to him. Like, hey, can you come and talk to us for a minute? Bro, I'm leaving. I'm taking my Bible and I'm zipping it up and putting it back in my Bible bag and I'm walking to the parking lot and I'm going home. I'm never coming back.
But what if he was like your boy in New York with putting the shit on? Like, you know, he's scamming type shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I would never just off of just who I am. I would never go listen to no preacher in a goddamn Gucci suit like that either. Like my pastors, I prefer them to be a little bit more just like a hoodie and a t-shirt type of nigga than you trying to be like.
But that's what I'm saying. Like compared to the crime. I mean, I guess the crimes is
shit.
Like,
the crime is crazy. This dude right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
Worse than the New York.
But that's what I'm saying. But like for the New York nigga, like, all right, he's scamming, so I can, like he did some fraud shit. Like he like type. So you would still come back. Would you come back? If I had to choose between this
which
pastor,
one would you come back?
EJ
Newton dude who's allegedly getting arrested or attempted to get arrested for kidnapping, I'm going with the scamming pastor in New York. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, and let's be clear. When people say kidnapping, that can always be some child stuff. So I mean, when I say child stuff, I don't mean the Diddy type of child stuff. I mean, or R. Kelly. I mean, like it could have been his actual kid, and him and his baby moms could be having some type of dispute going back and forth. So and if you don't got custody of that kid and you take your kid,
like Trade the Truth.
Yeah, like Trade the Truth. It's a perfect example. Yeah, like Trade the Truth. But basically, he won full custody of his daughter, but his baby moms took his daughter from him, and that was considered kidnapping. Like Trade the Truth, real life was having like damn near like missing, like, hey, if you see my daughter or see her baby or see my baby moms, please call somebody, whatever the case may be. And it was a minute. Like I think this was like almost a year or close to a year. Close to a year.
Started like the summertime.
So basically, he just got renewed with her this year. So like I said, it was a couple months, close to a year that Trade the Truth didn't have his daughter. So but realistically, I'm sure that I don't know how the laws are or what's the difference, but I'm sure that's some form of kidnapping. Because that was the word that Trade the Truth used. He used kidnapping. When he went on the Breakfast Club, he talked about his daughter. He used the word kidnapping. He didn't sugarcoat it or nothing. So like I said, I don't want to sit here and make it seem like, because I don't know the real charges from this dude, but I'm just sitting here saying that could be it as well. But like I said, I wouldn't just me personally, that couldn't be my path. Real quick, just before we kind of get into anything real, I do just, again, news that I'm not going to lie to you kind of blew me and pissed me off. And both of these women are kind of like, they just, to me at this point, like Instagram people, and I really don't know how it's going for either one of them music career, and I really don't know how it's gonna go for them now. Dream Doll and Coyle Ray both have came out and said they're pregnant. The smart thing for Coyle Ray is she get pregnant by Trippie Redd. If you sit here, we just on the tier of who makes better music, who is more successful in their music career. Trippie Redd is 100 times more successful than Coyle Ray. So I mean, she kind of, it's a cool. Like I'm not mad at her for that one. That's like, if she tired of rapping, that's not a bad look for her. Or even if she's looking for somebody to be able to permanently collab with and do music with, I'm not mad at Coyle Ray. Dream Doll situation was, and she can't be, and this is my only thing to Dream Doll. You can't get mad at people for assuming because you post a pregnancy picture and the last time they seen you with a nigga, it was with that soccer player who is married with kids. So she posted a picture of her showing her stomach. It was her, Arrogant Tay, and like another gay dude. And it was it. That was who the people was in the picture. She was showing off her stomach. I think, matter of fact, she took a picture with her family as well. But there's no man in sight that have sex with women in this picture. It was her and her family and two gay men. So people assume, which people will do on social media, and you can't get like, you can't bring, this is the thing that blow me about celebrities. And I say this about Travis Hunter. If you don't want people to give their opinion about your personal life, don't put it on social media. Because the last time you literally showed a man on your page was a man who was in a relationship. So when you posted that picture, a girl tweeted and the tweet went viral. I think that tweet had like damn near like 22 million or some crazy impressions on Twitter. But she was like, damn, like, can we bring Shane back? Because who gets pregnant by a married man? A lot. And then Dream Doll felt some type of way where she was like, well, you don't even know the story. You sit here assuming you don't know who I'm pregnant by. But my thing of it is, guess what? They wouldn't even have known because you don't even post no nigga. You ain't have to post a pregnancy picture. Yeah. And that's the thing where I get it. Like, I understand that women kind of be trying to create their own little swag where we can do it on our own. Yeah, but some of that shit, like, we got to stop making that shit look like it's cool neither. And I love Dream Doll. Like, I know for a fact during the pandemic, I came on here and told y'all how much I love Dream Doll. I was sitting in the house on YouTube watching her enjoy shit for hours. But yeah, music-wise, she been quiet as hell. And I tell y'all that all the time, where it's like sometimes these women get into these relationships and start dealing with these niggas, especially the rap girls, put their music career and their careers on the back burner. And you can say whatever you want. I can give you a long list of right now. Light-skinned Keisha, and Rennie Rucci. Rennie Rucci was Lotto before Lotto. But again, chasing dick. She was fucking with the Fujiano nigga. He get locked up. Okay, cool. You was doing the Love and Hip Hop shit. Cool. Then you get pregnant by the black Zach nigga from both of y'all from North Carolina. Cool. But guess what? That loses. You want to lose the luster because the niggas who just lusting over you because you look good and kind of tolerating your music, them niggas gonna end up unfollowing you, not checking for you. And then you gotta still realistically. I know people be trying to act like you can balance it too, bro. It's not a lot of Sexy Reds. Like one thing I gotta do, kind of give Sexy Red. You gotta give Sexy Red a round of applause because Sexy Red didn't allow having kids to sidetrack her from her career. Because we can kind of look at this clear as day as Cardi B, because I can even play this clip of Cardi B. She was crashing out over the internet, sitting here saying how she paused again, no Diddy. I'm chasing dick and I get distracted and I can't make music the way I'm supposed to. I get an attitude if a nigga don't text me back fast enough. Like, this is Cardi B saying this out of her own mouth. So you saying this is just like, bro, you got to give more credit to somebody like Sexy Red, who literally already came into the game with a younger kid, then got pregnant while she was scorching hot, hurry up, was still torn while she was pregnant, had that baby, put out shit with Drake, and matter of fact, capitalized on her delivering the baby with the song with her, Drake and SZA. Like, Sexy Red didn't take no time to allow that kid to hinder her career, but it's people like Light Skin Keisha. It's like, bro, I was a Light Skin Keisha fan. I'm sure if you go back and listen, I've talked about Light Skin Keisha a million times on here, even when before she was on Power and while she was on Power, but it's like, it cool, you went and did like I told y'all, even with the podcast shit, bro, her chemistry with her baby father, fiance, or husband, whatever the fuck he is now, it's horrible. On microphone, that shit is garbage. For somebody that you have a kid with and you supposed to be getting married to, there's no way in hell your chemistry is supposed to be that trash with somebody on microphone. But again, that still hindered her music career. Because now you're not putting out music. Like, Light Skin Keisha was putting out music consistently. Same thing with Rennie Rucci. Women sometimes get attached to these ding-a-ling-a-lings, pause, no Diddy, and you just allow your career to go to the wayside. It's just it's too many of them to sit here and show that, hey,
but is it a career?
But
is it a career though? Maybe I just did it that was just something for me to do, and then I found another way.
What you talking about? What you found?
Like,
you found the nigga to what? The trick off on you?
No. I'm just saying, like, I found another way, like another avenue. Like, I'm sure they still making money. They're not just.
Yeah, of course, because after you got a certain amount of followers, you can still, if you got any type of business sense, you can still make some type of money.
I wouldn't say like, all right, that's your career. Like right now, like even with Young Miami, even if she don't never rap again. Like, I feel like, all right, well, you just got into it, and now you found your way.
Yeah, but I think the only difference between Young Miami and all of those other girls that I just said, Young Miami name and brand and likeness is still bigger. The City Girls as a thing, like a name. The City Girls is a thing. It's a I want to say it's a verb or a noun. It's one of those things where these girls is kind of just like your singleness and your sexuality is a little bit attached to your brand. So you kind of need niggas to kind of almost like the old school days where nobody never knew when these celebrities was in relationships. Like, back in the day, you could never post none of this stuff. Like, you were never, like, think about back in the day when you was really listening to music when it was 106 and Park and all this stuff and stuff. Like, that's why when you sing Bow Wow and Sierra, it was such a big deal because that wasn't common. Like, that wasn't like you didn't see celebrities dating nobody. You didn't know who none of these people was married to. Like, don't think about how much you know about Snoop Dogg, but really didn't know that he had a whole grown ass kid until now. Like, you know, we seen Snoop Dogg fight a murder trial, but I didn't know that Snoop had a kid until recent. So that's just my whole thing. When he kind of started to change his brand and he started coaching football teams, he coaching his son team or whatever the case may be, but you didn't know these things previously to that. You talking about a man who we watched fight a murder charge in real time, but I didn't know he had kids. I didn't even know he was married. Been married to this woman that whole entire time, but you never knew that. You would never even know that from the way his music, the way he portray himself in music. So for now, it's this new era where it's a little bit more acceptable, but it's like a lot of these women kind of just lose where it's like, yeah, you ain't, okay, yeah, you may found like some Instagram brand endorsement stuff or some stuff off of TikTok, but realistically, probably your real solidified check be loving hip hop. But I'm just and that's to go back to that J. Cole, what was that, 1985, when he was dissing all the young niggas, and he was like, yeah, you gonna be hot for right now, and then in 5 years, you're gonna be on loving hip hop. Like, that shit, I understand for women, it may not be as a big of a slight as it is for the men who end up going on loving hip hop, but dog, like, it's still the same thing. Like, that's just my own, like, a lot of them women kind of just be like I said, to me, out of all of them, Coyle Ray kind of played it a little bit smart because, I mean, of course, Trippie Redd is kind of like an ugly nigga. I don't necessarily know how many women just beating down his door to be with him. So, I mean, and music career, Trippie Redd has a decent music career. But like I said, to me, for a lot of the women, I would just recommend, like, slow down, dog. Like, I'm kind of.
I mean, I guess it's not a rap, but that's why I just say like when you find other avenues, like when you look at somebody like Rihanna, like I made the music,
Yeah,
but then
Rihanna
it's like,
like how many people do you think can do what Rihanna did?
but I'm just saying, but once you find that, Tiana Taylor, I feel like she's the same way, but I mean, yes, she's still in the industry, but it's just like, all right, I don't have to be performing.
Yeah, that's now, but I think fans and people made Tiana Taylor that way. It's not Tiana Taylor didn't really like listen from her interviews, even when like her Instagram post when she was doing her last tour. I felt like she never really got the proper push that she wanted to get to see the success from her music career. But I'm sure if we being honest, and somebody could ask Tiana Taylor, would you rather have a successful music career where you feel like your talent level really has performance-wise and music making ability compared to have to help music direct other people's stuff or be this fashion influencer or doing the acting? I don't necessarily know if which one she would pick. I mean, of course, yeah, she found other avenues, but I don't necessarily know if all of these other girls as talented as Tiana Taylor. Think about Tiana Taylor was introduced as almost as a lifestyle brand off the rip. We seen the first time most people who don't live in New York City, first time you seen Tiana Taylor was on Sweet 16, selling a lifestyle. So all of her shit is still kind of on brand for her, even if it's not the music. It's still on brand for how you originally met Tiana Taylor. But for somebody like Dream Doll, it's kind of like, all right, you've been trying. And it was probably like, I mean, I don't necessarily know if you wasn't trying as hard because you're such a beautiful girl.
Yeah,
and
so that's
niggas has kind of been on your line. But so are you getting sidetracked? Like, that's my only thing is the difference between like, motherfuckers can say whatever they want about Lotto and they don't know, who her man, she got this invisible man, but Lotto stay focused on the music. Lotto stay consistently, like before she put out that album, Lotto was on everybody else's fucking single or whatever the case may be. Lotto was killing with the features and all that. The same thing with Meg. Like y'all can say whatever you want about Meg. Oh, she a hoe, she be fucking on, but Meg put out a lot of music, dog.
And that's why I say when that's with their career, I'm like, when you say those two women, it's just like, all right, yeah, they do have a rap career. But you like the Asian, I'm like, do she really have a rap career? Or I used it, but then I found another avenue. So if you saying Lotto just stopped and she started selling the leopard panties, like that was her thing there. That she just a popular leopard. Mm-hmm. But they were like, damn, you did have a rap career because you put out an album and it was a class. You know what I'm saying? Like you actually had a career. So that's why I'm like with the Asian Doll and all them, just like, really, did you have a rap career or you just put out a couple of songs?
I mean, you got a point, I guess. You got a point. I can't really argue that one. I can't argue that one would be a little bit harder to argue. I guess why we kind of transitioning from out of relationships, sports, and whatever. Shout out to the dude from Indiana. Again, when we talking about just niggas who play, I wish I would have thought about this or remember this jump when we was talking about just players on a team. Like the dude from the Indiana Pacers, I don't even know who he is. I'm not even trying. I don't even care about looking up for his because he played for the Pacers. Like,
oh, he on the team? Oh, I thought he was one of the trampoline dudes.
Nah, he played for the Pacers. Go ahead. Don't disrespect the nigga like that.
Make some noise. All right, Yo, there you go. She's gonna hold the ball. Let's hear it. Don't be nervous. You gotta make some noise so she's not nervous. She looks a little scared. Here they come. Okay.
You might be right. He might be a trampoline dude. I apologize. You might be right. He might don't play for the team. Anyway, this dude who he proposed to his wife at Indiana
Cam Jam or something like that.
He posted. I apologize. I was wrong. He proposed to his wife at an Indiana Pacers. And real quick, while we talking about Indiana Pacers, and I hate that I'm not even gonna say this girl name, but fucking Tyrese Taylor, bro. Let me tell you something. You may have got the reverse card of trying to be too cool to the white people because this nigga be balling and nobody give a fuck. Nobody.
This year?
Hey, nigga, he had like a 35 and he had 35 points and like 15 assists with 0 turnovers. It was something crazy like that. Like he had one of them crazy but niggas just don't care about him. Like, bro, he's such a
I just feel like that team took a step back. Because remember last year they was
no, for sure they not as good as they were. And real quick, just while we kind of sidebar talking about just games, this line, well, it's kind of living up to the hype now because they're putting up the points now. But for a long time, a lot of people thought that this Minnesota Vikings and Detroit Lions game was going because they are battling for their division title. People thought this was going to be a shootout, and it's definitely a low-scoring game until like right now.
I ain't gonna say it's a low-scoring game. I don't know what the hell's wrong with the Vikings. They keep going down there to the goal line, can't score.
Well, right now the score is 23-9. The Lions is up on the Vikings, but when we think about the Vikings, the Lions, shit, most of their games they be damn near in the 40s.
No, but I think just even looking at it, like I don't know what Minnesota like They don't got a running back no more. Like
They
they
never
didn't
had
get
a running back for real.
they did. They Cook. Remember
He played for Buffalo now.
right. I know, but that's what I'm just saying. They had a running back. That was their run. They had a run game. But I'm just like, now you've been down there.
Nah, well, that ain't been their thing this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You haven't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he done been down there in the red zone 3 times now and couldn't score a touchdown.
I don't want to go gloss up. Let's go to something serious and then we can go to gloss up in a little bit. Here we go.
Year-old boy has second-degree burns on most of his face. His mother asked that we hide his identity, but she wanted to talk with us about what happened to her son.
I mean, I really can't describe it now, but in that moment, I was just in shock, mad, hurt, everything, seeing red, trying to just hurry up and get to, him some help, yeah.
Tiffany West says her son was in a neighbor's apartment after a sleepover with other kids playing video games. The victim's mother says he was asleep when someone threw the hot water on him.
Yes, he was transported to the burn center in Augusta, Georgia, and he had to have surgery. Of course, he's out of surgery and he's home now, but it's going to take 12 to 14 days for him to fully heal. I always ask him, I always ask him, you mad? You sad? He just like, no, he just don't have no emotion about it.
He numb about it. I know he like you got to be in shock to know that your friends is capable of this type of thing. Like somebody that you trusted, like he never thought that this would be like happening to him.
The victim's family is desperately seeking justice. Between recovery and paying the bills, they know they have a very long road ahead of them.
My brother and Tiffany has been out of work since this happened and traveling, and now she's still gonna be out of work until he heals because she got to be here for him mentally. Also, he gonna have to be like get counseling and stuff because he gonna have to be able to trust people again.
According to the victim's family, the other 3 boys have been released back to their families and are currently awaiting their hearing, which will take place in a month or so. Here in Tifton, I'm Mackenzie Blaze with WALB, your hometown news source. Year-old boy.
Dog, I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me ask y'all. I think if people who listen to this show enough, you know my opinion already. Let me get y'all take on this as parents in the room. And real quick, before y'all get y'all take, can I just sit here and say, bro, I hate that people kind of don't listen because we had the conversation we had last week about the whole little Christmas thing. Yo, this is what kind of let me know sometimes how many people really just don't listen to podcasts. And that's why I kind of get irritated when people be like, oh, take away the podcast, Mike. Because I had to explain to people. I'm like, because they was like, why y'all didn't listen to the woman's jump? I was like, 1, we record on Sunday. This lady did not put out no fucking statement until fucking Monday. That's 1. Then 2, the name of podcasting is to take a topic and turn it into a hypothetical on what would you do if you're, and I get it. Sometimes people just maybe read the captions or because I even seen people who did this for me on my Commanders post when it was just like I was talking, but people was reading like the word, like because of course if you use one of the little caption jumps, that's AI generated. Let me tell y'all what I know for a fact ain't going to spell the name right. Ain't no AI thing going to spell Jaden nothing correct. If you got a black ass name, I promise you, if you put that shit through an AI, they're going to spell the name wrong every time. And it was old to do. His name is Jaden. I said, hey, excuse me. I appreciate you. Locking in on the video and you listening or reading the jump because you obviously didn't listen to what I said. You just read the caption is coming across the screen. I don't make that. That's an Instagram thing. I'm talking. They pick it up AI. They don't know. I'm telling you. I know for a fact that I would be surprised if Instagram knew how to spell Jaden instead of Jalen. But people, hey, his name is Jay. I said, hey, dog, I live here. You ain't about to tell me how to say this nigga fucking name. I know what I said, and I got 2 ears. And I had to kept. I'm like, hold on, let me listen back before I respond. I said, damn, I said the nigga name is Jaden. What the fuck are y'all talking about? But then when I listen, I paid attention to it. Go across the screen, and it says Jalen. But because Instagram puts the words right there. Again, I'm getting sidetracked. But I just hate people who just don't like, bro. Listen. I ain't even. Why are you reading the fucking screen and I'm talking? But anyway, cool. Going back to the shit from last week, I'm talking nigga. They was on TikTok. They was pissed. I'm like, what are y'all talking about? That's why people should stop talking about. I'm like, bro, this ain't a real topic to do no research on. What are you talking about? We just seen this picture before it was any backstory. It was just a picture going viral, and people was dragging the woman who posted the original picture because the pajamas didn't match. What the I was like, bro, y'all are crazy. Y'all got it. Like some days when I just see like this comment section ain't gonna be in my favor. You got it. Knock yourself out. It is what it is. But again, as y'all being parents, what's y'all first thoughts to see a kid, for people who maybe didn't hear the video, wasn't clear enough? A young boy went to a sleepover. He was spent the night over one of his friend's house. It was like 3 other boys there, and he was asleep. And while he was sleeping, the 3 other boys thought it would be a cool joke to throw boiling hot water on him, and it literally burnt his skin. Just hearing that, like, I'm thinking as a parent, like, I'm trying to figure out who you crash out on first.
It falls on the parents.
I'm going to the parents' house.
It falls on the parents.
But how? I mean,
because if my kid was over there for a sleepover and you were not up monitoring what they were doing, like shit like that, like that's something like, how can you explain that? That's just like if they was playing with a gun. You know what I'm saying? Like they were in your house, they in your responsibility.
No, of course. But I mean, I guess to then, I mean, I'm surprised that I even kind of got to play devil's advocate with that one. I'm gonna just shoot them just a little bit of bail, just because it's like, what happened? We'll say if this happened at like 3 a.m, and they probably thought the kids was asleep. Like let's be real. Most of the time, anybody have a sleepover, the parents gonna tap out.
But you still like that's somebody's kid. That's your responsibility. You still got you got to be on your P's and Q's. You can't let shit like, and that's what I'm saying. Shit happens in sleepovers and shit like that, and that's how you get. Oh, well, my son said this happened. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how shit happens. You got to be on your P's and Q's. That's one of those nights where you don't really get good sleep because you got to be up paying attention to everything. Because shit like that. Oh, we about to prank him when he go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to, you got to.
That's right. And then my guess, I think what that one would be is like, damn, you supposed to like what makes you think the prank one with boiling water? Like your kids should already know.
I don't think kids know any better. Because when you see the shit on TikTok, you don't know it's cold water or whatever the case may be. They dumping on them. They just see a pot. They just see a pot of water.
The only thing is, how young do a kid got to be not to understand? Because let's talk about, if we talk about hood kids, and especially if you just think about at whatever age you start to make your own oodles and noodles, though, you know the difference between hot water and cold water. You ate some hot oodles and noodles too hot, and you know what that shit did to the top of your mouth. But
that's what I'm saying. When we had birthday sleepovers and all that, and you think about like how we used to put hot sauce and shit on people. You know what I'm saying? Like
hot sauce, but not
but even
water.
still, but you gotta think about even that still hot sauce. What if somebody was allergic to that hot sauce? You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know.
No, I get what you're saying, and I love that example that you gave, and that kind of will go to. I don't necessarily know what be wrong with y'all and y'all new modern kids, because you're absolutely right. That shit, and let's be clear. I think a lot of us, if we being honest, the pranks
we did a lot of fucked up shit back then.
No, listen what I'm saying. But we wasn't allergic to all the shit that y'all kids is allergic to.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, because realistically, that probably used to be our go-to thing. Our neighbor, his father used to have like this suit. I'm talking about OD hat. Like you could not realistically, you was never supposed to eat this hot sauce with no food. But if you put it on your lip, it'll make you cry. And so niggas, even if we wasn't having a sleepover, but if you like, everybody playing the game and somebody dozed off at somebody's house and everybody there, or you ain't paying attention, niggas will hurry up and run and put the joint on your lip like. And that shit hot, but nobody never thought about, let me go throw hot water on somebody.
And that's why I say it really falls on the parent, because just like if somebody's in your house boiling water and you don't smell it,
that's a lot. But I mean, one, because you're absolutely right, because that two things that do take one, that takes time, because the boiling water hot enough for the fact that it can burn your skin to give you that. No, that took a minute. So that means
it'll take a minute, but just
shit, nigga, that shit gonna take at least 10 minutes.
No, I mean, depending on what they had, like the little teacup, you got the little teacup joint that you just press the button and it automatically warm up. It boiling water.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm with you.
Like I said, the response it falls on the parents
for sure. I mean that's what.
Like I said, now the kids, yes, we got to have a conversation, but it really falls on the parent. Where were you at when the kids?
Yeah, that's a rough one though. I honestly don't know how you kind of can let that one slide.
And that's why I said, y'all see shit on TikTok. Everything ain't. And some of these people be doing shit and it be fake.
Yeah, but I think that, but again, when we talk about parenting, I think that goes on the parenting, because the parents should be having that type of conversations with their kids and telling their kids, like, hey, this is fake. If you try to do these pranks, this is done with cold water. You can't do, like, to me, I think just, and maybe I could be just thinking too much.
But we was the same kids who was doing wrestling, though. We was doing wrestling moves on each other.
But guess what? So guess what? Perfect example with that. We wasn't dumb enough to sit here. Guess what? When we was doing wrestling moves on each other, we were smart enough to like, hey, go get multiple covers and put pillows under it.
Right,
we wasn't slamming each other on the hard concrete.
But it still had the videos. What's the little backyard wrestling shit? People who was doing this shit.
We wasn't doing it. It don't matter. But
that was something. But what do you people want to do now? Everybody wants to go viral. Everybody want to have a viral moment.
Yeah, but again, that goes into parenting.
I know, and you're right. That's what I said. This goes on the parent.
Sometimes
This
you
definitely
kids
goes
too much bail because a perfect example, nigga. We live in the hood. You know the difference between we playing football on the blacktop. Guess what we playing? Tag football. We ain't playing tackle on the black. Like some shit to me, I be thinking like, damn, this was just common sense. Nobody had to tell me, hey, don't tackle a nigga on the concrete. That to me, I'm thinking the same thing when we talk about hot water and cold water. Like your kid should know the difference between what boiling water gonna do to somebody and what cold water gonna do. The same way as a kid, we all played, especially if you lived in a big enough, if you lived in an actual neighborhood where it was enough kids where you can play legit football, you know the difference between playing on the sidewalk and even when you played on the sidewalk, it was the amount of kids who played on the sidewalk when you played football. It normally wasn't as many as when we played tackle. It would be way more kids in the hood when we playing tackle than we played on the sidewalk. Like all of that shit was kind of like common sense. But again, I guess common sense ain't just too common. I feel like I want to kind of just we ain't gotta go too deep. Let me kind of scroll through what I got right here. I feel like I want to go to this joint with this little lady in this hair thing.
Want me to call the police?
Yes, I want you to call the police.
Because you're refusing to pay me? You're refusing to pay me?
Yeah, because I pay you the what you do is for. If you want to go, I'm not. Let's go.
No, you're not going to leave because you want me to call the police.
So it's the crazy thing. It's two different videos that's been going viral about women at the hair salon. One, it was a joint in New York City, and it was this lady. I believe she was in Brooklyn, and she was going crazy on these two African women. Damn, did I send that joint in here? But it was two women. When she was blacked out, she was going OD on the women in the hair salon because I guess they messed up on her hair. They didn't do the pots in her hair. But then this was the same one. This was a different woman where they basically all the conversations was the same. Where people was allowing people to finish their hair and then didn't want to pay. Like I seen the lady with the girl that was in New York, and it was like it must have been a popular braider in New York City. I believe I want to say the lady was in Brooklyn, and she was sitting here saying, like, cool, you didn't take time to pop my hair. I don't want this. Take it out. You can cut it out. I don't care if you cut it out. You can literally cut it out, but you didn't take your time to pop my hair. And the lady said it took 9 hours. I'm not gonna hold you. If I sit here and wait for something to get done 9 hours, I don't necessarily know if I don't have the patience enough to allow somebody. I wouldn't even care enough after it took 9 hours to sit here and say, I'm gonna take it out and give me my money back. And she was to the point, 9 hours though. Maybe if it's a tattoo, it's a different, but a hairstyle, and she was literally just complaining about the parts. I don't know if I'm going to sit here and care about the way.
But you paid a price, and I just sat here for 9 hours. Right, but I sat here for 9 hours. I wasted 9 hours. I could have been at work. I wasted 9 hours, and you fucked up my shit.
So now you're not getting nothing.
But I'm gonna still fuss about that. You're not gonna just be like, all right, I'm gonna just rock with this shit.
I would, especially 9 hours, dog. It was still done. She was just complaining about the actual parts in her hair. Like the parts wasn't neat. Like they were just kind of just like, if you ever had braids or twists in your hair before, you know the difference between the girl who take her time, actually do the parts, and then it's the motherfucker who literally just rushing and just parting it. It ain't no real, like there was no real, it wasn't no row. Like she didn't have rows. Like she was like, dog, there's no row. It's just, it's parts.
So it probably look crazy.
Yeah, so take this shit out. I'm not paying.
Yeah, it took 9 hours. All right, but she gave her the money back, right? Or that's what she
No, she didn't even. She said, fuck the money. Just cut this shit out my head. And she wanted to make a video.
You want your money back, or you would have been all right?
I want both.
Yeah, I want
Give my money back.
I feel like you said I can't. I'm glad I'm scrolling through. Can I say one thing I am disappointed in? Because I do want to talk about the dude from the Commanders, because I didn't talk about it, because I should have talked about this when we talked about the Megan Thee Stallion and the Chicago Bulls dude. So I do want to talk about the young man who plays for the Washington Commanders, and he proposed to his girlfriend after the big game that they won last week. So this happened last Sunday here, and I did see a funny tweet, and a girl was like, "That's crazy that he proposed to a white woman and they playing go-go in the background." But that's for another story. That's just some DMV stuff for people. So if you're not from the DMV area, you're not even going to understand how crazy that kind of is. But With all that being said, I'm not gonna lie to you. Saquon Barkley, again, pause. Let me get my gay thing out. Bro, Saquon Barkley, you are too much of a beautiful man. Again, pause. To have that mid-ass white woman, dog. Have y'all seen Saquon Barkley's wife? Bro, she is the middest of the mid pack of all my man. Look at this lady.
But I'm gay.
You see this? Y'all didn't expect it, did you? No, y'all expect Barkley had him a nice black girlfriend, didn't you? No, Barkley got him a white one. Got him a white woman. With good credit too. Look at her.
Bro, she is too mid. Come on, say like if it was Kim Kardashian, cool.
but you just
but nah,
said,
dog. I don't care, nigga. I'm okay in my sexuality that I can be real with myself to be like, nigga, Saquon Barkley is too much of a beautiful fucking man to sit here and have this mid-ass white girl as his goddamn girl, dog. Like that's crazy, dog.
I just think you looking at the athlete wise. He's not. I mean, dog, nigga look like a little baby. Like no,
man, nigga. Again, pause, no homo. You fucking tripping, nigga. Saquon ain't no ugly man. Like I'm straight enough in my skin that I can sit here and say that's not no ugly man. Like this other nigga, this nigga that play for the Redskins. All right, cool. His white girl look better than Saquon. Like nigga, this Saquon Barkley. Like you are Saquon Barkley. Like why the fuck did you get this? Like you know what I'm telling you. For a long time I kept saying like, damn, because Saquon Barkley and I'm sorry, I mean this with all due respect. Because Taylor Rooks used to get all the Saquon Barkley interviews. So it was kind of like, I thought that fucking Saquon was tapping Taylor Rooks. So I'm like, okay, this makes sense. Fucking Taylor Rooks look good as shit. And literally any interview, if you've ever seen a Saquon Barkley, 90% of them are Taylor Rooks interview. I thought that fucking Saquon was tapping Taylor Rooks, but then this nigga got a whole white wife with 2 kids with her. I'm like, bro, you crazy as hell. But anyway, women was dragging the dude, and because of course this is one of those conversations that kind of always consistently flow, especially on Twitter, how black athletes, and I believe a journalist did a write-up for the Jasmine brand about how black athletes are starting to date more white women, where it's becoming more common. It's not as, oh my God, I've never seen this before. This is so foreign and it's crazy. And then I even seen people kind of dragging the shade room because that same week, the dude from the Redskins proposed to his girlfriend. Devontae Smith also proposed to his girlfriend. They was like, damn, why haven't you posted Devontae Smith for the Eagles proposing to his girlfriend? Because his girlfriend is black. So it don't give you that same outrageous outrage. And that was when
they did post somebody.
Nah, they ain't post that one. I seen people talking about that shit. Like they was kind of like, damn, that's crazy that the Shade Room posted the dude from the Redskins because you know that it's gonna get more people frustrated, more people mad because it's a black dude proposing to a white woman. Then when you could sit here and posted Devontae Smith, black wide receiver, proposing to his black girlfriend. I promise you they ain't posted Devontae Smith jump. I know for a fact.
Who was the joint with the red roses and all that in the back saying, "Will you marry me?"
That was Devontae Smith.
Yeah, they posted that. That's how I saw it.
Oh, well, maybe they must have posted it later, and they didn't post it. They didn't post it before they posted this dude from the Washington team. But anyway, just staying on point with this Washington story. So of course, again, that's why I said we could have talked about this with the Meg jump because of course after he proposed, a girl jumped out there and showed that he flew her out before and he paid for the cheeks or whatever the case may be. And she was like, I know this nigga ain't proposing that he just flew me out and paid to, fuck me or whatever the case may be. And that, you absolutely, that one that is hate it though. Why are you mad? He just recently paid you. Cool. What the fuck do you care? You got your money. He wasn't trying to marry you. Why are you sitting here trying to put him on blast? Because guess, let me tell you what this white woman ain't going to do. She is not going to call this fucking, nobody in her family, her closest friends, nobody related to her or got her number and their actual phone would allow her to call off this engagement because he paid for some random ass pussy. He flew you out and smashed you. So what? She's getting proposed to on national TV. Are you? Listen, what I'm telling you again. Let me have a Kevin Samuels moment real quick. There's no way on God's green hill you think that a fucking multi-millionaire gives a fuck about giving you a punk ass $2,500 for some fucking pussy. I think he paid. I didn't see the girl picture, but I think the picture that they tried to attach to her, she wasn't worth no $2,500. I do think niggas is taking the price outright, and we'll talk about that in like 2 seconds when we talk about Skip Bayless. Like, I get that some of y'all niggas just got real money that's really disposable, but bro, y'all taking the price of pussy up extremely too high. Like, bring that shit down a lot.
Can't bring it down if you got it.
Yes, you can, because it's just stupid. Because it be to the point where it's just like you got people delusional living in la la land that don't even make no sense.
Well, that's why they deal with them. I know I can get the bag. You got the money. That's what I'm gonna go after.
Well, shout out to him because he sit here and said, man, it's all love on my end. He ain't bash or he ain't get mad. He's like, cool, it happened. And
That's why I said that was hate. Like, what was the whole point of you even saying anything?
No, of course it was hate, but that's my point. But but that's some people. You talking about delusional? Like that was hate, and that was full of fucking delusion. Because what did you think? This was a prostitution transaction. He paid for this box. What did you think was gonna go further than this? Why do you care?
And you ain't say nothing before. You say something now because you see him proposing to his future.
That's like if my pastor bought coke for me, and I'm going to see him like, damn, he preaching a good word on Sunday, but he just bought an 8-ball for me. So fucking what? Nigga, I'm hoping he come back one day. Why the fuck am I putting him on blast for? Nigga, what would you care if he's still preaching? I'm talking about this nigga smoking the joint. You can't niggas in here catching the Holy Ghost. I don't care that he bought an 8-ball for me the other day. Fuck do it matter?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's basically what she did. Like a nigga paid top dollar for your fucking weak ass box. The only niggas who ever listen to what I'm saying. As a woman, if you get an athlete lick, you should be happy because I'm sure when you at home, the only niggas you getting like that is fucking fat niggas that can't even see their dick. Or street niggas who are fat niggas that still can't see their meat. So just take the super sweet athlete lick and keep it moving. Like you cannot, like, bro, women just be on some hating ass shit. To me, that was hate. I'm not mad because it happened to a Becky, but I know for a fact that Becky is smart enough and her family is smart enough to know, hey, guess because I'm gonna tell you how vicious that text message probably really got with her family. No, you better not let that nappy head nigga bitch chase you out of this goddamn payday. Because that's what I would have said. If that was my homegirl, off the rip, I would have told her that. Like, bro, you better not call this fucking engagement off because some fucking Instagram thought she got flown out and got some meat and got paid for it. You better keep it like that. But that's my point. Like, bro, that's why I can't be mad at these athletes for wanting to date some of these other women because I ain't gonna lie, I did break my heart a little bit. Like what's my man named Derrick Rose? Like, damn, bro, you was a snow bunny master. Like, you having this big crazy layout, and it's just this white woman making these crazy TikToks. I'm like, oh my god, Derrick Rose, get the fuck off my TikTok. But anyway, shout out to Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose is getting his number retired from Chicago, from the Chicago Bulls. Huh?
They retired it.
I mean, no, they had the ceremony was just passed this weekend.
Yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to them.
I'm saying then they retired it, right?
I think it was just Derrick Rose night. I don't even necessarily know if they fully retired. Did he? They might. I know they retired her. That's all I know. And
I thought they retired it.
It may have been. That may have been what was going on. They had a big ceremony. It was a big thing, and then also Derrick Rose is opening a flower shop in Chicago.
And that's what I thought it was. The whole, that with Adidas doing all that. That's what I thought it was. And when they said they retired his jersey. And then when I seen everybody wearing the shirts and he was at the game.
So they are retiring. Chicago Bulls are retiring his jersey, and he's also opening a flower shop, which is on brand. Like that is smart. That is a extremely smart thing. It's great marketing. It's literally just like Angel Reese with the Reese cup. Like certain shit, like your last name is literally just a layup. So for Derrick Rose, that's super on brand, and that shit was fire. Like I even seen a quote where it was like,
yeah, Adidas did the.
I don't even know what the stuff was made out of, but it was just like there was flowers.
I don't think that's all made out of flowers.
Oh, that shit was hard. Then if it was like, it was just like you like it was in the middle of the court, right? If that was flowers, that was OD. I ain't even hold you.
I think that was flowers.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Then if that was flowers, that John was OD. Real quick, why we kind of talking about basketball players until there's some more athletes. Shout outs to LiAngelo Ball. People don't know who LiAngelo Ball is. He is the middle brother of Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball. Jello Ball, he is the brother who went overseas, got caught stealing some Louis glasses when he went on a school trip with his UCLA teammates. Never even got to actually play a game for UCLA. Out of the 3-ball brothers, he's the only
Trump
one who never
out, right?
actually. Yeah, Trump did get him to come home. He's actually the only ball brother that didn't get to actually make it to the NBA. He's played on G League teams, but he never actually got to make it. But he is stumbled, and this is the reason why I can't take the internet serious when y'all talk about Lil Baby. And the only reason why, because there's no way on God's green earth you got the audacity to tell me that Lil Baby just put out a mid album and you telling me that this LiAngelo Ball shit is cranking. Like, stop, dog. Like, y'all listen to what I'm saying. And I ain't even saying it's a bad song. Like, it's cool. I get it. I'm here for it's a cool jump. Like, it's cool. The better version is what some DJ made, and he put Lil Boosie on it, and he put NBA Youngboy. That verse that he put from NBA Youngboy smeared like a motherfucker on it. The joint was clean, but it's no way. This is what I'm saying. You cannot have your take cannot be this LiAngelo Ball shit is fire. This is Fish Grease, the best song of 2025, and tell me Lil Baby put out mid. Like them two things like that. You cannot be on the same internet and have the same platform or whatever platform you use to say LiAngelo Ball put out fire, and you telling me Lil Baby shit is trash. Come on, dog. Like, we got to be serious. And that's why I can't take niggas' music opinion seriously, because there's people real live. I'm sure you can go on their Twitter. You see a nigga say, oh, this LiAngelo Ball is fire. I guarantee you on Friday or Thursday at midnight, 1 a.m. on Friday morning, them same niggas tweeted out and said Lil Baby album was mid. Listen to him. I can't take you seriously if you told me this Leangelo Ball shit is slapping and telling me Lil Baby shit is me. Those two sentences don't even make sense. But shout outs to Jello for finding his way, because I'm sure I didn't see this coming. I ain't gonna lie to you. That is the power of social media, though, and that is just the blessing of the internet. Internet can just bless you with just random situations. And why we talking about random situations that I don't believe, but again, this kind of proves how great of a podcaster Joe Budden is. And that's why even if I ever will slander Joe Budden, I'm still gonna give him his flowers first, because the way his fans ride for him is ridiculous. Like Joe, I'm not gonna lie to you, Joe Budden got damn near like a cult-like following that really real live hang on to every word he's saying. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm a man who has slept with over hundreds of women. I have never in my life, I done heard bitches snore before. I'm talking about some of the most beautiful women in planet Earth snore like a goddamn grizzly bear. But I'm gonna tell you what I've never in my, and I've been on road trips with 15 niggas into a goddamn hotel room on a tour bus, little minivans, fat niggas snoring crazy as hell. Everybody on the bus mad as shit because this one fat nigga sleeping. He just snoring loud as hell. Been there, done that. But I'm telling you what I've never seen with my two eyes. I'm 40 years old. And again, I've been in the bed, shared bed with hundreds of women. I ain't never seen nobody get up and sleepwalk, dog. But you seen somebody sleepwalk before? In real life?
Yeah, my daughter used to do it.
How far did she get?
It wasn't bad. Like you had to wash the doors. Like she would come into my room and she would talk.
So okay, so
Just
you
random.
can sit here and say that sleepwalking is a real thing.
Yeah.
So do you believe that Joe Budden walked from out of one apartment
so.
to the next apartment and tried to get into a room, into a whole different apartment building?
They say that it could be that serious. I don't like him, so I'm assuming. I think he's a creep. So I think he's just doing that. But they say it can be that serious where people will like walk out the door, go into the street, walk. They say it's that serious.
How is that possible though? Like for me personally, because I haven't seen it, that shit is hard to believe, dog.
No, it's definitely possible. Like she even with they had bunk beds at one time. She walked down the steps of the bunk bed and sat in the middle of the floor and started talking.
Damn.
And my daughters came and got me. Like sleepwalking is
that shit probably would scare the hell out of me if I seen that. I'm glad I ain't never seen it then, because that was to me when I've seen it. Me and my younger brother was like, "Nah, Joe gotta be back on some type of drug, bro." Because I can't believe you sit here telling me a nigga literally walked out. You tell me you walked. That mean you got out of the bed or off the couch, wherever you were saying you were sleeping at. Got out of there, walked out, opened the door, walked out of your apartment, and tried to get and walk into another joint. Like, how was that possible, dog? And then you sit here saying, "Ain't nobody sit here." The people door you try to get into, they were saying he was putting in a code and he was naked. And again, the crazy thing is, I feel for him. Shout out, if you know you asleep, this is why you gotta sit here and say you a different type of nigga. If you know that you a sleepwalker and you still sleep butterball naked, you was a wild boy off the rip for that one. That's to me is crazy. And then if you did it 9 times out of 10, and especially you up in age, you ain't walking around on fucking hard. So that means you butterball on the strip noodle. Oh nah, dog.
So was he in the complex?
In what he was in an apartment, Joe.
No, I'm saying where they recorded.
Well, I don't know if it was where they would recorded it. I don't know. I don't necessarily know. People trying to tie them two things together. I don't necessarily know.
Because that's the first thing that's when I first heard about it. Because that's why when I saw y'all posting, I'm like, well, yeah, I heard about that already. That's what they was putting out the allegation.
Yeah, but my only thing with him is, and this is just like, that's why I said he got a cult like following, because I seen people in the comment section saying he already talked about this. Listen to what I'm saying. He said, yeah, I slept. He jokingly threw it. He ain't go into detail and really say what he said. Because I seen a girl, I think it was on the Neighborhood Talk, Joe, and I seen like 2 girls going back and forth. And I'm like, one thing I've learned is people who just listen to the Joe Budden podcast and appreciate it and can appreciate he's a great podcaster. Nobody can take from that. But then he got stands that's going to like, bro, because I listened to the same shit. I did not hear this man sit here and say he walked to his neighbor Joe and he getting charged for fucking being nude in public. And guess what? In nude in New Jersey, that comes with a fucking jump. If this charges stick, if they become real charges and he get charged with this, because I always hear them talk about this on the Breakfast Club when they be talking about like they don't even play around with peeing outside. You want to have now you get as a pedophile, you get put on the list. So that to me is where I'm like, dog, if you know that if you someone he's really a sleepwalker, there's no way in hell I'm sleepwalking butterball naked, dog. So like if your neighbors really got this on camera,
that's why I
want to know what the prices the TMZ gonna pay to get this fucking footage from them.
That's why I thought it was in. That's why I said I thought it was in the where they recorded.
I mean, maybe it might have been. I don't necessarily.
Like I said, the first time,
because when he came back and talked about it, he didn't talk about it into
No,
detail.
and-
so I don't. Nobody really know where it happened at. But everybody's just trying to put two and two together because they don't record in that space no more. They record back in Parks Jones. So people just trying to put two and two together and say, okay, this must have happened where they record it.
So I don't know. I don't know how you be, or if you watch them or anything like. Cause like I be seeing like the little YouTube clips where people be breaking down the shit and all that, and then also I be on Reddit. And I seen it, and like I said, that was the first thing I seen was when they were still in there recording, but he wasn't there. And somebody said something like, "Oh, well, Joe is, he got caught, you know what I'm saying, blah blah blah. That's why they, you know what I'm saying." Like that was the first one. Then I seen a YouTube joint when it was like, "Well, yeah, well, Joe was, naked and sleepwalking and all this shit." So then that's why I was like, "All right." And then when he came on the podcast and said he was sleepwalking, I'm like, "So that shit was true."
Oh, so somebody came out and said and said that they must have already knew about this before he even came back and said something.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. See, I don't
Yeah,
so that, on none of that.
So that's what I said. That came out before that, and then like I said, then when the mugshot, the little what's name joint came out, and I was like, oh shit. So this nigga really out here just.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, because I wouldn't blame it on the drugs, because if you was on the drugs, if somebody else would have been there with you, so that's what I'm saying. It had to be sleepwalking then.
I mean, people do drugs by themselves though. Like I've literally, and listen to what I'm saying, even still with some of that though. Like I'm talking about somebody who I smoked both before. For people who don't know, maybe you live in a different city, they may call it dust, angel dust, or whatever the case may be. And I've seen people trip out, or there's some people even in DC at one point in time, they used to call it butt naked because people will smoke the water and get butt naked. I've never had that urge. That's why I be thinking sometimes people be already wanting to do this stuff before they do it, and then you just blame it on, oh, I was off the boat and that's why I did it. Because I've been OD high before. I've been high and felt like I was in a Mario go-kart or whatever the case may be. But I ain't never been high to the point where I want to just get butterball naked. Like that's just crazy to me. I always felt like when I see people and they blame it on smoking water, I'm like, I be thinking you already just wanted to do this and you just trying to blame it on the water.
He might sleep naked.
But that to me wouldn't I guess that just still just don't make no sense. Like if you know for a fact you a sleepwalker, why would you sleep just butterball naked?
Because I don't think you know when you're doing.
Because then my question is, how do you prove? But then I guess I don't know the law, but how do you prove that this is true? Like, would you have to sit here and go do a sleepwalking? Like, how they prove that you actually sleepwalk, or you wasn't realistically on some drugs, or you wasn't drunk?
But that's the thing. If you don't, let's just say you don't. I'm pretty sure he knows that he do it, or if people told him that he's done it before, because I think they talked more about it. I think one of them said that he did it with, I guess, his little manager or whatever. I think he did it at his shit or whatever. So it's like some people have seen you do it. You might not know you do it as much. That's just like if somebody say, "Oh, you sleep," like you sleep talk. If you talking in your sleep.
Sure. But what I'm saying is, if now that you are facing charges, if they sit here saying your neighbors want to press charges, or sitting here saying, because I seen no paperwork, they trying to say it was minors in the house or whatever the case may be, and he was trying to get in there. So if they trying to make these charges or whatever case may be stick to you, how do you prove that it was sleepwalking in there? You wasn't high, you wasn't drunk.
That's what you got. That's what you got your doctors for. Doctors and your lawyers. You gotta have your records. You're like, oh yeah, he's been diagnosed with it, or you have those situations.
Yeah, well, thoughts and prayers to Joe Budden, because I don't necessarily know how that one gonna work. But one thing I do know, in New Jersey, if they find you guilty, buddy, you will go on that pedo list. You will sit here and have to be registered. So that one thing I do know for a fucking fact. What else is going on? Lil Uzi Vert, is this him defending the BBLs?
Underrated, and the reason why I say underrated, because BBLs actually get a lot of hate. Only people that be hating on BBLs, especially in I guess in the boy community, is the ones that don't got no BBL girls. So BBLs is lit. I mean, they cool. If a woman want to make themselves look better in their eyes, then I'm with it. So BBLs is lit.
I guess my only pushback to Lil Uzi would be kind of even going back into the original conversation when we were talking about Shorty with the Meg situation is BBLs is cool until you see you trying to portray as something else. Like the BBL don't really slap compared to the gym girls who really work out. Cause their shit just hit different. Like the way them legs and that ass just sit different with that smooth back. It's a difference. Like if you actually follow women who work out, and I'm talking about them girls who be having them super tight leggings and the little scrungy piece squeeze up in their butt and their back be completely out. yeah, the BBL ain't gonna get that right because that back gonna still have them little rolls to it. It's gonna still have that. But when that's the official, like real tissue shit, and it's just like she earned them legs and that ass, and they go smooth, that back goes super smooth. You can see the details in that back, and then it matched it, man. Yeah, that shit hit different. I hear what Lil Uzi saying because you're trying to defend your girl because she may be a part of the yeah, but it's like that shit cool, but it don't hit like nah. It's them Jim Jones, like it hit different. I'm not gonna hold you. I hear you, but I don't feel you. Shout out to Money Long. Money Long went on originally last week. And matter of fact, before I do that, because I forgot to say this, and sometimes we be talking so much or conversation just goes so far left or right, I forget to say so. One, I wanted to say rest in peace to OG Mako. And the crazy thing is, I realistically was supposed to say rest in peace to OG Mako like 2 weeks ago, but it seemed like I don't necessarily know if somebody jumped the gun earlier when I seen it 2 weeks ago, because I thought I know for a fact I had it on the topic list 2 weeks ago, but then I seen all the blogs posted last week. I'm like, damn,
Yeah, no,
he
he
died a week ago.
Nah, you were absolutely right. You did. You had it on there, and that's why I took it off the thing, but because it didn't happen. I think he was like in, I guess on life support or something like that.
Yeah. So again, for people who don't know who OG Mako is, he was signed to QC, and he was probably like the first artist, like right after like the Migos, when the Migos was still like on fire. Like most of his big records, of course, Bitch You Guessed It was his biggest song, and that was him by himself. But all his other songs, like there was like semi big as that one. All of them Jones had the Migos on it. So like he had his run. And the crazy thing is, I think he did a podcast when he was on Back on Fig. I want to say, I think that is, I think whatever the podcast that AD from No Jumper guy, I believe it's called Back on Fig, but he was on there with them and he was giving like backstories that I didn't even know that fucking Doja Cat was signed to him at one point in time. And like they Googled it, like they pulled it up, and like Doja Cat was signed to GG. I think the name of his label was at that time was GGG. And she was signed to them, I believe, like in 2000, and I want to say it was like 2015, 16. I can't remember the exact dates, but I was like, damn, I didn't even know that. One, I didn't know that he was kind of still around or moving around like that. And I believe him and Larry June was super cool. If you knew here, I've never really talked about Larry June because there's like some of that like smoking weed, rapper, like currency shit. I'm cool on that because I don't smoke weed, and that music is just like entirely too mellow for me. So that's just not my bag. But he was just giving backstories to sit here, just telling like people that he kind of like was like in bed with and kind of helping them out and kind of directing them in the right way, even though he wasn't relevantly himself making music at the time. So again, rest in peace to OG Mako. Yeah, that was like, and it's so crazy because it's like I believe he had like a bad car accident or something. I don't want to say he messed up his face, but it's just so crazy because you really don't know what people going through, right? It's even just like he real life like he did end up completing it, but it was just like, damn, you know, like you think about like a nigga had a big song and then maybe a couple years later and he take his own life. Like that shit kind of crazy. Like but you honestly just never know what people going through. Like it don't even matter. Like again, tying it back into that girl originally, like sometimes your highs and the materialistic stuff can be through the roof, and then you can hit that slow patch where it's like, damn, it's like some people don't know how to deal with it because you celebrate the highs so much, you don't know how to deal with the lows. And for some people who don't really know how to deal with the lows, the first thing they kind of do is, stuff like that. So again, like I said, rest in peace to OG Mako. And if you got him in your rotation on something, you should, especially if you got, and when you're a person like me to add the gym music, you should definitely at least have 2 of his songs. The 2 that I would recommend to add to your gym playlist would be, one, of course, would be Bitch You Guessed It, and then number 2 would be how that song goes, him and Amigos. I want to say, it ain't Fuck You Mean, it's fuck something. I can't remember how it go, but it's him and Amigos on the jump. So, but if you put in OG Mako name, I'm 100% positive. First song on any platform should be Bitch You Guessed It, and the second one probably should be the jump featuring Amigos. Again, like I said, rest in peace to OG Mako. But like I said, I was talking about Money Long, and she had a video. She had a video that was going viral last week. And it was like her just like it was a TikTok video, but you know how sometimes on TikTok people will just do like some body language thing, and the video up top will say something completely different, but the video just don't, like, it ain't no words to it. So basically, she was sitting here saying she told one of the execs at Atlantic that she wasn't writing no more music for any white artists. So I do want to play this clip of her explaining what she was saying.
I didn't expect that last video to go so crazy like it did. I feel like it warrants a little bit of context, specifically Atlantic Records. I'll name you 3 times that this happened. So this is the first time. I'm gonna do a second video. I'm gonna do a third video. First time, I write a song. Song is called Timber. Love it. They fall in love with the record. Me and Breon had a great time in the studio writing a song. Breon is also They're like, oh, we want to give it to Flo, as in Flo Rida. Oh my God, like this is incredible. I don't know what happened. The song ended up on Pitbull. About 2 weeks before the song gets ready to come out, they hit me up saying, hey, Ben, I'm not gonna say your last name, Ben, who used to work at Atlantic, calls me and says, hey, we need you to come cut some vocals. What does that mean? In my mind, you need my voice on the song. Cool. They still haven't said anything. So I go and I'm hearing somebody else's vocals on my song. I'm like, what is this? I'm hearing this part. Ooh. When I wrote it, I said, whoa. I didn't expect that. Where the woo came from. They're like, oh, well, you know, she couldn't sing it like you. So we had her change it to woo. And now we want you to go in and sing the woo underneath her because your vocals are underneath her on the hook, on the whole song. And so if you don't sing the woo, it's going to sound different. And we need to have the same feel. That's the problem that I have. You want it to feel a certain way, but you want it to look that way, but you want it to feel this way. Nah, player. I didn't get paid, among other things on the business side that just were not handled properly. Not to mention, later on, there's a copyright claim on the song. Said artist's mother was trying to get publishing on the song, and she didn't write it. Not one word. Yeah, song came out. Rest is history. The only reason why I was even in the studio, because my Karen bought me flowers and sent me on vacation, because that's the only way that he could get me to show up, because they always do stuff like this, specifically Atlantic Records.
Again, that's one of the reasons why I love TikTok. And shout out to Money Long. Money Long, I think, is one of those people, if you watch enough of her interviews, even from her Joe Budden interview or her R&B, what's it, R&B Money Joan with Tank, or even her Breakfast Club interviews, you can hear that Money Long is one of those people who is
You got this one?
very comfortable,
About J. Cole?
No, send it to me. She's one of those people who are very comfortable in her skin and very comfortable with her success, where she's kind of like to the point where she made enough money where she kind of feel like once she got the talent and now kind of really got the bag, dude, she can kind of almost have fuck you money. And when I say fuck you money, she don't have to, again, when she having this thing and she's explaining, because most artists, I'm sure 7 years ago, Money Long wouldn't been comfortable enough to sit here and say this type of stuff to Atlantic Records. But now, because her face is on Front Street and she got big enough records that she can kind of like put her dick on the table a little bit and tell people like, I'm going to kind of set the tone and do business how I want. One, because like I said, if you listen to any of her interviews, especially when she talked about some of her most recent stuff, she was the one who put up the money for it. She was the one who shot the videos, or she put the money behind the studio sessions to record some of these songs. So where she's at now in her career, that's kind of why she can talk the way she talk now. So again, like I said, shout out to Money Long. And matter of fact, real quick, I mean, of course, their podcast isn't together, but the first time I ever heard of Money Long was on See the Thing Is, and that was Bridget and Mandy's podcast. That was the very first time I've ever heard of Money Long. So I do want to kind of show them some love, even though they don't podcast together anymore. What else was going on in the world? I feel like it's a bunch of other shit that was going on. That was from that mom. And real quick, and the reason why I can kind of double down on, you just said something to J. Cole. The reason why I could double down on the Netflix being just the number one thing, the fact that Apple TV had to give out, even though they only did it for 48 hours, but the fact that they even had to give out free, letting people watch the jump for free, it let you know how like Netflix kind of just like really going crazy on people right now. What's this?
I remember one time I had a moment in the studio where J. Cole was there, and I was just having a bad day that day, and I started just talking trash. I was talking to my other friend, Teron Rock City, who's also an artist and songwriter, and Cole came in the room, and within 2 minutes, he did not even, he like sat down, he heard what we was talking about, and he got up and left. And I just remember being like, damn, what we say? Why did he do that? Yeah. But then I realized, like, my frequency, we wasn't on the same frequency. He not on that. Right. You know, complaining and like, man, why these niggas always trying to play us and you know who they think they is? That kind of conversation does not circulate in higher level rooms. So, you know,
I love that he got up and left though, and just like didn't even try to interject, but just immediately protected his.
He didn't
energy.
judge me. He didn't say nothing bad. He sat there, he listened for like a minute, and then he got up and left.
Yeah, because sometimes when I'm in them situations, I'll be like trying to bring frequency up. Like, okay, but no, just leave.
Because what?
Yeah, shout out to J. Cole, and again, like I said, shout out to Money Long for just being that transparent. We can't get no later, can't go no more further than my man Skip Bayless. And this is again where I should have just realistically stayed on board when I'm sitting here talking about the Redskin dude paying for boxing. I'm sitting here saying people who just pay too much for the box. I'm not gonna get into the Joy Taylor stuff because I believe this is just some paperwork coming out. You ain't seen that?
That's what I thought you was. That's what I thought all this was about.
Nah, this was this. I don't even know who this other woman was attached to, but the original story that came out.
Because your boy just said something too.
Who?
Mate, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't fuck with him at all. So that's one of the reasons why I really don't even care about that part of the topic because it was because I just don't like. I just hate that nigga. And if Joy was giving him some cheeks or was in it, that shit kind of might break my heart. Like I'm gonna really read and get into the Joy joint like after we finish recording. And if she gave Emmanuel Outro some cheeks, I'm going to unfollow Joy Taylor because that's like you cannot like. I'm sorry, I'm one of them type of niggas. I judge you off of the people that you date. Like if you're a woman and you fucking a lame corny nigga, like and everything about him is he's a lame corny nigga. So if you gave that nigga some cheeks, bro, I'm cool. I'm unfollowing Joy Taylor on all social media platforms because I seen it and it seemed like.
Well, hold on. You saying he cornier than Shannon Sharp?
Who? Emmanuel Outro?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, nigga. What? Like, don't disrespect Uncle like that. You're crazy. What? Nigga, Emmanuel Outro is the definition of a fucking African nigga. He is corny as shit. Fuck no, dog. Nah, I'm cool. But anyway, stand on topic with Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless is allegedly offered a woman who must have been. And if I'm reading it right, because it's two different jumps that I've seen. The original jump was basically he offered this woman 1.5 million to crack cheeks, and the lady must have been a Muslim woman because he was sitting here saying like the lady was like, nah, Skip, ain't you married, whatever the case may be, and he was like, ain't you Muslim? And you know what I'm saying? No, like, ain't that a thing in y'all culture? Like niggas be having like 3 or 7 wives or whatever the case may be. But then I read something on, I believe I seen it was the Neighborhood Talk, and it was saying that this lady must have done something with Shannon Sharp before. And he must have got wind of it, and he might have got jealous, and that's when maybe she didn't want to let him crack no cheeks, and he tried to offer some bread.
That's why I thought Taylor was attached to it.
No, the Joy shit ain't had nothing to do with it. I think her and that, I don't know how her and this lady even got. This must be the lawsuit is, I guess, towards Skip Bayless, and it's also towards Fox Sports. So whoever this lady is, she must have had some in Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless?
Because I think she used Taylor in it. I think she used Taylor in it.
Yeah, because I think she was trying to say she had the same experience with whatever this man is, whoever the exec is, the lady, the white dude, whoever that exec is. She's trying to sit here and say that Joy Taylor has had the same, and I think that's how Joy name is getting attached into the story. So basically, it was just like, hey, I had this problem with Skip. She basically trying to solidify that not even just Skip Bayless, but the other man, whatever this other white dude is, whoever he's some like CEO or some exec at Fox Sports, she had a problem with him, and Joy Taylor also had one and was trying to make it seem like that's how Joy got some of these TV shows because she basically was holding shit over the dude's head. So like I said, my only thing is with Skippy is like, bro, you can't be offering nobody no 1.5 for some cheeks, dog. Like offer, like the nigga, do you know how offering somebody, though? You know how indeed you see what the woman look like. I don't care how much money you got, bro. I'm not, dog. I can't even think off the top of my head who would I pay $1 million to have sex with. $1 million American US dollars for some sex, dog. You know how bad I've had, you know how sometimes you done had sex and you might have been geeking, and after you done had sex, you just completely feel empty in the soul. Like your soul just completely feel like, why the fuck did I just do this? Like, and then in your mind, like if you really like, let's say if you go to the girl house and your mind is like, damn, how soon can I get out of here? Like, I don't want to come off like a douchebag, but I'm just like, I don't even feel right being in here. I'm trying to hurry up and roll. And so you trying to like, and your conscience is trying to just think about like, all right, give it like 20 minutes and then leave. But back in the day, if this was me at 20, 21, nigga, I would have skedaddled. I would have hurried, put my drawers and my jeans on, and I'm gone. Because you ain't got no conscience. But the older you get and you feel that emptiness, you kind of be thinking like you feel bad. So I can't imagine paying because if I got to pay that much money for some box, that means we don't have no type of connection. So I just spent, if I'm trying.
But is that for the hush money? Like you don't say now, you know I'm married and all that. I'm paying you. So
man,
you
I don't give a fuck. It's not worth $1 million. $1 million, and shout out to that lady for having some principles and morals. Because I'm not gonna hold you. Shit, I couldn't have been that woman. I would have sent Skip ass to the motherfucking ER for that one. Make this shit a cash, dog. I don't want no check. I don't want you to put shit in my FanDuel or nothing. Nigga, come in here with 1.5 in a duffel bag. And I want this shit in all 20s. I'm not fucking like you crazy as hell. There's no way on God, man. Shout out to Skip Bayless, though. You a different type of nigga. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. What else is going on? Shout out to Apple. Apple will have to pay out $95 million in a lawsuit of users accusing Siri for listening to their private conversations. But the only sad thing for the customers is you only get $20. Like, that shit will blow me. Like, bro, I don't even want to be attached. I don't want my name on nobody's fucking paperwork, and I'm getting $20 back. $20, dog. $20 you real life can't even really get something to eat nowadays.
I just say how many people did they getting up?
But you should know that. Like, but listen to what I'm saying though. And to me, it's like I feel like it's almost to me at this point, it's like it's the price of just using the internet and using these phones. Like, you kind of know, like there's no like I know I'm sure early it was like, damn, we all used to be like, damn, I just was talking about this. How this come up on my phone now? How this come up on my Instagram now? Like, all right, bro, we kind of over that now. Like, we all know what it is. Like, is at this point in time, it's like, bro, who even cares? We know where we at with it.
Yeah, but you gotta, like I said, people read that fine print and if they don't like what
Man, yeah, I guess. I mean, and just real quick, I mean, I get my because I don't have no real crazy and thanks thought pieces about this. But my only question to y'all is: do y'all know any other rappers that's married besides Cardi being Offset or were married? Because that was one of my big. I guess to me, that was my biggest
still
takeaway
married.
From no, I'm just saying, period. Because when I'm listening to Lil Baby album, it's on the song. It's the second. Is this the second? It's the third song on the album, and the song is called "F You 2 Times." In that song, he kept talking about sleeping with a married woman. And the reason why I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together, because also on that song, it's on song number 7, it's called "Do for a Win." Towards the end of the song, he talked about, he said, I know you ain't like that because I seen niggas strip you down to your underwear. So if you are somebody who if you be on the YouTube and you kind of be listening to people tell like stories between Lil Baby and Offset, their whole little feud and beef, it was supposed to, even when Akbach was going back and forth with Cardi B on social media, she talked about it. 4PF stripped Offset outside of a club parking lot and stripped him into his underwear. So when I heard that verse on song number, and that's why I know people really don't listen to the music, when like if your first run to the internet was Lil, and listen to what I'm saying. One thing I'm never going to do, I don't want to, at this point in age, especially in 2025, I don't want to convince nobody on nothing what to like or whatever the case may be. But I do, if you dislike something or you like something, I would prefer for you to have a in detail reason on why you don't like something. So just and let me know that you actually listen to it. Because if you got real critiques, so my thing was when I'm listening to it, I'm putting 2 to 2 together. I'm just kept saying, all right, I seen Offset keep saying to Cardi B that had sex with one of his ops, and I'm like, who the only nigga that I really know you got real smoke with will either be 42 Doug or Lil Baby. I don't necessarily know you guys.
Chris Brown.
You said who?
Chris Brown.
Not Offset. That's Quavo.
But that's what I'm saying. But he would still be considered an ops, right? Didn't they all?
I mean, yeah, they did get into it, but I don't think Chris Brown. I'm to me personally, just because I'm listening to the music, I just keep hearing, especially on this. If you go listen to song number 3 on that Lil Baby joint, he just continuously kept doubling down on having sex with somebody's wife, and I'm just like, you young. I'm like, no, you don't even know too many niggas in their 20s is married. So who are you talking about? And so that kept making me. I said maybe I'm reaching, but then I felt like when I heard song number 7 and he talking about, I know you ain't really like that. I seen niggas strip you down to your drawers. I'm like, maybe I ain't tripping. Like maybe I'm hearing it, and maybe because other people not really listening to what he's saying, people not picking up on it. But I'm kind of like putting 2 to 2 together. I'm like, and just because I know how young he is, like maybe if I was hearing this from somebody like Drake's age or Jay-Z, it's a little bit different. Like niggas in their 30s and close to 40 or in your 40s, yeah, you know more married people, but you kind of keep just throwing. I'm like, how many married people do Lil Baby really know? Like, why you keep making this? Like, why are you making this a point of the even the saying this? Because most of your audience don't even know nobody that's married. Because most of your audience is in their 20s, so they don't. How many married people do they really know? So when I'm listening to it, that's all I'm thinking. But then even just kind of just going into people's, why I knew like I'm like I can't have these conversations with kids. So I'm listening to these 2 young dudes, and they was like, first thing they say, man, yeah, the internet saying the Lil Baby joint ain't trash. I'm like, bro, y'all niggas is outside for real. Why are you listening to what you are out? You supposed to dictate what's cool to the internet. You're not supposed to allow the internet to dictate what's cool to you. But cool, that is already mistake number 1. But y'all young, I'm gonna give you a pass. Let's listen to this. So then the first joke come in, and I'm saying the song number 1 called "Listen Up." Lil Baby is rapping his ass off, but there's no drums. Like the beat is no beat. So the first thing these niggas say, they not even listening to the words. Is like, damn, ain't no beat. Why the beat ain't drop? Why this shit don't got no, why it's not? I'm like, but these is the niggas is giving y'all music opinions. You're not even listening to what this man is saying. You're just talking about where's the drums, why this beat ain't dropped yet. Like, oh, this shit would have went crazy if the beat would have dropped. I'm like, bro, all right, y'all got it, though. That's why I don't want to have conversations about music. I'll give you my opinion. I really don't care about yours if you don't have no real detail in it. Like, if it's just a trolling comment, I don't care. Like, you can just keep your fucking comments to yourself because it's not going to change my mind to make me think what I'm listening to. Because I'm listening to this. When you really listen to that very first song, listen up. This nigga was rapping his ass off. And for all the Young Thug and Future fans, that Dumber and Dumber song, Lil Baby by far had the best verse. Young Thug absolutely was talking about nothing. And I'm going to try to shoot Young Thug some bail, maybe because his court stuff or reason why he getting out of jail. Bro, you just literally been locked up for almost damn near 3 years. And you coming out talking about what type of cars you driving, having sex with foreign women, and then you couldn't even double down on what you said in your verse. You had to clean it up. I didn't even feel like that shit was even worth cleaning up because you was basically saying, I only fuck foreign women in America. Who cares? Like, I don't think it's a long list. One reason why I don't think you should have to, because I don't think it's a long list of women who give a fuck about Young Thug's opinion on what type of women he like to have sex with. I don't think, it may have been like probably a few people, because some people just want to be mad about some shit on social media, but who cares? Like, that verse was mid as shit. That Future verse was ass. Like, I'm not gonna hold you. I'm like, dog, Lil Baby could have just kept that song for himself and just dogged it. Because realistically, that what's this? The song that I kind of hated the most was the Say Twin. Because realistically, it was just nothing but the Future. It was a knockoff to Future Say Gang. Say Gang. It was the same. It was literally the same exact song. You just took out Gang and put in Twin. And my only thing if I'm really critiquing this Lil Baby album, only thing I wish he would have did, if you were gonna do that song, you should have put Young Thug and you should have put Future on that, or even put Lotto on it. I think that is, and I seen somebody critique that, and I kind of agree with their critique was, I'm tired of rappers being lazy and only running to get the 21 Savage, Travis Scott, Future, and Young Thug features. Because I do feel like he should have put to me, especially if you're from Atlanta, your go-to feature right now should be Lotto. Outside of Gunna, Lotto is the hottest rapper from Atlanta right now. I'm excluding Future. I'm not putting Future in it because Future is like one of them niggas to the point where he's at like the Jordan Jay-Z conversation. Well, like when niggas talk about people from New York, you are not talking about Jay-Z. Jay-Z is completely out of this conversation. That's how I feel about Future when we talking about Atlanta. But we talking about just off of Atlanta rappers right now, Lotto is the hottest rapper from Atlanta that's not Gunna. So just to having a joint and you trying to use Atlanta slang and not have Lotto on that song, to me, that shit didn't make no sense. Like, that shit was dumb. But shout out to Lil Baby for having Angel Reese in the campaign for the joint. The first, I think he having like a campaign for promoting his WHAM album, and the first person he used for episode 1 was Angel Reese. So I do shout out. That is one of the things I consistently have said on this a million times, and I understand like a lot of you. It's gonna take y'all a minute, and then this will be one of the things that I'll continuously just bring up to remind you. I told y'all this before. Like, Angel Reese is going to be, I'm not talking about winning championships, but the equivalent of relevancy in the culture and cultural impact is going to be the closest thing you're going to get to LeBron James since LeBron James. Like, man or woman, it ain't going to be another male basketball player until Anthony Edwards probably figure out how to stop cussing. I feel like sports media won't never allow Ja Morant to be him again. So that's going to be probably realistically the closest thing you're going to get to it. And I appreciate how just the culture kind of continuously runs there. And that was just cool to me to be like, damn, Lil Baby, just for him to kind of use, he's Lil Baby. He could have easily did James Harden. He could have did he could have did anybody. He's Lil Baby. So for him to do Angel Reese first, that shit to me was tight. But again, like I said, my biggest critique would be just for that Say Twin song. I think he should have just put somebody, he should put some other Atlanta people on it. And I do think, and I do like that. My favorite 2 songs on that project was Do For a Win and Outfit. That Outfit joint with 21 Savage was fire. Like, I'm not saying, I ain't saying he should have took that 21. That shit was OD fire. I don't know which one out of them 2 songs, I don't know which one I like more, but those are my 2 favorite songs off of that joint. Rollo Rodriguez continuously be having he be sliding punchlines. Like, I honestly wish Rollo Rodriguez was out when Prime T.I. and Prime Wayne was out, because I would love to hear a Rollo Rodriguez verse with Prime T.I. and Prime Wayne just off of Southern punchlines, because he is one of those only young niggas who really make it his business to have a bunch of crazy sports punchlines. Like, his So his flip on Travis Hunter, he had a Travis Hunter bar in there. He had like some other shit. Like he kind of always make sure he throw him an Alabama bar in there because he is from Mobile, Alabama. I appreciate that. And my only other critique on that song would be is I think Lil Baby should have used Rod Wave pop for the hook. Like that little I getting 100 things off the trailer. I think he should have used that for the hook. Like that Rod Wave pop was tight to me, but I think that should have just been the hook. Like I said, out of fit, like the shit was cool. Like if I'm giving it an honest rating, 1 out of 15, I'm gonna sit here and say this album was like a cool 7. Like I ain't sitting here saying this was a 10 for 10. Like this shit was like the greatest album I ever heard, but I don't also not going into it comparing it to Lil Baby first jump. And I'm one of them people, Lil Baby first project, like I didn't think that shit was amazing. Like I came on the freestyle late. Like I was wondering, I'm okay with admitting that. I came to that freestyle song very late. I was late to the party. I want to say I was so late to freestyle. I want to say We Paid was already out. Like, and I probably was really getting geeked on Lil Baby off of like the We Paid joint during the pandemic. And then I kind of probably went back and listened to freestyle and listened to other songs on that joint. Like I like the one with him and Starlito. Like I don't necessarily, I think like the bar that people be trying to hold Lil Baby at, maybe I just never really held him there for whole album wise. I understand where the hype came from with the verses, but some of them albums, I wasn't putting them shits where niggas was trying to make it like I don't see a real fall off because I never put him in some, I thought it was outlandish that niggas were saying he was the next Wayne in the first place. So yeah, if that was your bar for him, then I understand where the critiques come from, but that never was the bar for me when it came to him. So like I said, it was a solid project. Like I said, I'd give it a 7 out of 10. Like I said, I would make some changes. My biggest change would be to that Say Twin song. Like I think that Dumber and Dumber song, he could have did without Future and Young Thug, and he could have put them on the Say Twin joint and put Lotto on it as well. But I guess let's get into some real adult stuff because we've been taking a minute to really get to the major stories over the over New Year's Eve. Of course, on New Year's Eve, on actual New Year's Eve, there was a terrorist attack. Basically, I kind of almost say that's what you kind of got to call it. You can't really even just say it's a mass shooting because it came from a gentleman, crashing his truck into a group of people and then getting out of the car and shooting up more people. So I'm trying to find the news clip because I definitely it was endless news clips. I do want to play the clips of the police talking about it and them actually reporting on it. Hold on, this is the governor. Just give me 1 second. Oh, here we go.
FBI team and the FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. The FBI team.
I do. Hold on. I feel like it's some. I want to kind of play the clips of the dude from the one from Vegas who rented the other dude rented one of Elon. Well, he rented. He rented. I want to say off of Toro. He rented a Cybertruck off of Toro.
Are dead.
Okay. And he had it blow up in front of the Trump Towers in Vegas. So I do want to play this one as well.
Are dead, and at least 30 others are injured after a vehicle drove into a crowd in the French Quarter. Emergency officials say it happened overnight near Canal and Bourbon Street. You can see the scene right there. A lot of police activity overnight. We've been seeing ambulances. You see on your screen right there. Truly a frightening scene, as you can imagine. A number of New Year's revelers out and about on this New Year's Day, early morning, and then waking up to this news. The latest that we have from the New Orleans Ready, their emergency alert system, is that their 8th district, they're working on a mass casualty event. That is how they have described it so far. And again, we got that news just a matter of moments ago that at least 10 people have been killed and dozens more were injured. We're also learning some more information from eyewitnesses who have described some of the scenes, frankly, and some of people are dead.
So again, that was the wrong clip. I was looking for the dude, but those two dudes did, I believe, served in the same military unit together. That's what they're trying to attach those two together. The one with the Cybertruck attack that had the truck blow up in front of the Trump thing. I'm trying to find a clip of the two because it was two different. Yeah, the one in Vegas. Hold on, I'm trying to find that news clip.
As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD that he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve. As far as his military,
So, like I said, that is, and like I said, that is, I don't necessarily, I want to say it's a conspiracy theory, but there are a lot of people doing the attachments and trying to say that these two people may have coincided and kind of figured out something together because they do have attachment from serving in the military together under the same unit. But again, of course, one of the sad stories, because when you have so many people pass away and especially in the event in New Orleans, there was a mom who took to social media because her daughter was down there, and she told her daughter, like, hey, don't go down there, stay in the house, whatever the case may be. It's New Year's Eve, it get really crazy out of town. So she basically took that time from her actual real life experience of her losing her daughter on New Year's Eve because she was down somewhere where the mom told her not to go. So she basically was, trying to use this situation that she's dealing with in real life, telling kids to basically like, hey, if your parents tell you don't go somewhere or stay away from this area, they're telling you for a reason from their real life experiences. And I think that is one of the things, like, especially during New Year's Eve, you see a lot of people really be hung on, hey, everybody be safe, no accidents, make it home safely. If you can stay in the house, go to church, or just be careful. Even when you out driving, like, don't rush to hurry up. And like, for people who, like, even if you went to church, like, don't run out soon as 12 o'clock and then you running out, and people, I ain't hear as many gunshots this year as you normally do, but still, you just, like, some of those things, like, you just don't want to run into. You don't want to run into people just trying to, like, go from this house party to a car. So take your time with it. So I think what she was saying, it was kind of, I'm sure that's sad because you sitting here trying to tell your kid, like, hey, don't go downtown, don't go here in the case, and then they still just not listen to you, and now you lose your kid because it's like you're gonna have that kind of, like, I'm sure in her mind, even from the post, it seemed like it's like two things. One, you trying to mourn a loss, but then you still had that moment of being a mom, like, I told you not to go here, and you still just disobeyed me and went and did something. And then you're not even old enough to really be disobeying your parents. Like, bro, you 18, you still like a kid for real. Like, yeah, legally by law you not, but you still realistically, mentally, you still are a whole child. So you should kind of still take some heed to what your people saying, because they didn't live enough New Year's. They know how shit go. And I can even just, again, they had to push back the Notre Dame and Georgia game because that game was supposed to take place on January 1st, in which it did end up pushing it back to January 2nd. Shout out to Notre Dame for winning that game. But it's just like, damn, like, even for people, like, even when you was listening to ESPN, I'll even play a clip of not Skip Bayless, but I'm about to call this nigga Shannon Sharp too, Stephen A. Smith, when he was talking about it, because realistically, I mean, Ryan Clark son plays for Notre Dame. Ryan Clark was down there. Like, that shit could have been anybody. Like, that is of course a huge tourist area where that thing took place at. And it's kind of just like, damn, it's like, man, stuff can happen anytime, but it's just like, sometimes it'd be like, damn, dog, like, it ain't nowhere realistically sacred or safe for people to kind of even actually enjoy certain things. Like, man, that's a rough one. I'm gonna play this clip from Stephen A. though.
And on that, our thoughts and prayers with all those affected by that tragedy. Stephen A., I'll just start with you. Your reaction to what happened in New Orleans to start the new year.
It's devastating. It just shows that no matter how far we've come as a nation, we've got a long way to go. We've got some really sick individuals out there who want to see the world burn. They want people to suffer. They want everybody, I won't say everybody, but they want the country to experience a precipitous demise. And I think that that's clearly obvious. Those are folks on the fringes. The vast majority of American citizens are law-abiding, God-fearing individuals who want the best for themselves and for everybody else, to want peace to basically reign. But you do have folks who are hell-bent on spreading chaos and taking lives along the way if that's necessary. I totally agree with the decision to postpone this game. It was the right decision to make. When you hear that 10 initially, and then ultimately we learned 15 people were killed. When there's an investigation as to whether or not this was a coordinated attack, where you hear that, you know, there were elements of terrorism that's being investigated because there's strong suspicion of that, it definitely raises red flags. It gives you cause to pause. And I'm thinking about what's going on there today. I'm thinking about the fact that the Super Bowl is going to be there next month. New Orleans is a phenomenal city. It's a party town. It's filled with joy and whatever, but obviously it's had its tragedies in the past. Hurricane Katrina, obviously coming to my mind, and what have you.
And like I said, those are things that people have to keep in mind, especially when you go into large events where there are a lot of people just going to be linking up, and a lot of people going to be somewhere, especially in these times where, like, again, sometimes when Marcus, when we were talking about the kids see stuff on TikTok, it's just as bad sometimes for these adults. Like, you sit here and watch enough movies, because, you know, it's so crazy and how weird it can really be. Like, because I told y'all last week I was watching The Equalizer, and then sometimes, like, if you just like moving around in the house and you in the kitchen and it's too quiet, if you watch some of them shows too much, in your mind you go think it's somebody, like, you don't work for the CIA, ain't nobody just about to jump out in this fucking kitchen for you. But if you watch some of that shit too much, your brain will start to just like kind of like fantasize with some of that stuff. So you see so many people now, because we talking about from the Jeffrey Dahmers, you're talking about the Menendez brothers, you're talking about Aaron Hernandez. Like, you can kind of like damn near every network has a popularized murderers giving them their own TV shows and talking about these people. Like, again, like we saying, you're talking about the kick off the new year. We're not even 5 days in, and these people are dominating the headlines. For some people, even if they die, they kind of feel like my name is going to go in the blaze of glory in 2020. If people remember 2025, they're going to remember how I went out. And that's when people trying to chase some of those things, because you are chasing the Jeffrey Dahmers, you're chasing the Aaron Hernandez, you're chasing the fucking Menendez brothers. Like, you see those things, and some people are so mentally off, and shit, some people may not even be mentally off. They just realistically studying this stuff and know that these people almost get, like, some people look at like shit, even look at fucking Rick Ross corny ass when he went and bought the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. Like, it just be like, some people look at some shit, you hear some of these things, and you start to idolize some of these things. Some of these people, again, when there's so many people like Kim Kardashian and all the kids on TikTok sitting here saying Freedom Menendez brothers, like, everybody don't see some of these stories the same way as cut and dry, and people start to about the what ifs and the buts and try to shoot people bail when it comes to some of these things. So then now here becomes these two crash outs, literally both of them on New Year's Eve, one on New Year's Eve, the other one January 1st. It's kind of just like, it's scary. I would just recommend, man, of course, I know I can't tell people to just sit in the house and be scared, because that just wouldn't be, that's just not realistically how people can honestly live their life. Most people just won't live their life in fear. They'll rather just be able to live their life. And if something happened to them, it happened to them. That's just kind of how some people live. But I just would sit here and recommend every outside moment don't got to have your name attached to it. I'm not sitting here saying be a fucking hermit and just never go nowhere and don't do nothing. But all I'm just saying is every moment, every club night, everybody's birthday don't got to be celebrated by you. I'm not saying not do it sometimes, but every jump, you ain't got to have you, because you leave too much room for error. It's almost just like literally like, if you tired of sports. Like, my cousin used to say this all the time when we used to play Madden, because I was one of them people, like, if I find a play that worked, I'm going to keep fucking throwing that ball to that same exact nigga, that same play. And he always used to tell me, you go to the well one too many times, you're going to throw a fucking pick. And that should be just like that in real life. Like, you leave too. If you keep, I'm going to the club every night drinking and driving, one day you're going to eventually get in an accident, dog. And the reason why you can kind of tie those two things in into, like, and again, rest in peace to the people and prayers for all the people who got at that club in New York. Like, because I was listening to Joe Budden on Saturday, and I heard Flip talking about, it was almost like it was a damn near like a retaliation type of jump. Like, people was going, like, it was by the club, like people wasn't actually in the club. I'm just going off of what he's saying, because I don't live in New York, so I'm just taking his word for verbatim. And he was saying that people was like literally, I guess, like right around the corner or across the street from the club, people were mourning somebody's death from a gun violence situation. And it was like, hey, okay, these people, and this is why I don't go to candlelights, because in my brain I be thinking like, this shit could happen at anybody's candlelight, especially if these people died off some gun violence shit. Oh, everybody going to mourn these people. Oh, we know all their people gonna be there. We gonna go through here and slide. And if I'm listening, when I was listening to him, that's what I basically heard him say. It just happened right across from the club, so they attached it to the club. But still, they was basically sitting here saying the reason why it was so easy for them to attach it to the club is because that club be having a bunch of shootouts at that club on the frequent, because that's the type of crowd they bring. So that's just my only thing is sometimes you go to the well one too many times, you're going to get that shit picked off. So again, like I said, I don't want to sit here and whore us out too much with a bunch of sad stuff. I do want to, I hope in Ocho this shit ain't true, but I'm going to play this clip of Ocho Cinco's fiance. They are separated right now. She basically says she caught Ocho cheating. And the picture that I'm seeing floating around, it was an attachment of a woman. Ocho, you can't cheat. I don't want to say I don't be sleeping with these women, so I don't know who boxes fire or not. But I'm just going for just an eye test. The woman that they saying Ocho cheated with, come on, dog, you can't cheat on her for that.
I'm about to let it. My biggest fear is being codependent on a man. And that's why I'm going to therapy, because me growing up in the military, I was in the 82nd Airborne Division. It was predominantly males. I had to fight harder just to get promoted. It's hard to transition out of that, take a seat back. You don't have to fight every battle. It's okay to step back and be a woman. And that's what I'm going through right now.
My girl's going through some things that we got to talk about. I'm talking about Sherelle Rosado.
Thank you, Carlos.
When you announced that you two weren't together, it was a shock to all of us.
I was just fed up. I'm like, okay, you want to fuck around and play with me? I'm about to let everybody know they can have your ass.
You know, a thirsty girl mentioned something along the lines of she wanted Chad, and you
I'm
were.
about to slide in them DMs. So be careful, because you might catch something.
When you and Chad were together, it was a monogamous relationship.
But there was some, some going on, texting other women. Yes, I went through the phone.
You went through his phone, and what did you see exactly?
The shit that I see, Carlos, it's crazy.
When you discovered he was entertaining other women, were you two not in the best place in the relationship at the time? I'm pretty sure sex wasn't the issue, right?
We got to a point where we stopped taking time out for ourselves and just focusing on trying to get to a bag.
He is somebody who obviously is used to women throwing themselves at him.
And they be throwing them. They be throwing themselves. It's hard.
When you guys were in a great place in a relationship, would you see that women were in his DMs when he showed it to you? Like,
but what are my other DMs that you did respond to?
When it comes to you, was cheating a deal breaker for you, or was that just the final straw and you guys had other issues that sort of like led up to that?
So I think the main thing was
What do you have to say to women and people on social media who's like, girl, we told you. You defended that man. We try to tell you he's a cheater, pumpkin eater.
Some people I snap back on are the ones, well, you cheated on your ex-husband for him.
You cheated on your son's father with Chad. You stepped outside of the relationship.
I finally had enough.
Did Chad approach you knowing you were in this relationship?
I approached Chad.
Whoa.
You know what it's like to step outside of the relationship and cheat. Why is it hard for you to forgive him and work on the relationship and stay in it?
It's not about, I feel like.
Would you like to work things out with him?
Let me see what's out there. No, let me
Is it tough co-parenting with him?
So she did 2 interviews. She did, of course, Carlos King is bigger than the 2 young ladies she did one with earlier in the week. And it kind of real quick before we get into this conversation. Remember earlier when we was talking about Elliott Wilson, and I was just sitting here saying, if you are a podcaster and you're thinking about creating a podcast, and it's like, sometimes it's age appropriate. And I mean, of course, for Carlos King, I'm sure, I don't necessarily know his sexuality, but I'm just assuming he is a gay man, but he understood, one, he knows his age group and he knows his audience is women, where he opened up a space where like, every time I see somebody go on his junk, like they kind of be comfortable with getting extremely messy with him. And his shit ain't the loud, messy, Saucy Santana, gay type of loud, messy, but he opened up a space for him where it's like, okay, they gonna come to me because I built a audience for this junk. Like, if you go to his YouTube page, this nigga numbers be ridiculous. So I'm sure, of course, most straight men, if you just listening to sports and hip-hop shit, you not paying him no attention. But for somebody who create content, and if you really trying to study the space, and I can clear as they say, but this is, guess what, he's an older man, but guess what, you won't never see him doing. You won't never see him sitting on somebody's platform fucking crying like Elliott Wilson, because he understood, okay, I understand my space, I understand the people that I can reach out in my Rolodex that I can talk to, because I seen when he had Melissa Ford on that joint, because that was one of the joints I watched. But them two had a long-term relationship where they have been friends with each other, like even working friends for like over 15 years. But that's somebody I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. I'm not trying to compete. I'm not trying to be Charlemagne. I'm not trying to be Joe Budden. I see a lane right now as a man, but I know a lane where it's not too many women that can even sit in my space, especially in these age, because these are older women. These Melissa Ford, even her, like they older, they women in their upper 30s, in their 40s, where this audience is completely different from. I'm not trying to compete with Carisha. You like think about when we first played that Elliott clip, you talk about Summer Walker and you talking about fucking Young Miami. Dumb people you shouldn't even be competing with when it comes to audience or people that you even want to interview. So again, shout out to Carlos King for just again, like we talking about making a niche for people and having your own audience where you don't have to compete with people you shouldn't be competing with. So I just want to give him credit for that one. Like I said, again, that picture that's floating around with Ocho Cinco and this woman that she's saying cheating on, like, bruh. Come on, Ocho, you could do better than that, though. Like, you can't. Just me personally. Sometimes when I'm just looking at niggas when you talking about cheating, like you can't. And especially if you got bread, I'm never gonna like. I understand as working class men, if you got to cheat down, I understand why, because you realistically you probably can't afford to cheat up. But when you really got bread and you got some celebrity to you, you ain't never supposed to cheat down, though. It's always supposed to be up. That's just my only beef with Ocho.
How would it be up for him? I mean, like, who would you say, like, it's okay for him to cheat? Like, because you're saying don't do it, but if you're going to do it with somebody worth. Won't be okay for him then.
A reason, I mean, I don't necessarily, off the top of my head.
Because, I mean, like, he's an athlete. It's just like, what will be like?
I mean, I can't really tell you, because I think a lot of times, like, if you even watch Nightcap, no, he done a lot to kind of build his, like, he built that relationship up. Like, he was like, dog, she used to come in on Nightcap and just give her opinion on, like, especially, you know, and this is the smart thing with Shannon and them used to do. Yeah, we're going to talk about sports, but they'll always throw in, like, some real life topics, or they'll throw in some relationship topics, and she'll be in the room, and then, you know, like, and she'll chime in. And then Shannon was even at one point in time trying to give her, like, her own little segment where them two was, like, doing it together when they were talking about relationship shit. So that's just my point, where it's like, you got to be smart enough to know how you building your woman up. Like, you helping her become even a popular celebrity in your space. So you can't be help building her up to become somebody in your space, and then you still out here stepping. Like, that shit don't even make sense.
But because see, that's why I said when you put people on these high pedestal, and it's just like,
I'm
not supposed to be.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not even putting her on a high spec. I'm talking about just off of business moves. If I'm building you up business, I'm talking about bringing you into, you got them on they just think about the worlds right now. We talking about this Carlos Jones, like she was on what's the Netflix Jones? She was on the Real Housewives, I believe, like or Tampa or some shit like that. She was like, she's a real estate agent. She sell a lot of. She was on that show as well, because I remember when she had her back and forth with DJ Envy for a hot second, because she was the one.
That's what I was about to say. Was that the same?
Yeah, it was the same joint when Envy talked about their shit was more messy and they really wasn't selling houses. She was the person who spoke up for that group of women. So that's just my point of what I'm saying is this woman is still some type of celebrity. I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not trying to put her on a pedestal because I have never slept with her. I don't necessarily know how crazy her sex is or nothing, but all I'm just saying is it don't, business wise, it does not make sense to sit here and build a woman up, help her become popular when now people want to hear from her, and then you go cheat on her. That shit is dumb. Like, that don't make no sense. If you're going to cheat, then just keep her okay, this is my baby mom's and nobody don't know who she is. But you can't sit here and let me build her up and help her, like, get a voice and get a platform and then go cheat on her, because now you're going to look like the idiot. Because now it's just literally like, bro, you too old to still be just thinking with your dick. And that, but you can't, there's no other thing you can sit here and say around, like, y'all got a new kid, like a fresh kid. Like, I'm talking about, I watch Nightcap, so I've heard them, like, him sit on this shit with Shannon Sharp and they plan out the wedding and they were just talking about looking forward to the wedding. And then you still out here entertaining other women. Like, bro, that shit is dumb.
Can't take it out of them sometimes.
That shit's stupid. Well, I guess we can get into some mess. We can get into Gloss Up. And I'm not going to lie to you real quick before I play this clip.
Then, though, she has a new manager.
Before I play this clip of her manager, it is a video. I don't think it's on Instagram, but I know for a fact it is on Twitter. And I seen a video of Gloss Up beating the brakes off this lady. And she did, so Gloss Up did lay paws and hands on her ex-manager. And then I seen a tweet from Akbach that, of course, one of the blog pages picked up. And I do agree with everything that Akbach said. Now, listen, I'm not a Akbach fan at all, but sometimes when you right, you are right. And I talk about this all the time, where it's like, so many rappers be geeked to sign a deal, and that's basically she didn't even put Gloss Up name on it. She just kind of talked in totality, because there is another video of one of the young ladies who was what's her name on the Shibuya song, I'm Queen Slime, they come the queen of the dimes, that girl, whatever the case may be. She was complaining. I forgot what label she was signed to, and I think if I can find the clip, I'll play the clip of her as well, complaining, just basically sitting here saying, she was saying like, man, I got signed to the label, nobody even knew I was signed to the label, whatever the case may be. Like, it was like basically like, what was the point of me even signing, because nobody knew that I was ever actually even signed. So in like Ockbox tweet, she was basically sitting here saying, a lot of y'all girls ran and got deals because y'all was Glorilla friends, and y'all didn't have the work ethic to keep up. Now, my only thing was that when Ockbox said it, because I'm just somebody who listens to music, I'm not going to take that away from Gloss. Gloss put out a lot of music. I even talked about her music on here, so I'm not about to make it like she didn't put out music, but I think she put out a lot of music that just wasn't sticking. And I think realistically, because she can really rap for real. And I think sometimes her music was a little too deep for the audience that she was grabbing. Because if you get, let's say, if the first time your audience ever seen you, you was in the video with Glorilla for FNF. And then the next big moment for you was Shibuya. Your audience is kind of like the catchy, stupid, channy type of audience. Like, you got the hood rats. And I think sometimes Gloss Up was trying to make songs too deep. She was like, let's be clear, she was rapping, she was talking that shit, she was rapping about her actual real life stuff she was going through, and I think sometimes that was just a little too deep for the audience that she was actually getting. And I'm sure because she signed to QC invested money into her, helped her get her body done, put her in some change, kept her in nice clothes, like they cleaned her up well. If you watch that FNF video, look how dirty all of them was. QC did her right. They definitely cleaned her up. They put her in the right places. They even originally, when Glorilla went on her first tour, put her on tour with Glorilla. But the music wasn't sticking. And I'm sure just like any labels, eventually you'll feel like, man, I'm just tired of putting up bread. So they eventually let her go. And of course, when y'all know, one of the things I told y'all it was going to happen, the writing was kind of on the wall. And I was kind of to the point was like, I was surprised that QC let Nikyra go before they let Gloss Up go. But they eventually end up letting both of them go. So I'm going to play this clip of this woman just going into details of where her and Gloss Up is now.
Nothing bad to say about her new manager. I don't know that girl much of anything. I know of her. She seemed cool to me. I connected that girl with Gloss manager. Well, I mean, her lawyers. I connected her with everybody she needs to talk to. If something comes to my phone for Gloss, I automatically send it to her new manager. I was trying to handle everything professionally and amicably. I don't do that. I'm not finna withhold your money. I'm not finna do none of that. That's weird. That's some weird ass shit. People do in the industry all the time. It's managers out here that really steal money, that really take from you. All that. I done been to law school. I have degrees in political science. I have several degrees. I cannot fuck up what I got going on. So I don't play those type of games with nobody with nothing. Okay. All right, cool. So let's just put that out in the air. All right. So boom. I'm at the club the other night. I'm in the club. I'm in R&B Wednesdays. I'm having a great time. I was cute. I had on my cute new boots and I was cute. Okay. I had my little bob flowing. I was cute. I was so fucking cute. And I'm leaving. I'm tipsy. It was 3 girls. We had a whole bottle of Don Julio to ourselves. Okay. We leave out the club. I'm talking to the owner of the club. I'm outside talking about business. We're talking about how we want to open our own lounge and how we want to cater to this type of crowd, that type of crowd, and all type of shit like that. We talk about real shit. Okay. My back, like how my back is turned like right now. I'm talking to the owner who's right here in front of me, and my other homegirls right here in front of me, and we're sitting there. Okay, we're standing there talking. Out of nowhere, I get hit from behind. I didn't see it coming or nothing. The girl came in a sports bra and some workout tights and tennis shoes and a bunny. Okay. Yes, I have injuries. Yes, my nose was swollen. Yes, my knees were scraped. Yes, my hip was bruised that I had surgery on before when I went to Jackson State and ran track. Yes, I was. Yes, I felt attacked. Yes, I feel intimidated by going out and not knowing if somebody's watching me or stalking me. Yes, I do. Yeah, that's true. And I'm not gonna sit here and lie about that. Anybody would. I don't condone myself as a fighter. I don't go around here saying I'm gonna beat somebody's ass, blah blah. But if somebody said they wanted to fight me, I'll be on my P's and Q's and I would know what's up. And I have fought before, and I do know how to defend myself and fight. However, if somebody is behind you and somebody attacks you from behind like a wild animal, and then let's also say this too, y'all. When I got up, my car was blocked in. She had blocked my car in, her and Tucson, the follower, Tucson, a whole man. A whole man it was gloss Range Rover. That, by the way, she does not have car insurance on. She does not have registered at all in no state and has a fake Illinois tag on it. That's three different counts there. No registration, no insurance, and then falsified. The tag is falsified. There's 3 different things. She blocked my car in, and then Tucson with his new Wagoneer that he finally was able to purchase. I guess he got some money now somewhere. Did the check go through from Ari or something? Because he definitely blocked my car in. But Tucson was the same person who was calling my phone when Ari and his manager put him to the side asking me, can I help him and can I be his manager? Because he seen what I was doing for Gloss. Let's tell the truth. Let's tell the truth. If we're going to tell the truth, let's.
All right, real quick, let me just pause it right there. I'm not going to lie to you. If you are listening and you listening with just non-biased ears, what'd you say?
Is that the manager or
No, this the manager.
Okay.
Yeah, this the manager. So if you listening to the way she is explaining this and saying, yes, I got beat up, yes, I got hurt, yes, my nose was messed up. She's basically, of course, after this was finished and if you've seen on the blogs, she is going to sue Gloss up for whatever money the Gloss still got left. She's going to sue her. She's going to press charges for fucking assault. And realistically, to be able to sue, you're gonna have to press charges for assault and battery. So that is what she's going to do. And that's why she kind of when she was leading into the conversation, she was explaining, like, yeah, I got beat up and this happened to me, and you hurt this, that, and the third, and I'm okay with taking my L because I'm gonna get paid off this one. I'm not mad at for one, because this is women, so I kind of respect it. If this was men, I probably look at it completely different. But because this is 2 women, I respect it. I respect how she is allowing this to play out, because you can't deny it. The video is on social media. She got dragged. Like Gloss, let's be clear, Gloss beat the shit out of her. So I hope realistically for Gloss, it was financially worth it, because it's on video. Those videos when you especially if you got some money to lose, you gotta kind of know that shit you gonna have to pay somebody.
The truth. Hey Monet, how you doing? I done reached out to Monet several times. I done reached out to Monet. I done reached out to Chris. I done reached out to all my PR friends in Atlanta to help this girl. Yes, her car is not registered. Pete bought that Range Rover cash for her birthday one year. The car is not registered from her. He gave her the title and everything. The car is not registered. The car does not have car insurance. Neither one of her cars have car insurance. Y'all can call me police or whatever the case may be. That's fine, because I'm gonna tell y'all something. This girl went to the police station weeks ago trying to put a restraining order on me. But in order to get a restraining order, I have to do something to you. I'm not contacting you. I'm not stalking you. I'm not coming to find you. I'm not threatening you. I've done nothing to you. How can you put a restraining order on somebody who's not even worried about you? I literally been at my house enjoying my time with my family. I have been nothing but minding my own business. I'm not studying you at all. And let me say this too. Her DJ followed the other Tati while we was in the club, like sent a follow request to her. So Tati showed it to me in the club, but I didn't think I'm just like, I don't want to talk about them. So I'm literally like, okay, like, all right. I said, I'm not worried about them. It's a new year. Because who wakes up January 1st, 2025, not happy to be alive? Somebody that's miserable, right? I was out enjoying myself, okay? So I guess what people mean to tear you down, it don't tear you down, and they see people around you still loving on you, people with you and all of that. Because all the people that I've met through her, I'm still cool with. They're still cool with me. Because they seen what I did. They know the truth. In order to sell your car, you have to first have it registered. The car has to first be registered somewhere to sell it.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, on my only, I guess, advice to Gloss up, and I kind of feel bad for Glorilla, unless Glorilla just and I kind of go on the limb and say Glorilla probably is completely attached or detached from all of those girls, because you really haven't seen her. I think she put one of the girls on a bonus track song off of her new album. Who was it? Was it she put Carbon? I want to say she put Carbon on a bonus song on the album, but she really kind of like, I feel like she probably felt like, hey, I took them on tour, I did my part, I never wanted to be in a group in the first place. We were just cool. But I kind of wonder for a lot of them now that they're all getting dropped off these labels, what are you going to do? Like, how are you going to actually succeed now as a rapper? Where does your career go now that you kind of can't really, you're not attached to QC? Like, and you hear a lot of rappers complain, even for Coyle Ray. Like, I mean, yes, her excuse now is that she's pregnant, but you hear a lot of artists complain about, hey, I want to get off the label. I want to get off the label. Shit, I can even go into men. Joel Santana complained about Cameron holding him up and he couldn't drop. Cameron released him from his contract. Y'all still ain't never heard an album from Joel Santana. Probably, and I want to say this Cameron and Joel shit, it probably happened almost damn near like 10 years ago now. For 10 years, since Joel Santana's been out of that contract for damn near almost 10 years now, you probably literally only have heard 5 songs from Joel Santana. He has not put out a full project yet since he's been out of that contract with Cameron. Next person, Meek Mills, the same person, kept complaining about getting out of contracts. Meek Mills and probably put out literally, I think we talked about this shit maybe in the course of 2 or 3 years, Meek then put out like 10 songs. So that's my thing. A lot of artists complain and blame it on the label and sit here and say the label's holding them back, but a lot of artists really ain't ready to go solo. I can kind of even tie that back into Elliott Wilson. It's like, yeah, it's cool when you getting a job and you getting a check from somebody. When Tidal's cutting you a check to do podcasts, it's easy to do podcasts. But when you got to be solo and actually real life, put your own money or put your own effort into thugging it out and figuring it out yourself, a lot of people ain't really built to figure out how to move by themselves after they supposed to. So I mean, that's all that really is. I really don't have too much else for gloss up. I don't necessarily know how this is going to play out for her. Just thoughts and prayers to her. Real quick, I do want to kind of switch gears a little bit. When we talk about people who don't really listen to the words of music, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm always scream free smirk because I am a Lil Durk fan. I love Lil Durk music. Lil Durk puts out some of the best detailed music, and which realistically probably will be the detriment to Lil Durk. And that is one of the things that's going on with Lil Durk right now for his murder for hire charges, and his trial has been pushed back damn near almost a year. Lil Durk was supposed to go on trial starting January, and they pushed his trial back until October 2025. You talking about you talking about what's that shit? Almost like 9 months. You push somebody trial back for like 9 months, you damn near almost I'm from the hood. You might as well round it up and say a year. That doesn't look good for Durk, especially if they don't give you no bail, because now that means you just gonna be just like how Thug was, like how YMW Melly is. You literally just sitting in jail waiting on your trial date. And of course, I think originally before Durk got back, he was supposed to have an album that was coming out like November 22nd, and they pushed it back, of course, in Apple Music until like January. But now if they're pushing his trial back, I don't know what he was saying on some of these songs, so I'm sure they're probably trying to figure out like, is the risk going to be worth the reward? Like dropping this album, and if you're saying crazy stuff on some of these songs, will these songs stream enough where you won't care if they use them in court? Because that's going to be the thing. Like, can I make enough money off of this song where it's worth me putting it out? Like, is that risk going to be worth the world? Because if the judge going to pull this song up, if I put out a new album and the judge and the DA and all these people going to be combing through these verses and picking up what I'm saying. And I think sometimes, again, I think when we talk about people on the internet, when they voice their opinions on some of these rappers, I always wonder, do you really listen to the music? And that's why I do kind of want to give Trap Lord Ross some credit, and I know people be like super hard on him when he do some of these long drawn out documentaries, because he did put out one of Lil Durk and accusing Lil Durk of multiple baddies, and I believe this was that documentary, I want to say like 3 to 4 hours, something like that. I can't really remember the time frame on it, but it was a long drawn out one. But this is somebody who actually listens to music. When we talk about like journalism and we talk about Elliott Wilson, that's another space of journalism. What Trap Lord Ross does is journalism, but instead of writing about it, he turns it into a docuseries on YouTube, and for the uncut version, you can get it from his Patreon. So my only thing is, that's again, like just kind of tying that back into full circle moment when we talk about Elliott, that's the difference. Like, you can still be a journalist, but you got to find entertaining ways to do it, and that is something that Trap Lord Ross has done. But I think most people don't listen, or you think that these rappers just be rap capping. You think what they saying in their lyrics don't really mean nothing. But I mean, for somebody like Lil Durk, I think the police are going to take their time and figure out what they got on these wiretaps, what they got on these videos, because that is what came out. Also, when they pushed the date back, they said they had over 200 pages of evidence, and they also had video and audio footage that they will be using against Lil Durk. So again, like I said, thoughts and prayers, free Durk, because that's a long time, dog. That them pushing your trial back for 9 months is insane, dog. Like, they literally damn near almost pushed their John back for a year. Like I said, you might as well ran it. Your John was supposed to be coming in January. Now it won't be until October. So, like I said, thoughts and prayers to Durk. I do want to play this clip because there were, of course, you know, the conspiracy theory people on TikTok will sit here and say Jay-Z and Diddy got so much money, they trying to cover up and trying to press out YouTubers and TikTokers and keep them from talking about their their trials and their stuff that they're getting picked up, or these allegations are getting thrown on their name. And of course, Jay-Z recently, and like literally this week, his lawyer reached out to a YouTuber's probation officer and basically was telling this probation officer, hey, your person that you got on probation, they're sitting here on, do you know what they're doing on YouTube? So basically trying to intimidate, and that was kind of like, it's two ways you can kind of look at it. You can kind of look at it like Jay-Z telling niggas like, yeah, if you gonna sit here and play with my name, nigga, I'm gonna play with your real life. Because you sitting on YouTube and making all these allegation videos and trying to do all these hypotheticals and put on your conspiracy theory hat. Yeah, cool. You want to put your conspiracy theory hat on with H to the Izzo, you're going to have to figure this out. So I'm not mad at him. Like, nigga, if you got money, and that's the difference between having bread and really be able to have lawyers at your disposal to kind of press people out. That's what you got money for. Some of y'all want money to buy Gucci and Louis. Jay-Z is beyond that. He's been beyond that point of life since probably like 2001, 2002. So he's playing with enough money that he can make your life hell. If you want to play with him on YouTube and do whatever, well, you're going to figure it out with you and your probation officer. I kind of respect it. It's gangster. Like, you got to understand, you can't just be saying whatever the fuck you want about people without no real facts. Or even if I know some people try to clean it up, they do it on the Breakfast Club, they do it all the time and sitting here saying alleged. Yeah, but if you got to say alleged too much, you should probably think about what you're saying. So I'm going to play this clip of these two dudes pulling up to this TikTok nigga house and pressing them out.
Interesting. So you guys are private investigators who have come to my private home asking about influencers? This is very uncomfortable, you guys.
I don't know why. I'll explain.
No, you're at my home.
Okay, so you don't want to talk to us then?
Have I broken some law?
Absolutely not.
And you have the thin blue. This is frightening. I think, can you guys step away from my home?
We're in a public street, so the answer is no. But I'm not, listen, we're not trying to give you a hard time.
Why are you here? What do you mean? You're showing up at my house.
We're very nice and respectful, and we will be. I just have two quick questions for you, and if you want to be interested in it, great. If not, I'll have a nice day. We're not.
What is this? This is odd.
So
you have to admit this is very weird.
It always is, and people always ask us the same questions. I'd be happy to explain to you.
What?
Very simply, we were just hired to speak to a few people that do, have a lot of followers and stuff like that on different platforms.
What is this about the Diddy stuff I report on?
Somewhat, yes. Not necessarily Diddy stuff, but people are involved in just stuff like that. So basically, a very simple question is are you paid to influence that's stories like that in any direction?
No, not at all.
That's all we wanted to know. Because if the company is, they're looking into people who are.
Are you guys going to pay me for this visit? Like, this is frightening.
So,
like, I'm super. You have to admit, if I came to your house and like, I thought this was a joke. I thought I have a friend coming over business right now. Like, this is extremely weird for me. I have 100,000 followers. I'm not making any money.
That's one of the reasons why we're here. And that's the question that we're asking. If someone contacts you, say, in the last 6 months and is paying you to influence in a certain way.
No.
Either one way.
Is it illegal if somebody would have?
So the answer is no.
Okay. I wish somebody would have. I'd love to be making real money off this.
Let me talk for 2 seconds. I'll explain. Try to make you feel better.
I mean, this is terrifying.
Very simply, if somebody was paying you,
right?
The company we work for are just asking that question.
Right.
If somebody was, they would just be willing to possibly offer you money to know who and see what's going on.
Well, they're paying me $1 million. Will you guys give me $2 million? I'm joking. But seriously, this is very odd, you guys. You guys came to my house. It makes me feel slightly good that maybe I'm getting some notoriety for this, but this is crazy.
So again, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
So apparently there's tons of things influencing going around.
Okay.
A huge percentage of it is all bots, not real.
Interesting. No, I'm real. Anything I report on about Diddy is coming from what other influencers, what news articles, and I'm a comedian. I put my spin on it, but nobody is paying me to do that.
I've seen it and I like it.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's very simple that if it was the fact that somebody was paying you,
right?
People who were getting some negative,
would be interested in
finding that out and possibly going action either against that person,
right?
Or
am I at any danger for doing this?
Zero. The only time you would ever have any liability is if you said, "I know for a fact this person raped it."
No, yeah, no. All of I'm satire. I'm a comedian.
And you say allegedly.
I always say, wow. I'm shocked that this is. I've never had fans come visit me. I'm just filming you guys because this freaked me out.
I'll tell you why. Because everything you do is real. And so many things are just bots.
Right.
So we got a list of about 15 people.
Interesting.
That only post themselves.
Wow.
And we're just trying to find out if people are paying for the story to be
Okay,
push.
got it.
Listen, everybody talks about it.
Okay.
I'm not an influencer whatsoever.
Right.
Guess what? Me and my friends talk about it once in a while.
Right.
Oh, you got
Right, and I understand. I'm not looking to spread misinformation, and TikTok docks you very quickly. If I've had videos that are like, oh, that sounds threatening or this and that, but well, can I get your guys' information just so if I have something that comes up, I can contact you guys?
So to be honest, like
No?
we can't get out of company because
Okay.
they don't want to be linked to anybody.
Got it.
My name is Robert James.
Okay, Robert.
Peter Deegan.
Okay,
And
cool.
we're
This is
basically-
crazy.
Agreed. And again, we were gonna sit out here.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's my cat Crunchy. I hope my wife is impressed. I mean, I just hope I was like, I'm trying to be a successful comedian. I would love, but it is freaky that you guys like come to my back door. This is kind of crazy.
I don't know where the front door is.
I mean, I know, but even on my house, even though you guys are able to just find me is crazy. I mean, I guess it's not.
Well, just Google anybody's name.
I guess I just didn't expect anybody was looking for me at all. So.
Again, I'm not gonna lie to you. That is kind of a little bit creepy. I'm not gonna hold you. It's kind of. I ain't gonna sit here and say it's alarming, but I think sometimes you got to be careful on the people you play with and on the things that you are willing to talk about. And sometimes you got to be able to stand on business. If you're gonna talk about people, you got to be able to be comfortable with what you're saying and be able to stand on actually what you're saying. But it was a video that was floating around of a young lady who received $1,000 tip. And again, when I should have tied this in, this is my fault for bad segues. I could have tied this in with Skip Bayless and of all the tricks that we done talked about today. When I'm sitting here saying niggas gotta lower the price, bro. Do y'all understand? Like, let's just real quick, just go down memory lane real quick. I'm saying maybe 10 years ago, dog, you used to be able to get quality box for $40, dog. 40 clean dollars, dog. Me and my man used to call it a lunch special. Like, damn, you got a little lunch special. $40. Like, niggas was clean. Like, are you happy to give up $40? Like, you would not think twice. If I tell you I got a little joint that's ready to go crazy for the 40, dog, if you were outside nigga bought $40 for a joint that's gonna go crazy. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, if she was a $40 joint, she was a clean joint. Like, I ain't saying like wasn't dirty. This was probably, let's be real. 10 years ago, a $40 jump would realistically probably be a girl with like 5,000-6,000 followers on the gram. Clean, not too popular, but popular enough that you willing to be like, damn, she's throwing it for the 40. Oh, that's sweet. I'm gonna take it. But all I'm just here saying that we to the point where niggas have went far away from $40 to sitting here leaving out $1,000 tip just so a woman could text you, dog. You paid somebody $1,000 to send you a text, and in that text it read, hey, I'm sorry. I appreciate the tip because me and my guy was behind on rent, but I'm in a relationship. Bruh. You did, man. Come on, dog. Like, I'll be just, sometimes I'll be like, damn, God. Why this again, pause, no diddy. Sometimes I wish me like, damn, Lord, why you couldn't bless me to become back as a woman? Because women just got it too sweet, dog. A nigga tipped you $1,000 for you to text him, dog. Do you know how desperate and crazy that I don't care if I'm up a B. I'm not paying nobody $1,000 to text me, dog. $1,000.
He should have just had a conversation with her, then he would have known that she had a boyfriend.
But listen, guess what? No, we live in an era where he 9 times out of 10. Because if that was your go-to move, you was just too nervous to even have a real conversation with her in public. Because you're absolutely right, nigga. You could have saved yourself a shit. Because even if you wanted to flex and you was like, all right, if you would have had a real conversation with her and she would have told you had a boyfriend, guess what you could have did? I would have been cool. I feel like you would keep it P if you would have tipped her like 100. Like, that's respectable. You tip her 100, be like, oh, you got a boyfriend on here. Maybe if y'all don't work out, you could text me another time or follow me on the gram. Like, I would have tipped her. I'm cool. You tip her $100 and put your Instagram joint, cool. But you sitting here $1,000 though is ridiculous. Like, come on, dog. What the fuck are we doing? Like, niggas is really fucking up the price of pussy, dog. I ain't gonna hold you. This one was crazy. Is this the story with this? Damn, where's the audio to that one? Oh, did they take it down? I hope they didn't take it down. I need to find this one. Here you go. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, that's the judge. Damn, hold on. I'm trying to find this John. Where the little girl that they got left with the dogs? I gotta play that news clip of that. That shit was crazy. Oh my God. Where is this? Real quick, and of course, I mean, just while I'm trying to figure out this one, what was I want to say? Oh, it was a lady who drove off on a police officer. I don't necessarily, like, I'm trying to, of course, there's other clips that starting to circulate now. But my only thing, even with what she will probably get charged with now from fleeing the police officer and probably charged with him to getting whatever injuries to his head because his head did hit the ground fall. But it's like, bro, nobody told your stupid ass to try to jump on the car. So like for people who didn't see the video, if you just like you haven't seen this video, there was it was a girl trying to get away from the police officer. She had like
detaining. He was detaining. They were both just drunk. I don't know if they was fighting or whatever the case, but he put one in the car, and when he put her in the car, the other one took off and jumped in the whatever Corvette or whatever, and he tried to. That's why I didn't get like. Why would you even try to jump? Like you didn't even like grab her or like what made you just try to jump on the joint?
I don't know, but that shit was stupid. That's my point. Like he just jumped on the car, and the way he was on it, like you ain't even grab onto enough. You just like you was damn near trying to pull off like one of them shit you seen on a movie, like on some 21 Jump Street shit, and try to like slide in the car. She pulled off, and you literally just went damn near head and back first onto the ground, and it was just like he was just damn near almost like he was just like laying there like he was dead. Like nigga, I don't know if you trying to play dead or what you got going on, but nigga, you just embarrassed yourself, and I'm sure he probably was embarrassed because it was just like nigga, what are you doing, dog? Like man, why I can't find it? I wanted to play the news clip of this joint. I don't know why the fuck I can't find it. I hate when they be deleting them jumps. But anyway, so I mean, the story that I was trying to talk about, where they might have just deleted it because it may have been too sensitive. It was a young lady. She was 3 years old, and she was at her family member. While she was visiting her father for Christmas in Cincinnati. She got ate alive by some dogs. The family had dogs. I'm sure 9 times out of 10 they was probably pit bulls or Rottweilers, something crazy like that. And they literally ate the 3-year-old alive. And my only thing about that, when you hear something like that, where this shit just be like, you can't tell me this was just an accident, dog. Even as an adult getting bit by a puppy, though, you gonna still say something like, damn, this little nigga bit the shit out of me. You telling me somebody ate a 3-year-old alive and this kid ain't make no noise and nobody heard them? Like, how is that possible, though? Like, it's sometimes, like, there's no way you could come back and tell me this as a parent, like, hey, my kid got ate by a dog. And y'all still, like, I'm not, bro, I'm telling you, it just be some of these stories that be like, bro, this would be had to report it from the jail. Like, I would have had to make CNN, Fox News, there's no way on God's green earth. I don't care if they was with their mom, their dad, whatever the hell the circumstance was. You're not coming back to me telling me during the Christmas break, my kid was left with you, and then my kid got ate by a fucking family dog. What are we talking about? Like, dog, how is that possible? Like, bro, come on, dog. Like, some shit just be like, ain't no way in hell, dog.
Person says, I'm a black.
Why do you
shout out to folks sending us questions? This person says, I'm a black American. My fiance is from the Caribbean, St. Vincent to be exact. We have been dating for 18 months and I think she's perfect for me, so I proposed. We moved in together and I'm finally meeting her family during the wedding planning process. I'm slowly realizing the cultural differences between us, especially when it comes to family. Her family, especially her mom and sisters, have a lot of opinions, but they ain't paying for anything. They are very vocal and judgmental. When I tell them I want a modest ceremony, they're bringing up her rich ex-boyfriend, and she just stands there awkwardly. My family could care less about my relationship, and they stay out of my business. This close-knit, overbearing family is new to me. This is the first rift we've had, and I think she would choose her family over me. Are we too different to work out? And how would you four handle this?
I've been in this.
That's a tough
I've been
one.
directly in this.
Yeah. I mean, for me, if I'm in that scenario and my wife all close to their family and all this weird they running their mouth talking about they ain't paying for nothing. Listen, we're gonna have a nice little powwow a few days before, just me and her. We're gonna get some understanding. Like, we starting a new family together. Like, if they trying to up what we got going on, you can stay with them. Simple as that. Like, this is our life. We finna build a whole new.
Okay, I guess I got a question for you, Urka. Do you feel like when it comes to marriage, should the family that's not paying for nothing still have any input? If you ain't putting up nothing?
They can have input, but I mean, you don't have to take that into consideration because they're not paying for it. They can't be pushy about it, but they can have it. They can have input. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But you can't be demanding like this is what this is what it should be when you're not paying for it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I kind of when I thought about it, I mean, like I mean, I guess it's different for a woman. So, like, if a woman, I guess it sounded like she was explaining it from a woman's point of view. And if it was the dude, I probably would kind of like check him a little bit. But for women, maybe I kind of get it. Like, let's say if you were about to marry your wife and her mom is super close, and her mom been talking about this day. Her damn whole entire life. Like, since this girl was a little kid, her mom is saying, "Oh, I can't wait for you to." I may feel a little bit different. Like, even if her family don't got no bread, but her and her mom is super close, and she telling me like that, me and my mom been talking about my wedding since I've been playing with Barbie dolls. I probably would have a soft spot for that if I'm being honest. Like, I'm kind of like, cool, y'all. Is this something y'all been planning? Listen, let me be a little bit more on ears. Let me be a little bit more sensitive to the subject because this is a dream that y'all done had since you've been playing with Barbie dolls. I kind of get it. I guess I do want to play another clip that you sent earlier in the week of this was a young lady who was mad at UPS because her mom was retiring. She worked at UPS for 32 years and they kind of just like gave her a piss poor celebration to leave out the door.
Y'all cannot believe this. I'm here at UPS and I'm just I have no words. So today my mom is retiring after 32 years. So just so y'all don't believe I'm here. UPS came here for her retirement party and only to find out that they didn't feel like she was worth the party after giving 32 years of her life. Check this out, y'all. So they did get her a cake, some balloons, but that's it. Y'all, I am livid. And it was supposed to be catered. My family is here. And they said corporate canceled it, said that she was not worth it after 32 years. UPS, you are a multi-billion dollar company. How can you not honor your employees that dedicate 32 years of service? Happy retirement, Mom.
Okay. All right, so I mean, this is more y'all feel. I don't know nothing about this because I ain't never
It ain't they.
Nobody
It's not their responsibility to do that. It would be nice if they do, but your job's realistic. They don't care about you. So why would they do that? At least they got her a cake.
Yeah. What was that one joint with the Bama from Popeyes? Like he never missed a day off. And he was about to retire and they only gave him like a little certificate and a gift card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, niggas, no, they ain't their response. You as your family can do something for them, but shit, nobody gotta do that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily know how that worked, and I mean, know when Erica said that she sent her opinion on it, so I just kind of just wanted to play it because I know that's not my specialty. I never worked nowhere, to even know how that's supposed to work. So, but that do kind of seem just for somebody who hasn't worked and just listening to the time, hearing, damn, somebody worked somewhere 32 years, and you kind of just treating them just like they just another number. Like that do sound kind of fucked up. Maybe because when you thinking about 32 years, it's like
because that's what you are.
Yeah, that's rough though.
It's reality.
That's what you
know.
are.
If you die today, that before they put you in the ground, they're gonna have you replaced on that job. So why do you expect them to give you anything outside of a check?
And when you look at just like look when you put it in sports, look at NBA players. Everybody don't get a retirement, like a going away or farewell tour, none of that shit. So like I said, it's just that's how it is. Many players and athletes that retired, they ain't got the same treatment that the Kobe's and the D-Wades and all them when they retired.
Yeah, that what's so funny? That was that famous line from Draymond Green to Paul Pierce. You're not Kobe Bryant, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that you saying it like that, and I'm even thinking about it, like I'm trying to think what will suck more if like I'm just thinking about it as a regular person. If I'm working, I work 32 years at this job, and then I retire, and they just give me a cake and some balloons. That kind of is a little bit more, all right, cool, whatever the case may be. Take it for however you feel. But then I'm trying to think it back into the sports now because you just said that, like, damn, if I played for it ain't too many players besides superstar players that actually play somewhere. But if I didn't play somewhere for 20 or even let's just cut it down some time for real. If I play somewhere for 15 years and I'm ready to retire and I don't get no type of, like you said, I don't get no real farewell tour. Like, to be honest, to keep it a buck, Chicago kind of real life. I think they doing D Rose a justice, and that's more off of just cultural impact for Derrick Rose. Because Derrick Rose ain't played in Chicago for a long time for real. Like his window of being Derrick Rose was small as hell, dog.
Right.
Like let's be.
That's why I say you can't. Your expectation can't be the high. You just got to take it for what you got. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, we want a cake, we want cater food, we want all that." You can't, like, dog. You just an employee.
Yeah, that's kind of foul. I'm not gonna lie to you, Derrick Rose. You might be lucky that the Chicago Bulls and just Chicago as a city has been so cheeks, because I don't know if they would show you that much love if Chicago Bulls was actually a valid like a official team. Like if the Bulls was shit, if the Bulls was the Knicks, I don't necessarily know if they would have did it for D Rose like that.
That's what I say. You can't.
Nigga, look at how the Knicks kind of like treat Oakley and treat Patrick Ewing and them niggas. I don't necessarily like. Yeah, Derrick Rose may be lucky he played for the Bulls, and the Bulls have been pure dog doodle for the last 15 years. Because I don't necessarily. If we're just talking about like shit, even look at how like Orlando then kind of did Penny for real. Like nigga, yeah, you'd have had Dwight Howard and you'd have had all these other niggas, but when you still talk about Orlando, nigga, it's still Penny and Shaq. Ain't nobody that came. Steve Francis and played there, cool. Gilbert played there, cool. Fucking Dwight, all of them, cool. Even Tracy McGrady, cool. But ain't none of them niggas been Shaq or Penny. So when you kind of say that, when you think about just now, when you talk about just retirement, not just from the regular working job, but damn, even for some athletes, like everybody don't get that great farewell, and then some people like don't even get the kind of, when now you're looking at Miami Heat. I know they having their situation with Jimmy Butler, but even when people do get him respect for the Heat culture, like how they show love to Alonzo Mourning, like every team don't do that. So I mean, you kind of right. I guess everybody, even in sports, like everybody retirement is not created equal. So I mean that I like did you tie that in? I do want to play another clip that Erica sent, and I'm not gonna lie, this probably may be one of the foulest ones. Before I play the clips, I'll let you give y'all a little brief rundown. It was basically a girl, and this kind of goes into the conversation that we didn't have. Like, damn near, I feel like at least once a week, but I know we had it even last week when we was talking about the pajama thing, when we sitting here saying how dads just get so weird when they get new girlfriends. Like, so it's a video of this woman who's going viral for basically sitting here saying her baby father pays her boyfriend pays child support to his baby moms, and basically saying like, hey, when your kids come here to visit, you need to send them with food and snacks because we ain't paying for nothing extra that child support don't got nothing to do with. So people was wearing her ass out in the comments.
It's simple. I got my own kids to worry about, babe. I can't worry about nobody else's. I mean, she doesn't have to do anything. But if she don't send that food, then her child won't eat. It's simple. I got my own kids to worry about, babe. I can't worry about nobody else's. I mean, she doesn't have to do anything.
I beat a villain, bitch. I beat a villain. So he don't know what he can do. Don't call my phone no more. I do that. You know to do that shit. You understand?
We pay child support, and we don't support anything outside of that. So you'll need clothes, food, all that stuff. So out of that child support money, she needs to find a way to provide food for when the child comes here. We pay child support, and we don't support.
Looking at the video, it just be like, bro, y'all be crashing out and just allowing some of the weakest fucking women on planet Earth to just play with y'all, dog. Like, I'm just looking, I don't know what the dude look like. I don't necessarily know because I didn't see her. It was just her posting videos of herself. With, bro, she's so weak. Like, bro, her lips is just burnt out. Like, dog, I'm not. Come on, dog. You just let some burnt out, man. Nah, dog. You can't go out like that. Like, what the fuck are we doing? While we talking about dating, I did want to play this clip, and I played this lady who she starts her TikTok videos off saying, I am not a lawyer, but she does do a great breakdown. I played the clip of her last week when she was breaking down Lil Durk's court stuff. So she's breaking down the YouTuber and his girlfriend. They are calling it splits in there, and it seems like I don't know what is triggering the girlfriend to kind of renege on how she wanted this relationship to end, but it seems like she's kind of whatever they agreed on, she ain't rocking for that shit now. So I don't, like I said, I'm not into their YouTube content, so I don't necessarily know if this nigga done moved on and got him a new little girlfriend or something, and that kind of didn't trigger her the wrong way, but she ain't rocking for whatever they agreed to.
I'm not a lawyer, but do y'all know these people? They were a pretty successful YouTube couple. But child, on the last day of 2024, she filed a lawsuit against him for theft by taking, also known as stealing, theft by conversion and embezzlement, breach of contract, unjust enrichment, and some other stuff. Let me tell you what's going on in this lawsuit. So this is De'Ara Taylor, and according to the lawsuit, after 3 months of dating this man, whose name is Ken Walker, the two of them decided to create a YouTube channel called De'Ara and Ken for Life. The channel grew quickly, and Ken was able to quit his job at Home Depot after they got their first YouTube check. The channel is so successful that in 2016, the couple established their LLC, get some business accounts. At this time, they're getting brand deals, go on tour, and even got to be in a blockbuster movie. Now, the lawsuit says all of the money that was made, whether done as a couple or individually, went into the shared business account. But then Ken Walker was involved in some cheating scandals, which wasn't a good look because their brand was them as a happy couple. De'Ara and Ken try to work it out. Ken says he's never going to do it again. And then in 2019, he proposes to De'Ara in Greece. And this proposal and engagement made their brand grow even more. But then in 2020, Ken is caught in another cheating scandal. Child, he was messing up the money and the relationship. The two of them stay together, but De'Ara starts doing some solo content to keep the YouTube page going. De'Ara says Ken didn't want to participate in making any content, but also didn't like that she was starting to make content by herself. And eventually, according to her, he got jealous that her solo content was working and causing her to grow as an individual. But then, less than a year later, Ken gets caught in another cheating scandal. And in May 2021, the two of them officially break up. Now, here's where we get to the issue. The lawsuit says that De'Ara and Ken, with the help of an attorney, agreed on how things would be split. They were expecting to receive $40,000 from a bank loan of a car, and so the two of them would split that evenly, $20,000 for each one. And then they agreed that the YouTube page that they had would stay up because it was generating money, and the money they already had from that would be split, with Ken getting $220,000 and De'Ara getting $254,000. She got more because she contributed more, according to the document. And then there was about $80,000 that was left in the account, and that was supposed to be used to pay off bills. But De'Ara says on November 23rd, 2022, she goes into the account to pay some bills and realizes that that $80,000 that was supposed to be in there is almost gone. De'Ara says she looks into it further and realizes that Ken had been taking money from that account for over a year, and that $40,000 that was supposed to be split from that car loan, he had already received it and kept all of it. De'Ara says she asked Ken about it, and he admits to taking the money and that he knew he needed to pay it back. At this point, they get their attorney back involved and come up with some new terms. This time, they agree that Ken could keep the $40,000 that he was already keeping, allegedly, and the car would be turned over to De'Ara. They agreed that they would delete their YouTube channel since they couldn't agree on how money from it would be split. Then they had some real estate that they agreed they would sell and then split the proceeds 50-50, and that their LLC would be dissolved on December 30th, 2022. So everything with this agreement goes over fine, except De'Ara says that Ken never pays her the money that he stole from the account. Time passes, the two of them aren't really communicating, but De'Ara says she has her attorney contact Ken regarding some taxes that need to be paid for the business, and she says he has yet to pay them. De'Ara says while Ken continues to cry broke, he received about $237,000 from the real estate that they sold, and he continues to post himself living a luxurious lifestyle, which she says is clearly making him money, and so she wants her money. The first cause of action is breach of fiduciary duty, which is interesting because this comes down to, as business partners, the two of them were obligated to do what was in the best interest of each other and the business. But De'Ara says by cheating multiple times and then refusing to make content after cheating, Ken was not acting in the best interest of De'Ara or the business. She says his decisions essentially ruined the happy couple brand that they created, which in turn impacted their business and money. And therefore, she says she is due damages. She's also suing for theft by taking, breach of contract, and unjust enrichment, which is just her saying that he was made richer by taking money that he didn't have a right to take. So that's the lawsuit. Now tell me in the comments if you remember this couple and was tuned in to their videos.
Definitely don't know who that couple is, but I love the way she broke that down. Again, when we talk about Elliott Wilson, though, you can still be a journalist. You just got to find other ways to be a journalist, because that right there was journalist shit. You did your research, you well researched, and you broke it down so people can be entertained and understand. And then guess what you did? You didn't take a hot topic that everybody and their mother knew. You took a topic that people may have seen, kind of familiar with, and cool. I ain't gonna be able to see this nowhere else. I ain't gonna look for it nowhere else. So here you go. You help me out, find something. That's again, we're talking about just being, you can still be a journalist. You just got to find other shit to talk about. So shout out to that lady for that breakdown. And that, again, tying to that dude into, which we were talking about with Ocho Cinco. This is just sometimes if you and your woman, if y'all brand and y'all business is y'all relationship, bro, you can't be that horny. Juvenile got a favorite saying: when you think with your other head, you're gonna always come up short. And that's just a fact, though. And I think the older you get, sometimes when you hear like little stupid cliches like that, you don't understand and you respect them Jones 100 times more. The older you get and you get to live life. Because guess what? The first time you start thinking with your meathead, you kind of gonna brush it off and just think wrong place at the wrong time. It just happened. Maybe the second time, you may not really understand and appreciate that. And sometimes for most men, it's probably gonna have to be like your sixth time. And that sixth time, 9 times out of 10, it's just gonna be cut so deep that you gonna kind of be like, damn, I gotta start moving a little bit smarter. Oh, ain't good. Like, you just gotta think smarter. But there's no way. I'm not like, listen to the type of bread they was breaking down. They was splitting. You take 250,000, you take 230. Like, they was making some real money. And so for the fact that you was fucking that up over some pussy is retarded, dog. Like, that don't even make no sense. Like, just think about what we talking about. Just screw how, like, you can't be that horny, dog. There ain't enough being that horny. And if you that horny, just go to like one of these countries go out of the country, go to the DR, go to the Brazil, pay for some boxing, keep it moving and come home. I'm not sitting here trying to shoot my shot at another girl on TikTok or Instagram just because, like, nah, dog. Like, come on. Because sometimes you gotta be real with yourself as a man. Because I'm gonna tell you how you think. Like, man, I'm having it up. YouTube going crazy, TikTok going crazy, having mad motion, got crazy money. I'm talking like how you stupid niggas talk. And listen to what I'm saying. And guess what? You're not being honest with yourself. I've got this motion and I got this money because I'm paid as a YouTube couple, not because it's just me by myself. It don't never work like that, dog. And that's where you get blinded at, and you just go down a rabbit hole of being a complete idiot, and you just completely chopped and screwed your money up because, and then you think as a man how corny you really got to be. Like, you stealing money from your girl, and and then you still get on internet and you trying to make it look like you living a life, and then she's suing you because, like, nah, nigga, you living off of the money that I helped you make. This shit is cap. And that is just like, bro, you did all of this because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants. Like, that shit is dumb. Like, come on, dog, let's be serious. I do want to play this little rant. I know I'm holding y'all in here. Like, real quick, I guess before we can get ready to get out of here, I do want to talk about just the DMV is supposed to be a snowstorm, and of course, DMV people. I think the difference between living in the DMV and most other cities is because most people that live in the DMV, not saying all, but a lot of people work for the government or you work in the school system. So schools get shut down super early, like all the PG County schools, DC schools, Montgomery County, Baltimore, all of them are shut down already early. And right now, while we recording, it ain't even no snow on the ground. And that's just be like, they sit here. And again, we talked about this shit last week. We literally was talking about, because I was sitting here saying that I feel like people that work on sports media should have to pay some type of fine for bad takes. And then Marcus brought up the weather, man. And this is kind of the perfect example of, like, bro, how fast people react. Like, oh man, it's good. Like, and that's what I'm saying. I'm cool. I'm happy. Everybody get a day off already because people jumped the gun on it. But it's just like, I was just so blown because even in the gym today, I'm like, bro, it's never this many people on a Sunday night in the gym. But I knew it was extra because people probably like, damn, let me get in the workout, who normally probably would skip Sundays and just come in on Mondays, because Mondays be OD packed, especially if you go like Monday morning. But I'm sure most people was probably like, all right, the gym probably gonna be closed or the roads gonna be messed up. I ain't gonna be able to come to the gym, so let me get my workout in. Because and it's just, it ain't doing nothing. Like, they pulled your leg, and it's kind of like, and you know what would piss me off? If you kind of change your whole day. Like, I would have been mad if I would have not recorded or something stupid because you think it's gonna snow and then you don't even get no snow. This would be like, bro. But I just wonder kind of sometimes, like, is that only a DMV thing because it's attached? Like, so many people is like, oh, it's no school for the government. There's so many people attached to working for the government. It's kind of like, it's a trickle down effect almost. Like, it's literally like nothing. It was damn near 1 o'clock and it's nothing outside. Like, I'm talking about maybe a flurry. And they were saying by 11 o'clock, by 1, it was supposed to be like you can't even damn near drive on the road. But I'm glad.
Give it a few hours.
You said give it a few hours?
I think it's at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we're going to see. I'm going to play this last clip and we can get out of here.
When I was in prison, I was on go. I had to be. It was, boom, tell you a story, right? My first day coming down the walkway shit. At this time, I had a little mini fro and shit. So walking down the shit, this dude, oh, I like that one. He fine as hell. Whole time, nigga like a bitch. He looked like, I'm talking about, bro, the nigga looked like a female. But I know it's a dude. Right? So me being me, not knowing prison rules, you can't call a person a bitch or a pussy in prison.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, bitch ass nigga got me fucked up. Nigga, I ain't no one of them. Nigga, I ain't no ass nigga. Fuck you. Why did I do that? So my cousin was in prison, same prison. I'm glad he was dead. I'm glad this thing, because ain't no sticks in prison. So my cousin was there. He comes. And we in the child hall and shit, because all the new people, you know what I'm saying, you go to your cell, then you go to child hall, everybody can see him. So ain't no getting around. But boom, I'm sitting at the table. He come, I'm like, damn, I ain't seen him a long time. You know, if you don't see a motherfucker for a long time, they in jail. So that's just what the dude who I called a bitch came up to me. He's like, hey, what's all that bitch shit you was saying? I said, nigga, fuck you. So my cousin, I don't know how much rank this nigga got. He been in there for 2.5 years, but he came in knocking shit, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this nigga jumped up. He had a coat on, and it's hot. I'm like, oh, this nigga had a coat. This nigga pulled out a bad motherfucker, like a sword, like in the middle, in front of the black suits or whatever.
This the gay dude.
To the gay dude. He walked away. He said, I got y'all. So my cousin knew that the gay dude was a porter, so he get out his room early. He get out 3 o'clock in the morning.
What's a porter?
Porter is the people that like clean up, do the trash and shit. You know what I'm saying? They get like probably extra trays and shit. Probably. So we sat back down. He was like, I'm like, man, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? You know, we talk shit on the court all the time. Like, oh, man, shut your bitch ass up. Woo. He's like, yeah, bro, it ain't one of those. He said, I don't go to sleep. So I'm looking like, what you mean you don't go to sleep? He's like, drink that, you ain't gonna go to sleep. He said, he coming, bro. He said, he coming. He said, make your bed up like you in it. He said, that blue jacket that they gave you, put pillows in it. That red hat that they gave you, put pillows in it. And make it look like you sleeping. He's like, he coming. He gonna try to stab you. He's like, but how your cell? I'm talking about this nigga knew the cell, bro. He knew how the cells were set up and everything. He's like, how your cell set up? When it get dark, it's gonna get dark at a certain spot. Just stay in the corner. As soon as they pop, because they pop everybody door at 4, it don't matter if you up or not. As soon as he slide in there, you better fight for your life. Mm-hmm. So, drank the coffee, made the bed up like I was in it, had it like curled to the top like I was like on my side. And I see this nigga. Like I'm in the corner, but I can see Buddy's face. He had his coat up with the collar part over, so you really can't see like his face for real on the camera. The camera's shitty. I don't really give a fuck. So when he slid in, he slid sideways. I brought him in. He slid sideways and had the knife on. But when he slid and I brought him in, this nigga like 120. And I threw him to where all the commissary was in the drawers. He dropped the knife. I killed him because I didn't get off of him. Black suits came, got me and shit. And like when I had got out, because he was a blood, so he wasn't even, like, he was offset though. Like he ain't on no more because, you know what I'm saying, the gay shit. So they weren't on that.
Mm-hmm.
So after that shit happened, and I got out the hole, everybody's like, I had $100 sack, $100 sack, $100. Because nobody can do nothing to him. Because he's still, you know what I'm saying, it's politics. He's still like, you know what I'm saying, it couldn't be blood on blood.
Mm-hmm.
He can fight. So niggas really want nobody can do nothing with him. But probably seen me as like, I'm not fighting him, I'm stab that nigga. I wasn't going. And ever since then, I was just on my toes on everything. That's why I think kind of like I'm up right now. Like now, like even being out, I'm up at 4 o'clock every morning, bro. It's bad too though. Like I know it ain't healthy, but it's like, I can't sleep in the bed. When doors and shit open and shit, I'll be like, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, when you sleep and you feel like somebody over you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but I ain't like that shit institutionalized me though. You know what I'm saying? I shook it because a lot of people come in there and you be thinking like, hey man, he like he was never like, bro. If you go to jail and you come out gay, you was gay before you went in.
No, I wanted to play that clip just because of realistically, I think sometimes younger people need to hear those type of stories because if you've never been to jail, you don't know people who went to jail. Sometimes people think shit's sweet. And if you can kind of if you really paying attention and listening to what he's saying, if his cousin wasn't there and gave him details on what was going to happen, that gay nigga would have probably killed him in that jail. If he would have killed him, he would have paralyzed him in that jail. Like, because he would have came in there with that knife and you were sleeping, he would have just poked you up and just would have left you there. So it's just like one of them stories where you kind of sometimes you need to hear those stories so you can understand. Like some people be thinking jail be sweet, and yeah, you can go to jail and it can go real bad for you just off of you don't know the proper words to use. And I like even how he broke that down because I was watching the interview. I forgot the young dude he was beefing with NBA YoungBoy before. I think no, not NBA YoungBoy. He's beefing with Young Thug. believe he's from New Orleans, and he did an interview on Say Cheese, and he was just going into details on like how jail politics really work. And I think a lot, like I said, sometimes, especially for younger dudes, and you really living that crash out life, sometimes you need to hear them stories so you can kind of, not saying it's going to make you change your mind, but somebody, it may make them change their mind and make you may think twice of like, oh yeah, I think jail's sweet, and it's really just not like that for me. I do real quick want to say shout outs to, because we did start off this this episode talking about LeBron James and Drake, but I do want to give credit to LeBron, because LeBron James officially turned 40 years old, and he almost scored 40 points against the Atlanta Hawks the other night. He ended up with 38, and I can't remember the rest of the stat line, but another part of that Lakers situation was Max Christie. Max Christie had 28, and I've been, of course, been watching the Lakers since LeBron been there, but Max Christie been there for like the last 3 years, I want to say. And Max Christie, like the first year, even last year, he barely was getting minutes. Like he was getting minutes like them, just like miscellaneous Jones, or like somebody in foul trouble, so they kind of ain't had no choice but to play him. So for him to get to that point, and JJ Redick kind of see something in him and giving him way more burn shit like D'Lo. I mean, of course, they eventually traded. So for all you Lakers niggas who be hating on D'Lo, they finally got my man up out of there. But JJ Redick seen something different than Max Christie. He been kind of giving Max Christie consistent playing time all season, and Max Christie, I think that was probably his first official game since D'Lo been traded. He dropped off 22, and then it's a floating meme going around. Austin Reeves been averaging like 20-some points since he done put on his stupid ass headband. They keep saying now he the new Steve Nash. Like, all right, bro, y'all gotta relax. But shout outs to Austin Reeves. Shout outs to the Lakers. Your thoughts, real quick, because we did talk about it. Your Miami Heat suspending Jimmy Butler for 7 games. You got any thoughts on it? You got any thoughts on Jimmy Butler wanting to be traded?
I mean, you gotta do it. Business is business.
On who part? You feel like business is business?
Both of them, really. I mean, I don't feel like it's me personally. I think like you holding out and don't want to play. I feel like that's some sucker shit. Because you get paid. That's what you get paid to do. Do your job. If you don't want to be there, you get traded. Like when you was getting your deals and all that, your contracts, you was happy with it. But now all of a sudden, now you don't want to.
I guess I got a question. Because I can't really remember. Has Jimmy Butler ever really got a real payday yet, though?
Hell yeah. What are you playing for right now?
I mean, that's why I asked. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just maybe because I feel like it just never has been like.
You got a player option for $52 million next year.
Oh yeah, well, that'll say it right.
At the age of 30, 35.
Do you think anybody will reach out and try to get him?
Yeah, people are trying to reach out and get him, but they're not going to give up nothing. I'm not going to give you my. I don't see, like, unless it be like a 3-team trade. That's the only way I can really see it being worth the while.
If you was Pat Riley and the Warriors reached out to you for Andrew Wiggins, would you take Wiggins for?
I need more than Wiggins.
More than Wiggins?
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, the Warriors ain't giving up more than Wiggins.
But you talking about I'm giving up Jimmy Butler, the same person that took me to the championship twice?
Yeah, but if he don't want to be there and you suspending him for 7 games, like nigga, at least I don't know.
Suspending him for 7 games mean you're not getting paid.
No, I get that, but what I'm just saying is I can't see if I'm Golden State and everybody, the whole entire NBA see y'all suspending him for 7 games. Cool, you putting your foot down, but I can't see me giving up more than Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler.
You ain't got no choice. Especially you got to match the contracts. His contract not gonna match it.
Because it's cool. Yeah, he didn't drag you to the finals twice, but then it's just like, all right, that's when he at his apex. But then it'd be time like, okay, like last year, like, all right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why that's a grudge. That's what a lot of people downfall is like, damn, he be sitting out games, he be sick, hurt. Do I really want to take a shot? Shit, I heard Phoenix benched Bradley Beal.
Yeah,
I definitely don't want no fucking Bradley Beal for Jimmy Butler.
I mean, I guess. It was this clip of this lady Tidra Modus. I'm not a huge R&B person, so I don't really know too much about her. But they was dragging her to hell for sitting here saying that a top 5 R&B song was. It was one of them R. Kelly songs. What R. Kelly song was that? She said it was a top 5 genre all times. Here she go real quick before we get out of here.
Top 5 R&B songs.
Adore You by Prince.
You better do it.
Mm-hmm. Greatest Sex, R. Kelly.
Woo! What a song.
You can close your eyes and see everything he's saying.
I was so angry when I heard that song.
How did you get to anger?
Because in my mind, I was always competing against him, even though I wasn't at that space yet. And I was like, he's still so much better
The honesty.
Here inside my, what do you say? Here inside this bed of mine, I see ceiling fans and you on top of me. If you close your eyes, you
You see
literally
everything.
can
he's
see
saying.
it.
Yeah, everything he's saying.
And inside of these walls,
There will dwell a Capricorn.
Top 5 R&B songs.
So I guess I guess because people not supposed to come out loud publicly sitting here saying that you still like R. Kelly.
But he's made great music.
I mean, I'm with you. Like I said, I'm not a huge R&B person, so I don't have no real dog in that fight. Like, and I've seen people just recently start celebrating her. I forgot where she was performing at, and people was kind of like going where she was at.
Tiny Desk.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, it was a Tiny Desk, and people was going crazy over that jump. But I just don't think. I mean, like, bro, people of a certain age, I don't necessarily know what people. I think people be wanting people just to lie on to them, but I think it's hard, and especially when you sitting here saying like, what's your top 5 of anything? Like when you sit here and ask people that question, sometimes it's just going you when you ask people that question, I think that's the easiest way for people to give you their honest answer, unless you just one of those people who just gonna give you the bullshit or Biggie, Jay-Z, Nas, and whatever. Like them and niggas say that, I kind of just don't pay them no attention. But when you ask somebody that, like, bro, she's a grown, like I'm sure she in her 30s. Like, what the fuck y'all want her to say? A Chris Brown song?
People just want to comment.
Like, that some shit just don't make sense to me. Like, people mad at Lil Boosie for buying his 16-year-old daughter a Porsche. Like, bro, he's Boosie. What the fuck is he supposed to do? Like, I seen Boosie, like, before he was even no social media. This is on DVD. This is the same nigga who counted out, if you see a 50 in here, if you see a 20 in here, I'm pussy. Like, what are we talking about, dog? Like, I don't know what y'all be expecting from people. But again, I'm here each and every Tuesday. Like, share, and subscribe. If you're in the DMV area and you're hearing this on Tuesday, I hope, I mean, shit, you got a free day off. It don't matter if it's snow or not anyway. So like I said, but if it is snowing while you're hearing this, be careful, be safe out on the road. If you don't got to go nowhere, keep your ass in the house. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm probably one of my biggest pet peeves is just how people rush to the grocery store. Like, bro, you should, like, I feel like that's just never gonna stop. So I'm kind of just gonna waste my breath for even saying anything. But like I said, if you outside, be safe, be careful. If you don't gotta go outside, stay in the house. It won't hurt you to stay in the house a couple of days. Y'all been ripping and running. It was just New Year's Eve. So if you are an outside person that got the jitterbugs, I'm sure you was out on New Year's Eve. So like I said, be safe and like, share, subscribe, tell another friend to tell another friend, and we'll see y'all next week.